Hello everybody and welcome. This is actually our final countdown and GWENT official esports, and my name is Pavel Buja. I'm excited to be here and I'm joined by Ryan as always. Ryan, we've made it. This is like, we made it. This is our final destination, man.
We have made it. It's day 2 of our very final GWENT Masters event. And we had some exciting matches yesterday. We still have some really interesting semifinals and of course the grand final coming up today. And also we still have lots of community members with us in the watch party, and we will be interviewing 2 of those today as well. So make sure to stick to your screens and don't miss those.
Perfect. What about the pre-final segment? Because people are asking like what's gonna happen there. I know you've been working on something, but can you shed a little bit more light in terms of what we can expect, or do you want us to still wait?
I think I'll gladly shed a little bit of light on it because it wasn't actually me working on it very much, but actually our community. We have some really cool stuff prepared for you by TG GWENT and also Devil Driven. They've teamed up to create something special.
Yeah.
And I think we'll leave it at that, but there will be a pre-final segment and it won't be a developer update, but a community segment, and I'm really excited for that.
Yeah, speaking of community stuff, there's also a beautiful video made by Feldy, which premiered this morning, which I only managed to watch like 10 minutes and I already was left in tears. So Feldy, on air here, I really wanted to thank you and everybody who took part in the video. Much love, it was incredible. Hopefully we can also watch it at the end of this show when we go back to the studio and we meet up with the community members, because it's one for the books for sure, man.
Yeah, and
one
also
for history.
Thank you to Feldy as well to helping us organize the community watch party that's happening at our event. You've been playing a big part in that as well. So yeah, one big collaboratory effort.
Yes, it's incredible. I love this community. I love GWENT. We'll have time to reminisce about the past and say our goodbyes and cry also on air. But before we do that, I think we should get over to the juicy part, because we have players waiting, and most importantly, we have our casters here in the studio waiting to talk to you guys. So let's throw it over to them.
Hello, what an introduction. That is definitely a big event that we still have to go, and so many emotions, so many feelings for all of us, I think, today. But things are about to get super fun, and I'm here, of course, in the GWENT Tavern with Shinmari. How are you doing?
I'm doing amazing, Seely. It's so good to be here. We're day 2 of the finals of World Masters Season 5. We're going to be crowning a winner today, the 5th and final winner of World Masters, and it's going to be a great day. We're going to have some amazing games for you. We're going to be celebrating GWENT together, the game that we all love and that brought us all together. So I'm really looking forward to it and can't wait.
Oh yes, we cannot wait to celebrate with you at home watching. Get comfy, grab your snacks, and also later as well with the watch party attendees that are also around here somewhere. It'll be really fun, and we're all so excited. But of course, yeah, it's definitely a big thing.
And for those of you watching on Twitch at home, we have some special drops, Twitch drops for you. The same ones that we had yesterday. It's going to be a 2-day event. You have plenty of time to earn these drops. Beholder title at 4 hours, and the World Masters 2023 card back, the beautiful card back. First time ever you're able to get this one. It's at 8 hours, so make sure you claim your first drop once you've watched for 4 hours.
That's right. Absolutely gorgeous card back. And while we do have plenty of time to go, definitely make sure you do that today, because it won't be available then after that. Just go ahead and claim those drops. For every milestone you get something, and it's very important to manually go ahead and check that you've done it if you're watching from Twitch, because sometimes you might be watching and not paying attention to those Twitch drops reaching a milestone. I've forgotten that in the past. Not fun.
Yeah. And we also hope that you guys have all casted your votes in our divination challenge, as we have 4 players left in this tournament. We're going to do the semifinals and then the finals later after the community video.
Yes, so we'll be taking a look at those results before all of the series as well, but more on that later. Now we are moving on to the prize pool here. Of course, our semifinals player, one of these players will be crowned today and taking home the prize pot of the tournament.
Yeah, and we have Magpie, a veteran of GWENT, all the way back from World Masters Season 1. He is the champion of Challenger number 5. in season 1, as well as Gwent Open number 4 in Gwent Open number 1 in season 4. Then we've got Sanvanter, and Miamon, legend of the Gwent community, legendary deck builder and player, and then finally Piable.
Also very legendary, of course. A World Masters winner already, and now waiting to perhaps take the crown yet again today, or at least he will try his very best. And lots on the line for this one.
If Piable wins, he would be the one and only 2-time winner of World Masters. That would be a title nobody else can claim.
Exactly. And please, while you're watching at home, if you're using social media as well, tag your post with hashtag World Masters, because we will be taking a look at that. We're all very curious. I'm sure there's a lot of feelings, a lot of hype, a lot of excitement, and we want to hear about it. And of course, if you're at the watch party as well, post your pictures and tag them so that we can all find them there.
Yes. A reminder that this tournament is run in the online format. The casters and the analysts and the people at the watch party, we're all here in Poland at CDPR headquarters. But for the players, most of them are playing online, and there will be a 30-minute delay in the broadcast. But make sure to take advantage of the Twitch Observer, which is online and operational as always.
Exactly. Yep. Take your time, hover over those cards, read them if there is something unfamiliar. It's really nice to be able to have full control of that and be able to interact with the stream that you'll be watching.
Let's take a quick look at the brackets and see how the action will unfold today. We've got first up is Sanvanter versus Magpie in the first semifinals, and then we'll have Miamon versus Piable in the second semifinal of the day.
Exactly. That will be cast by Ghost Arya and Lionheart later. But before we take a leap into the semifinals, let's discuss how the prize pool actually works, Shinri.
Yeah, so at World Masters Season 5, we have a total prize pool of 42,500 USD. Really, really nice prize pool, which some of that has already been divvied up to the group stage and the people who got eliminated yesterday. But for the 4 players who are still here, they have a chance to earn the lion's share of that prize pool, which I believe the semifinals match stake is $4,000 per match. That will be split depending on how many games each player wins.
Exactly. And we do have our first series coming up, Magpie versus Sanvanter. Let's take a look at what these two players have to say.
Hello everyone, my name is Magpie. I think like most of you know me, because I feel like I'm one of the oldest players in Gwent. I've been playing Gwent like for 7 years now, and yeah, that's quite a lot. This is my last tournament, and I think it's like everyone's last tournament in Gwent. So I hope that I will do my best and try to win it. And try to show like the best gameplay I could possibly make. Talking about my favorite moment in Gwent, I was thinking about the Challenger 5 moments back in the day when I won this tournament, or like any time I went to Warsaw to meet the guys from CDPR and other Gwent players, because every time I go there, it's like very happy days for me. I enjoy spending time. But there is one moment I think that makes me proud that I became a Gwent card. There's a Magpie in the game. Unfortunately, this card sucks because nobody plays it. But yeah, I think community have a chance to buff it and make it playable. So yeah, I would say that this is my favorite moment in Gwent. That basically I am immortalized in the game. Yeah, that's it.
Я сам аматор. Начал играть ивент после Хоумкаминга. Примерно 1,5 года назад начал интересоваться киберспортом. Есть два любимые момента, первый из которых случился на 4-м опене. Уже был сыграл размашистый удар в себя, и тем самым вражеская кель сожглась. И второй, Тейлбот сыграл рандом на контролу, и это помогло ему выиграть игру.
What fun interviews those are. Great Gwent moments were mentioned. Magpie mentioning going to hear CDPR. And I remember meeting Magpie at Challenger 5, which he actually did end up winning. And then he's also been immortalized as a Gwent card, Magpie. And yeah, Senmentor, on the other hand, remembers a pretty cool moment from Gwent, Piable self-gutting slashing.
Yeah, I feel like that one is pretty high up in a lot of people's minds, and I'm sure we'll get a lot more memories and reminiscing later today. But first, we have special guest from the watch party here, and Berja is going to talk to him, and let's see who it is.
All right, I am here with El Calora.
Hello, guys.
We were on Twig together, and now we are here. I get to interview you. And I want to know, because you're a streamer, you're a pro player, best memories from Gwent. Tell me.
First of all, thank you so much for having me.
My pleasure.
Here, both here and Twig. It was very excited, and I was so happy of this experience.
It was my pleasure, man.
My two favorite moments, because I have to actually, the first one is when Paya came visit me in Rome. So he stayed at my house, and that same day, also Carped and Bright to me. One thing that Paya told me to and was that they didn't know how I never been to an Open yet. So for me, since they were the two best players, it was very proud of that. But I was very proud of that. And second moment was when you invited me on Twig, actually, because I told you are actually a legend in Italy. So yeah, that was very. Those were my best moments.
Yeah, I also feel like when we talked on Twig, we very quickly kicked off, like I feel like there is a bond that formed like organically very quickly. So thank you for that. It's awesome to stay on touch online. I know we're in different places of the world, but maybe I'll visit you one day so we can also hang out.
It would be amazing.
How's the atmosphere in the studio? I wanted to know, like, we're past day one, we're into day two. Like, what are you guys? You were watching the games. I know there was a lot of cheering and cool stuff. What do you think? More of that today, or do you think today, kind of this being the final day, there will be a lot of people crying maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, I would say that yesterday was more like into the beginning of the tournament.
Energy.
Very energetic. Today, I mean, probably we're going to party afterward, but yeah, it's gonna be very emotional. This game, I think, changed a lot of lives, included mine.
Same.
And especially during the COVID moment. So yeah, we will get very emotional, but I am so happy to be here, and the atmosphere in the watch party is amazing.
Yeah.
This community is amazing.
Incredible stuff. Thank you. I won't keep you any longer. Enjoy the party, and let's throw it back.
Bye.
Absolutely loved this interview here with El Calora, and I love that we mentioned Twig as well this week in Gwent segment that Borja has been running for a long time. It's a lot of our favorite for sure, so a huge shout out for that. It's just a wonderful way to get to know the community as well, and it's been a blast.
It's been so good. We have the best community in gaming that I've ever been a part of, and as a community, we can continue enjoying Gwent and making it better and better with the Balance Council, with Gwentfinity as we go off into the sunset. But it's actually been such a good reinvigoration of the game and the community too, in a way. I've seen a lot of old faces come back and say they wanted to check out the game again because of their ability to vote and make their own input into the future of the game.
That's right. It's definitely sort of a bittersweet moment of one door closes, but another one opens, and that is Gwentfinity. Definitely lots to do still when it comes to Gwent, and community tournaments is also something I have heard will be happening, so definitely keep looking forward to that.
All right, and we're gonna get into our first semifinal of the day. It is between Magpie and Senvanter. You guys have voted in the Divination Challenge. Those of you who predicted this outcome has decided that, it's pretty close. 40% Senvanter, 60% Magpie.
Definitely a pretty tight race, and I do think it's reflective of the series that we will actually be watching. It's going to be a close one. Both, of course, very talented players. Again, San Venter, a name that we maybe have not seen so much around until recently, of course, performing very well in competitive Gwent. Magpie, on the other hand, yeah, we know Magpie. He's been around and has a couple of important wins under his belt, and here to defend sort of the title and really try to make it to finals.
All right, let's take a look at the deck lists that these two players are bringing. Magpie will be going first on Blue Coin in game number 1. He has Pincer Maneuver, White Frost, Wild Hunt, the Battle Trance Alchemy deck that we saw yesterday, and Deadeye Ambush Elves, which we did not get a chance to see yesterday as this was banned.
Exactly. Really fun lineup here. Let's start with the pincer list. We do have the Priestess infantry combo, sort of a big part that the deck does rely on, but also Siege to really amp up the tempo early on, and double Radovid action, Shinmari. Let's take a look at, Radovid we are sort of familiar with, but there's a newer edition, which is Radovid Judgment. And this card, really powerful, helping you with reach, for example, in round 1.
Yeah, this is such a cool card that really gives you a reason to play the Devotion archetype, the Devotion style that doesn't play any neutral cards. And the payoff for this is that you get a 6-power card that kind of comes out of your deck for free without having you to play a card at the near the end of the game, or whenever you use your last leader charge. He'll summon himself to your melee row, and then he also has an order that can deal up to 4 damage, I think, in this deck. In some other decks, 5 damage. So very, very nice for carryover into a short round, or just tempo in round 1 if you want that extra help in thinning.
That's right, really beautiful synergy with the other Radovid. There is double trouble indeed here in Magpie's list. Now, moving on to White Frost. Also Devotion, as mentioned. Magpie, it's really fun to see Devotion kind of come back. It's been sort of decks that we haven't always seen in the competitive metas, but here it is. Magpie's bringing double Devotion decks today, and this is quite a tempo-heavy list, I would say. It can go quite tall, it can utilize Frost in longer rounds, but really can amp up the pressure going from Red Coin, for example, but can adapt to a couple of different strategies with the help of movement, for example, and then the Frost application. Of course, there is that Nithral, which is kind of a fun inclusion for Magpie's list.
Yes, that's right, and there's a lot of threats in this deck, including like that Nithral that you mentioned. So can easily run opponent out of removals.
That's right, and now looking at this Battle Trance list again, Alchemy has been buffed, and Magpie is really taking advantage of this Ale of Ancestor, some changed druids as well, and these 4P alchemy cards together with the engines Crowclimb Preachers can end up playing for up to 20 points if the setup is there. Pretty strong, powerful list that we've seen from Skellige. We've been used to seeing a lot of self-wound lately, I feel like, but this Battle Trance is definitely here to stay, I think, after this showing.
I agree. I think this Battle Trance list is going to be a popular one on ladder after this weekend. And finally, Magpie has Deadeye Ambush Elves. While we didn't get to see this in action yesterday, it is a very powerful deck when it draws well. A lot of different ways to get carryover with the Angus, which starts in your starting hand because he plays 4 or more traps in this list. Angus will always be there. You're hoping for Heist or maybe Arcane Tome to get the Heist in round 1, to bounce the Angus, to bounce the Vanadane, to get extra waylays into your deck, to boost the value of all the Elven Deadeyes tokens that you will spawn throughout the course of the game, and there are a lot of them.
Exactly, and Heist, of course, being an echo card, does allow you to play that in 2 rounds. Now, you have to be a little bit careful because, of course, these cargoes can only bounce units that are not doomed. I learned that the hard way, Shinmari.
Oh yeah, that's right. But you also have some Purify that you can maybe get rid of these Doom statuses or lock statuses. It does, Heist does bounce, so even if the card was locked, you would then, when you bounce it, remove that lock from the card, and it is able to get you multiple plays of the same card, and even golds as well.
That's right, as you mentioned, you would have to then utilize something like a Vryhead Sappers to purify that Doomed after the bounces happened the initial time. But this is the lineup for Magpie. Let's take a look at San Vanter's list as well as a refresher. We have Ursine, Ritual, Self-Wound, Painter, Maneuver, Priestesses, slightly different from Magpie's though. AQ Swarm, meaning it's an Eater-focused AQ deck, and Guerrilla Tactics Shiru, which we have been seeing a lot of in this tournament.
That's right. First off, Ursine Ritual Self-Wound, very strong deck, super engine heavy, lots of threats, and these threats are, they're not your typical 1 or 2 point engine threats. They are like destroy your board kind of threats, or like 10 damage a turn or 10 points a turn type of threats.
Absolutely. And then we have the Pincer maneuver list with the Cursed Scroll, hopefully trying to find that rent-free, providing San Mentor with nice flexibility. Of course, Snowdrop is also included here, meaning that can be quite a nice card to play early for good tempo. But again, also has Traveling Priestesses, Tridem Infantries, not to mention all of those siege engines. So quite similar to Magpies, but doesn't have the siege itself.
That's right. A lot of different ways to thin with this deck, and an extra way with Renfree to maybe even play 3 cards in 1 turn. Next, we've got the Arrakis Swarm Triple Itter deck from San Vanter. This deck is all about the cross synergies between the bronze and gold engines, spawning a lot of insectoids, eating up those insectoids, growing your Kikimori Stalker so that you can remove everything, setting everything on your opponent's side of the board to 1 power, and then exploding the board with Glusty Warp.
Yeah, that's right. This list does have sort of engine-based removal, you could say. So it does require a little bit of setup, and that setup usually is used with the Urn of Shadows. And then you have your Arrakis Queen as well, which is an important card here, as it can consume an allied unit, then keep that consumed unit sort of within itself, as the Death Wish ability of Arrakis Queen then spawns a copy of whatever you had consumed. So you may have heard the term Eater Spam, and it is thanks to this card, Arrakis Queen, that is actually possible.
Now, while I call this deck Triple Itter, I think it can be played in a lot of different ways, and you're not forced to copy or consume the Itter with the Arrakis Queen. You could see, as we saw yesterday, you can use the Arrakis Queen on Defender to make it very, very difficult for your opponent to get through that line of defenders to get to the actual engines behind it. You can use Arrakis Queen on some of your bronze engines as well, as these bronze engines like Stalker or Vran Warrior, they can be ridiculous amounts of points when you get to the long round, but that's the key. You want a long round with this deck.
Exactly. It does not like those short rounds, and that will affect also the gameplay that we will be seeing from these 2 players today. Guerrilla Tactics, on the other hand, is San Venter's final deck here. Again, Shiru is involved, meaning you will want to set up that Shiru for the most beautiful burn on the board, which can be done with leader charges, also Mahakam Pass and Vial. Now, there is no offering in San Venter's list, which is sometimes used to put Shiru into 5 if he's currently stuck in deck. But other than that, pretty removal-heavy deck. Curse of Corruption, Heatwave is in there, as well as this movement to ideally get through some defenders or any roll-locked cards.
All right, so there we have it, the 2 lineups that we'll see in the first semifinals today, Magpie versus San Vanter. These are going to be some exciting games. I like this very much.
Absolutely, I do. And of course, just same as yesterday, we do have Specimen giving us an analysis on the series after they have been played, so can't wait to hear from him later.
He did such a good job yesterday. You and I were cracking up while listening to some of his commentary, especially when he said, Shinmiri must be squirming in his seat after all that rope. I was.
He absolutely was. So yeah, that'll be a fun thing. And then I believe we should take a look at the bans.
Yes, let's see what these players do not want to play. This is going to be 4 decks in from each player, 1 band each, so they'll be left with 3. And with those 3 decks, they have to win a best of 5. They have to win 1 time with each deck. It is conquest format. They have both decided to ban each other's Skellige decks.
So no Skellige Self Wound and no Skellige Alchemy, both sort of leaning on the greedy side of things. Of course, Ursine Ritual, as we know, has the Sigvald, has the Knut. If you cannot control that, which Magpie has quite limited control after all, focusing more on this point slam strategy, this Ursine Ritual ban for Svenventer then makes sense. And on the other hand, what do you think about this Alchemy ban from Svenventer?
Alchemy is a really strong deck. I think it's been underestimated in the current meta, and we saw yesterday with Magpie's games how powerful Alchemy can be, both in a long and a short round. It's flexible, it's got a ton of points, it has a lot of protection for its engines as well, and pretty good consistency with its thinning.
And as we saw in the brackets earlier, we do have Magpie going on blue coin and Svenventer responding with red coin. So we're going to see how that happens. I think both players sort of have these more obvious red coin and blue coin tied decks, and then one deck that is quite flexible. The flexible deck for Magpie is the Pincer deck, I would say, can go from either coin, and I mean, monsters can do that, but ideally could also kind of push from red.
Yeah, traditionally, Monsters Wild Hunt has been very, very strong from red coin with the Ardgaith pulling out the Winter Queen, getting you all that value of Frost as tempo, unless the Winter Queen is killed right away, and that can put a ton of pressure on your opponent. And then Elves. Elves, in this case, I believe Magpie has said that he wants it to be a blue coin deck because he needs access to that Curse Scroll stratagem in order to help improve the consistency. Elves is a deck that lives or dies based on its draws, and you want consistency in round 1 to help you get that Heist, to help you get that Vanadane, and perhaps the Riordan to help tutor a trap and another elf.
That's right. Curse Scroll will be an important tool for Magpie to utilize on that blue coin. And meanwhile, Svenventer does have the AQ deck, as mentioned, also has a stratagem that is sort of tied to the coin with the Urn of Shadows, wanting to be able to trigger that round 1 and set up the strategy for the AQ shenanigans, of course.
That's right. Urn of Shadows, arguably one of the strongest stratagems in the game because, the default stratagem, Tactical Advantage, it gives you 5 points, right? And maybe a little bit of protection. But the Death Wish Urn of Shadows stratagem, if it gives you an extra copy of, say, Itter, that's getting you an extra 9 provision card. And Itter can easily play for like 15 points on average, I would say, in a medium to long round 1. And not only that, you're also giving yourself a very good target to bring back with your Witch's Sabbath in a later round. So it's way more, it's like triple the points of the Tactical Advantage in round 1, as well as giving you carryover in the future.
That's a really good point. And then also, as for Svenventer's other decks remaining now after the bans, the Guerrilla Tactics deck would prefer red coin, as we have seen most of the time. It is quite a reactive deck and doesn't have that much point output itself, but sort of relies on that Chiru, some of the other removals, to rather eliminate the points on your opponent's side of the board. And again, Pincer seems to be the flexible choice here. It also does have the Cursed Scroll, but is perhaps not so reliant on it as is something else.
That's right. I mean, we can talk a little bit about the pincer maneuver variations, because we have both players bringing Priestess pincer maneuver, but one is a devotion with Siege and Radovid Judgment version, and then the other is a Renfrey non-devotion version with Snowdrop.
Yeah, so I would say a main difference is that Svenventer has quite a playable round 1. It can go pretty deep and it can be really strong. Magpie does have that, but it would have to potentially commit something like Siege to reach the same point output there. So it's going to be interesting to see how these decks will be played, if they would happen to go head to head, which I think would be a possibility as well.
Yeah, that Snowdrop can get to like 20, 30 points even in a long round because of all the shuffling, all the drawing that you do with your leader charges, with Griffin Witcher Mentor, Istrid even. Both of the decks kind of being low on interaction in terms of being able to answer your opponent's threats.
That's right. And then there is the Renfrey. Renfrey, of course, can give you a card from the deck, but she can also be used flexibly. Now, there is a Thaler in Magpie's list, so Svenventer actually has to potentially be a little bit careful with that Renfree and use it for a point, just a good value leader instead of tutoring out something from your deck if you don't want to thin too much.
Right, but then, I mean, I wonder if he commits on the Renfree first and doesn't take thinning, would maybe Magpie even be like, I'm just not going to click this taller?
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's like you're hurting yourself to hurt your opponent. So what, is it, you know, which one is better? Is it worth it?
But the players know that, and we're about to see as well. Here is the first game of the series. We have Magpie taking this blue coin list, which is elves, of course, as mentioned as well. Sanventor, on the other hand, doesn't go for the guerrilla tactics red coin, but rather prefers to bring out the pincer already, and is probably aiming to try to get round control here over elves.
That's right. We see in the hand of Sanvanter a couple of bricks. You've got the Hubert and you've got the Redanian Secret Service, but still hasn't taken his mulligans yet. Can get those away. Also wants to mulligan the Priestess of the Traveling Priestess, to get more charges on her, as her charge value is probably going to be doubled, maybe even tripled in the late game.
That's absolutely right. And if Sanventor can find that red of it as well, that'll give him a little bit of extra charges, which can be good. But here we see immediately the setup is happening. Heist is going to be tutored immediately from this Arcane Tome to put that on the board. We do see Riordan as well in Magpie's hand, including Vanadane and Angus. So what will this Cursed Scroll be used for here?
I'm not particularly sure. I think it's like, he's very happy with his hand right now, right? And I actually saw him Magpie mulliganed, or not Magpie, yeah, Magpie mulliganed away his Simless. If we notice this very last mulligan, he mulliganed away his Simless because he wants a very, very playable hand. So I think we'll just see Magpie feel out the situation. He's got, I believe, all of his key cards right now. Doesn't really want to play Vernaciel in round one. He has Riordan, Heist, he has a Trap, he has Vanadane. So he's looking really good right now. It's a very, very good draw for elves.
Absolutely, and Magpie opening here with a trap, sort of negating some of the order value that Sanventor could be getting here as well. And yeah, looking at the situation, how easy would it be to deal with something like Angus and Vanadane? They will both be coming down in round one from Magpie because they are the carryover plays to push up those Elven Deadeyes to a higher power whenever they spawn later. And nice play here by Sanventor into the Pitfall Trap. Does play the Renfree's Gang, which does thin the deck, securing better draws for hopefully later, but also make sure that this Ballista doesn't actually take all the damage and die here.
Right. And in terms of answers that Sanventor can have, well, Priestess is a pretty solitaire type of deck. It doesn't really have many answers that can kill things quickly. You've got these reinforced ballistas that do kind of 1, maybe 2 pings a turn, and then you have the onagers that can kind of randomly do pings. But in terms of immediate answers, you have Margarita as a lock, doesn't really work against Heist targets, and then you have Renfree. But Renfree is a huge commitment if you're going to play her, and I don't think Sanventor even has access to her right now.
No, not right now. Again, a neutral card, not being able to be tutored by that pincer maneuver leader. We did also see a trap come down here from Magpie, utilizing the new mechanic of traps as well, and making it instantly flip around, and then was able to take care of that Ballista. But here is Eastred, and Eastred is taking it easy. Not much Magpie can do at the moment in terms of removal. First, Angus is on the board, buffing up all of those Deadeye tokens. Once this card will ideally be bounced, together with Vanadane. And Sapper's in hand, which is really nice as well for that Purify on anything that gains the Doomed status later after bouncing it with Cargo.
Exactly. So Magpie has a lot of good options here to replay the Angus, to replay the Vanadane, or even replay the Riordan. Maybe the Isengrim if he really wants points in this round. Now, Magpie's Elven Deadeye tokens, they start at 3 power by default. They're already at 4 after one of the Anguses. You can get like some combination of like 6 Waylays and like 6 power Elven Deadeye if you want it. That's just how powerful this carryover can be.
Exactly. Angus's is apparently the plural of Angus, not Angus I, Angus's. I like that, but yes, the Angus can indeed be played multiple times here in round 1. And Magpie does play out the Riordan, as you said, now making it an option to be also reshuffled here with the cargo, if Magpie so wishes, and did go for the artifact here, I believe.
It's a deception.
Yeah.
Yes, it's one of the newer traps that spawns 3 Elven Deadeye, and these Elven Deadeyes are also going to be buffed. Angus will just, it'll permanently buff all your Elven Deadeye that you're going to get through the rest of the game, whether they're spawned, transformed, seized over, anything.
Which are now sitting at 5 power, by the way. Also, Snowdrop just got infused here by the Trickster. So this Purify from the Redanian Secret Service is coming in really handy here, being able to make it so that the infusion is deleted, and so every time Magpie plays an elf, this Snowdrop has a chance of survival because she will beautifully combine with this Eastred that is just chilling on the board. Now, Magpie does have a removal tool in the deck, of course, but we do not see access to it now. Perhaps the scroll could be saved for it.
All right, we see Sanvander drawn into some nice cards with his shuffles. With the Rune Mage is a neutral card that you can't tutor with your leader, so getting that is really nice. Finds some good options here. Gonna go for the Toxicologist, which will clog Magpie with a Bronze Elf in his deck at the bottom.
That is really interesting. A card that we rarely see, I feel like, in Gwent, but it has its uses, and this Rune Mage was quite nice for Sanvander to have. And of course, this opens up the Renfree options later on as well.
Yeah, and the infusion that it put on the Trickster is whenever a card enters or leaves your deck, damage self by 1. You know what Vanadane does? He puts 2 cards into your deck. And so this Trickster is as good as dead soon, I think.
Yep.
Same thing with the Cursed Scroll. Takes cards out of your deck and puts them in your deck. So actually quite a good bronze for Sanvander in round 1.
Absolutely. Nice find there. But yeah, let's see. Magpie, now the Snowdrop is a little bit too tall to indeed go for something like Yaven, at least not yet. Rather focusing again on the carryover, saying that, okay, fine, this Trickster is as good as gone, so that's fine. No need to just do anything there. Cannot do anything other than play the cards, so the Vanadane does indeed put 2 Waylays back, and that has been shuffled.
Yeah, and we see the Margarita in Sanvander's hand, but the lock is really not going to be effective right now because Magpie can just bounce whatever gets locked with the heist, with the cargoes off of the heist, and that lock will basically essentially get purified.
Yep, absolutely. And Sappers did go back for Magpie, but is again tutorable with that Cursed Scroll later. And here comes the Radovid for Sanvander. And again, more Waylays in the graveyard for Simlas. This Simlas is going to be absolutely crazy.
This is a battle of carryover between these 2 decks. Both decks going very deep in round 1. Sanvander with way more points on the board than Magpie, but they are both just building their carryover here. Magpie with the elves in terms of like buffing your Elven Deadeyes and putting more Waylays in your deck for the Simless, and Sanvander shuffling as much as possible.
And the last trap is coming out here with the Riordan bounce onto the Serpent Trap, and then Scoia'tael Neophyte is being played, and all the cargoes have now been used up. Magpie has set up the carryover he wanted this round, but the point lead is quite big in favor of Sanvander here.
Yeah, and the Serpent Trap is not very good. And here comes the Deception, but unfortunately the Deception it did have enough space, right? It did have enough space to...
But let's see here, War Chariot can come down still for a little bit more points. These 5 power tokens are really, really good for Magpie currently. So the deeper the round gets, if you can spawn more of these tokens, then the better. And of course you do have the leader charges for whenever you might need this reach. And nice Purify here as well, just to negate some of that bleeding put on by the Neophyte into a 5 power token instead.
Neophyte has become such a strong bronze for this elf archetype because of how big the Elven Deadeye tokens are after you finish transforming them. We see a Bearification on Magpie's side, transforming one of his already used up traps into a 10 power bear.
Nice find here for this mentor. Can put the priestess back, can also put Hubert back. And this snowdrop, look at her go. She's here to stay and currently at 18 points.
Okay, Magpie now finally, with 2 cards left, commits the curse scroll on the Vernaciel, decides that, okay, this round is going really, really deep. Sanvanter's fighting super hard for it. I might need this Verno in round 1 to get a lot of pings to win round 1 so that I have the round control and I don't give Sanvanter the round length that he wants. Unfortunately, this Serpent Trap is only going to be a 1. There are no specials left for Sanvanter to play. He's a rent-free deck. The only thing that spawns a special is that Rune Mage. So this Serpent Trap will have to be manually clicked.
That's right. We are going so deep into this round 1 because Sanvanter, of course, wants to have that last say together with the priestesses. No priestesses found here with the second mentor, but can still put these 2 decks, 2 cards back into the deck while keeping the Ren free for potential reach. Magpie does have really good Eastern Grim value on the board. The question is he willing to commit it? Is he willing to say, okay, I have to do it because Sanvanter just cannot have a last say here with those priestesses, together with like onagers and the trident that can prove very devastating. So it makes sense that the commitment is real here in round 1.
Yeah, I actually believe that the Deception only got 2 elf Deadeye spawns earlier because of row limitations, and that hurts a lot because that would have been 6 extra points, maybe even more, maybe 8 extra points because the Verno was played after as well. But Magpie is going to end up looking like he's going to lose this round 1 on even from Blue Coin. Both players having to commit a lot, but Sanvanter able to play this Ren-free as the last turn to get that leader ability refresh and not have to even use the leader ability here to win this round.
And also this Snowdrop absolutely carrying Sanvanter here, getting value from those leader charges being used early on. And we saw the passive that was picked there for Sanvanter, but we are super curious about what Renfree was picked. All right.
So he got Curse of Sloth, which is what you want with this deck, to play a bronze unit from your hand and then look at the top 3 units and from your deck and draw one. That will help him thin down to 0 and get to play every single card that he has in his deck. And then, of course, the Blessing of Humility, which gives him 4 extra points when he passes.
All right, and then for Magpie, we have Oxenford's Scholar and Heist, which is not really a card you want to be playing out here. And Sanvanter is just not happy with winning on even, just wants the Heist out probably here and pushes forward. Magpie decides, all right, fine, I will commit it here. But as we can see, there are no real good targets for Magpie to bounce.
He could bounce this Vrayhead Saboteur, but only after the turn after he plays it. Unfortunately, the Saboteur is not going to be enough to win the round by itself, so Magpie will have to expend an extra leader charge. He no longer has Heist for round 3, and he is down a card going to round 3, so Sanvanter is going to have double last say.
Exactly. It is what Sanvanter really, really wanted here, I'm sure. But Simlas and finding Simlas becomes so important now for Magpie to get all of those waylays out. There is so much point potential in Magpie's list deck, even though it looks a little bit bronze heavy at the moment. But there's definitely something that Magpie wants to find, and that is Simlas. Ideally also Galen, but look at this hand, Shimmery.
Oh no, it's a bronze hand full of 4 provision cards. This is the downfall of elves, right? Like, Magpie even drew the Simlas, had it in his hand in round 1, but decided, I think smartly, to mulligan it away because he knew he wanted to fight tooth and nail. Every single card wanted to be played in round 1. But then, without a tutor, especially an Echo tutor like Oniromancy, you just have to hope that you're going to draw into your big win condition. He's got so many waylays in the deck, but no way to tutor them.
Exactly, and Sanvanter just going for the real finisher here that the setup was there for in round 1. Why this game really in round 1 dragged out so much is because this is what Sanvanter can do with the deck.
Oh, look at that. 13 charges on the first Priestess, 5 charges on the second one with these double Onagers. You know, Tunnel Drill used to go brrr. Now it's Onager goes brrr.
Absolutely, and Samenter does take the pass there, saves a little bit of time, not pressing all of those order abilities. But yes, with double last day, you can get quite, you have the perfect setup. You can wait for your onager, you can set up your trident, you can pull your priestesses, and then just press all the orders at once if necessary. Good situation for this priestess deck and really clean win there.
Yeah, and the first semifinal, the first game, Sanventer's off to a 1-0 lead. As we talked about yesterday, the elf deck is just not super consistent. It is maybe a pretty good matchup into a lot of decks in this tournament itself, but you still have to draw your cards, right? And so maybe today, yesterday the elf deck was banned by Bukowski. Today, Sanventer lets it through and maybe ends up being a good decision if Magpie can't draw perfectly.
Exactly. Now, worth mentioning here, why this deck is a little bit more inconsistent is that Magpie is valuing the removal tool Yavin a lot more than putting something like Call of the Forest into the deck. And that's why we could see, and we could see some insane plays with bouncing Yavin multiple times for a lot of removal that doesn't look like on paper it's very much, but can absolutely do that in some situations. But yeah, this Priestess deck was really difficult for the elves to beat once that round one was just done and dusted. I mean, Simlast would have helped, of course.
Of course, and we are into game number 2. It is a monster mirror match, but these are very, very different monster decks.
They sure are. Sanventer, of course, on the blue coin will be utilizing the Urn of Shadows to hopefully consume something with this AQ, get multiple copies that can then be Sabbathed later. Sabbathed? That's now a word.
Yeah,
Sabbathed.
exactly. I love doing that.
Get Sabbathed.
Get Sabbathed. So, Sanventer does have the AQ. He has the Arcane Tome, which can get him like a tutor, but he's missing some stuff because ideally you'd want like a defender as well as an itter. So he doesn't have the perfect hand. We'll have to see how he adapts to this in round 1. Magpie, on the other hand, has a fairly good hand with double Foglets, but not too, with some double Foglets and a decent amount of Frost with the Naglfar's Crew, with the Aridin. It's okay. It could be better as well. We'll have to see how Magpie utilizes his very few removal tools to control Sanventer's strategy, because Sanventer's going to have a lot of things to answer.
Absolutely, and here comes the Aneromancy, the first thing that is sort of answerable in Magpie's list with movement. We see Bruisers, we see Leader Charges, those can be used to get to whatever is behind. Now, Imlerith's Wrath would certainly be a nice find to potentially then, if there would be an Eater or something coming down here from Sanventer, then you'd be able to answer that immediately. So missing Imlerith's Wrath is not that nice, but that Tome is on the board currently and can tutor it out, but you do have to have something on the board first.
It's so dangerous. This Arcane Tome is so dangerous if Magpie clicks it. Yes, you can get that removal tool like Imler's Wrath, but if he gives the Tome back to Sanventer, there's another special tutor in Sanventer's deck with the Royal Decree, and he could then go and get like the Itter instead to copy with the
Exactly, as the Itter is indeed missing from Sanventer's side of the board, but does bounce the Tome, and out comes Red Riders. The Eater is now accessible with that Royal Decree, and it seems to be pressed immediately here by Sanventer.
No hesitation. Sanventer goes for the Royal Decree and grabs another unit from his deck. It is going to be the Itter, and immediately consumed.
That beautiful turn with activating the Tome and playing AQ in the same turn. Really, this Tome came in handy here for Sanventer.
You know, I blinked for a second and I thought he didn't end up consuming the Itter because there's still an Itter on the board. But guess what? That came from the belly of Arrakis Queen because of that Death Wish stratagem.
So here is the battle of Ancient Foglets versus Arrakis Queen and Eater. We do see a Heat Wave in Sanventer's hand, which will be quite useful as these Foglets are about to grow very, very tall. Also, Magpie utilizing this Tome again, giving sort of Sanventer access to a Heat Wave, even if that wasn't found right now.
Yeah, but this Arcane Tome has been super high value for both of these players. You know, being able to get the Ard Gaiath, which is an Echo card you want in round 1, 1. It synergizes so well with the double Ancient Foglets. Sandventor continues to click, this time getting a Hive Mind, which has spawned a Kikimori Stalker already, behind the Defender as well, so fairly safe. And Endriga Queen coming down with it, consuming the Arrakis Queen, getting a second Itter on the board, and now she will spawn a drone at the end of each turn as long as she has armor.
And that will keep on going because it's 12 armor currently.
Yeah, and it's doing 2 jobs at once. It's spawning the drones for all your synergy with your Kikimori Stalkers, and it's also got so much armor, and being the tallest unit, it is absorbing all of that frost damage on the range row.
Absolutely.
Okay, Magpie still has the Arcane Tome available to him. In his deck, he has Imler's Wrath and Naglfar left as possible targets if he wants. And he is going to move this Defender back yet again. This Defender's kind of just getting pushed around in both rows and destroys. Magpie uses that Arcane Tome. Oh my god, these players are playing so fast.
They sure are. And this Arcane Tome, how many times has it bounced over now?
It's been like, each player has used it like 3 or 4 times already. And the Imler's Wrath was used to kill, I believe, the Endriga Queen, which was, you know, absorbing all that frost. Very, very tall unit at 17 points.
That's right, and the Stalker is still going on, and so is this Eater taking behind that Defender. Point cap getting quite big in favor of Sandventor as well.
Lots of engines now. 4 engines, still a Defender on the board for Sandventor. Magpie only down to 1 Ancient Foglet, but still a lot of power left to play. Magpie can't give up on this round.
Absolutely
If you give
not.
up on this round, you give the long round to Sandventor, it's going to be trouble because you're just so lack of answers, and there's so much synergy on Sandventor's deck.
And we did mention how sort of AQ does not prefer that short round at all.
Magpie, I believe Magpie has clicked like this tome 4 or 5 times at this point. Naglfar being the card of choice. This is the last special coming from Magpie's deck. You can go get the Tirnalia to boost something up and potentially give him some carryover into a round 2 should that come to pass. If he can win the round 1 and get carryover a lot of frost with Tirnalia, that could be a really good line for a win for Magpie.
That's right, 2 threats on the board, both Winter Queen and the Ancient Foglet, and only 1 Heat Wave, and lots of engines still unplayed for Sandventor, but could of course still come down. There is a lot still that is online, so to speak, on Sandventor's side of the board that can be continued to be clicked.
Yeah. We see the Vran Warrior now, one of the most dangerous 4 provision engines for this Hive Mind, for this triple Itter deck. And the Acid Spit. We were talking about this card before the game started. What do you think about this card, Sealy?
So this card on paper has very high impact potentially, but one issue that the Acid Spit now is facing is that the Acid Spit infusion wouldn't spread to the Foglet. But with all of these spawns, for every time Sandventor spawns something on his side of the board, this Winter Queen now takes damage, which is quite unfortunate. But there is a Purify potential as well in Magpie's hand. But a lot happening in one turn there, putting that Winter Queen down to a 5. But if that Death Wish would be triggered, the infusion would then spread. But since Foglet has Veil there, that is not going to be happening.
Yeah, Magpie's prioritizing the Eridan being played rather than the Purify. Just wants to get that frost, value earlier and start buffing that frost damage from 2 to 3, which will also in turn grow the Caranthir Golden Child in his hand to potentially gain 6 points per turn instead of 4.
I do think that is absolutely fair to be doing, considering there's also that Parasite in Sandventor's hand that could come down on the Winter Queen and wipe it down.
All right, the Winter Queen getting hit every time something new spawns. And the Parasite actually used to gain dominance for Sandventor to try to stop this Eridan from having his ability active, but Sandventor doesn't click. He could have clicked one more time with the Stalker to maybe get
the rope did
to
run out
17.
there though, I think.
Yeah, that's true. You could get it to 17, you could start hitting the Foglet because Kikimori Stalker does have that Predator keyword. It can only target units that are shorter, that are lower power than itself. but it's grown from a 3 to a 16 at that point. That's why Parasite was used on the Kikimori Stalker rather than to kill something.
And now, so that this infusion is almost done on Winter Queen, one more spawn and she's out. Nithral is still being played because we do see Magpie have that huge Caranthir Golden Child that can still get reach here in round 1. Pretty powerful play, were it to come down. I think as long as Magpie does have the reach, he will keep on going, but the juice is running out soon, Shinri, and it's starting to look like this AQ list is doing exactly what the AQ list wants to be doing.
Yeah, the point gap is pretty big, but I mean, Caranthir is also very, very big. But other than Caranthir, only the Oberon is very high tempo play. And Oberon in round 1, you don't really know what you're going to get, as he will randomly spawn you a bronze Wild Hunt unit. There's just so much synergy from the Sanventor side. You see all the consumes happening. The Itters are spawning these drones. They're getting consumed by either a Kikimori Warrior or the Kikimori Stalker. It's growing up, growing higher and higher and higher, securing the dominance now, and basically being able to attack and ping anything on Magpie's side of the board.
Definitely a useful engine, and we see 2 more there on Sanventor's side as well, and these are engines that you would like to utilize in that long round that the AQ is currently after. This is looking tough. 25-point Caranthir though, it's quite big, but the point gap is just so huge. I think Magpie right now is counting. Is it possible to catch up with whatever Magpie has in hand here, and does go ahead and plays the Naglfar creep.
Oh, and it dies instantly. It gets its deploy, but it immediately gets double pinged by the Itters. Doesn't get a chance to even buff itself with the White Frost passive. The Itters take precedence or priority over the leader passive, it seems here. And Magpie could have some trouble if catching up here if Sanventor does decide to pass.
Sanventor is definitely thinking about it now. We can see that he is kind of looking around, thinking that, oh, do I play, do I not? Because these cards are all quite valuable for Sanventor to keep in hand. So if one of these cards does come out, in case Sanventor thinks Magpie can in fact catch up, that would be definitely a bit of a shame. But he could still play or just take the pass, saying that Magpie has too hard of a time to catch up here.
Yeah, really taking his time to make this decision. He does, in fact, take the pass, saying, I don't believe you can make these 40-something points. Yes, there's Frost on the board, but every time you play a unit, the Itters are also going to be pinging. So there you see the double ping from the Itter. The gap is at about 10. You do have the Tyrnalia that you can click, but you don't really want to click it right now because it doesn't have any melee or Frost carryover from the previous round.
All right, and here comes the Taskmaster instead. The question is, Magpie now, after winning the round 2 cards down, would he go into it and decide to push? But no, does have to click the Tyrnalia actually here to catch up. And you can't really give the long round to AQ anyway, because AQ does get what it wanted all along, and you went down 2 cards. So I think Magpie does have to push here. Into the round, perhaps. What would Sabbath be bringing out from Magpie's side of the board?
That's a good question. Sabbath will get Aridin, Nithral, and a Bruiser, a Wild Hunt Bruiser at 5 power currently. So kind of like, I mean, I assume Sanventor is going to play Sabbath on the range row so that Nithral isn't active. So you're going to get 1 engine from the Aridin, and but still like a decent amount of points for Magpie.
That's right. Here comes the Wild Hunt Riders as Magpie prepares for the bleed, hoping to shorten the round as much as possible. We did see Magpie play like an Oberon into triple Rider as well in a short round, so that might be something Magpie is indeed aiming for. But what will Sanventor sort of play out here to be able to get to round 3 as efficiently as possible while still keeping some engines intact and hopefully keeping it as long as possible? Here comes the Incubus.
Yes, Incubus getting only a 1 for Magpie and a Stalker for Sanventor. That does not seem like a fair trade.
Absolutely not, considering there's a lot of stalker action is still happening here potentially with Sanventor's hand, but does decide to instantly spawn and take care of the crew member here.
Yeah, and that also gets him ahead, gets Sanventor ahead exactly by 1, so trying to threaten to keep both card advantages if Magpie does pass here.
Here comes a leader charge in combination with Art Gaith, really trying to maximize on the frost value here. This is a little bit of a tricky situation for Semifinal. It's getting a little bit more difficult to get things to stick or even get these Kikimora stalkers up in power. But Neuromancy offering pretty good flexibility. So does Kikimora stalkers, but they would have to come down. So Semifinal does play one of them out to set up a little bit more of this engine value before the round gets too short. There is the Glusty and there's the Sabbath being sort of the big two cards remaining in Sandvanter's deck there.
Yeah, but as round 3 gets shorter and shorter, Sandvanter's power is going to diminish very quickly. As you can see, like these stalkers are very low power, only 4 points if they're played like individually without any synergy, and that's what Magpie's trying to do. I kind of expect Magpie to put a lot of pressure on Sandvanter, try to either get out the Sabbath or get out some of these bronze engines, or maybe perhaps both if he decides to end up playing the Oberon in round 2.
So Magpie down 2 cards, but is adding the pressure to catch up or even out sort of the lead that Sandvanter has in terms of card numbers. Sandvanter, on the other hand, has to respond here, and again, not much living with all of this frost on the board. Will that Sabbath come out? Will Magpie be able to squeeze it? That is the goal. And will this Oberon potentially be able to be saved, or will that even be played out in this round? A lot of Magpie power is in this Oberon currently, so we're going to have to see if that is going to be played or held on to. Not the biggest point gap, but of course frost is still ticking.
Not sure why Sandvanter used the buff on the Incubus rather than the Kikimori Stalker, as if he had buffed the Kikimori Stalker, it would have been able to use some of its charges, but at 1 power, it can't get Predator on anything, so it can't consume a drone, it can't ping any damage on the opponent's side of the board.
All right, and Magpie playing out the Oberon here, just going all in really, saying that, all right, give me the good cards, maybe even hoping to have...
Ended up taking a crew though, that's not very good at the end of the round.
It will still take for a little bit longer because Sandvanter does have to play out the hand. Kikimora Stalker also still has those charges, but as you said, Shinmori would need to be upped a little bit in power value.
Yeah, it's a 20-point lead. There's still a lot of frost on the board. Sandvanter's still not going for the Sabbath, maybe thinking that he'll play like Glusty Warp in this round. We'll see how he decides to make up the points here. It is a really big lead. Like he was down 20, he played a card, and now he's down 22.
Yeah, that's what happened. And Magpie really fighting for that round 1, saying that it was worth it indeed there. And here potentially would come the Glusty. Then there is a 1 set up, but rather decides to boost up the Kikimora Stalker now. There it is. So now all of these charges can instead be used to ping Magpie's side of the board. And Heatwave, of course, not having a really big target, but lots of charges still for Sandvanter to use here. But Frost, keep in mind, is still taking for one more time.
That's right, but he's going to be able to use these charges and probably forced to play the Heat Wave. It'll be close. He's taking more frost damage as well, and oh no, he's not taking more frost damage as it's not coming back over to his turn. So barely, Sandvanter will. Oh,
There it is.
There is more frost. I thought it was already his last turn.
No, there was
so
a
it's
Heat
not
Wave
enough.
there. And Magpie 2 zeros, 9-8. Absolutely insane game. The power of Wild Hunt Frost and the smarkiness of it all. Insane.
Wild Hunt just 2-0'd down 2 cards.
It sure
came into the round down 2 cards and still managed to 2-0, even with the triple Itter deck having triple last say. I think, this was, the story was Sandvanter was trying to hold the Witch's Sabbath for as long as possible, trying to save it for round 3, thinking, I'm up 2 cards. What can he really do to me? I don't want to overcommit my biggest win condition. Let's just save it for round 3. But what
happened was Frost, indeed. That passive value taking down a lot of creation, Frost creation from Magpie there. And even though the round was fairly short, it was still worse for AQ. But yeah, a Neuromancy could have come down perhaps a little bit earlier from Sandvanter, gotten the Sabbath, as you mentioned. There was the option of Glusty as well.
There was.
Which wasn't taken. So instead, these Stalkers, maybe he had hoped that the Stalkers had a couple more charges on them than what they ended up with.
Perhaps a miscalculation on Sanvanter's side, thinking that he could save resources by only tutoring like the bronze special rather than the Glusty Warp on the second to last turn, and that it was a very, very high pressure, high stress situation with so many different calculations, right? The frost is ticking on your side, the pings, the predator being affected and all that. So Magpie ties up the series 1-1 in the first semifinals.
Exactly. So we have Wild Hunt Frost go through for Magpie, and Sanventer has the Priestess deck gone through. Let's see what the next cues are. The coins will, of course, be flipped over. So we will be having Magpie again on blue coin, and perhaps going to try to get these elves through from that blue coin. Sanvanter, on the other hand, can respond with red. I don't think we're going to see more AQ right now, but perhaps a little bit
So
later.
if it's not more AQ right now, it'll have to be the Shiru Milva Guerrilla Tactics deck, right? That's the only other choice left for Sanvanter, and we might see a Scoia'tael Mirror. That would be a very interesting matchup to watch.
Yeah, it is a Scoia'tael Mirror in terms of the faction itself, but of course the decks are very different, as Sanvanter is relying on the Guerrilla Tactics Shiru, and here it is. We are getting exactly that. The sort of traditional decks tied to each coin is taking place, but again, as mentioned, they are different. Shiru is going to happen for Sanvanter, and Magpie, on the other hand, you might think, okay, there's a lot of these elven tokens, and surely Shiru will be wonderful as it will be able to take down all of those, but it's not that easy because the numbers that Magpie's tokens will hit are actually a little bit difficult for Sanvanter's Shiru to even deal with. Well, first of all, we see Shiru here in hand, and second of all, there wouldn't have been an offering to put the Shiru onto a 5, so pretty easy for Magpie potentially to dodge that Shiru with the tokens.
In order to dodge the Shiru, he would have to buff up those tokens with Angus, and he has to find out or decide what is the safe spot for his tokens to be at. If you play Angus once and you don't bounce him with Heist, they're at 4 power, and it's impossible, I think, for Shiru to go to 4 power in this matchup. At 5 power would also be kind of safe with no offering in the deck, but maybe like Mahakam Pass can get a miner that could buff Shiru to 5. So we'll have to see how greedy Magpie gets with the Angus and how many buffs he decides to use. We're seeing the Squirrel come down right away to get rid of that Heist, so Heist will not be played a second time.
And also, again, Tome is bouncing around this time indicated by Magpie, or put on the board by Magpie. Sanvanter gets that Neuromancy, I believe they're from the Tome, which is quite nice. Pyrotechnician is on the board, ready to go, perhaps helping with some of the removal. This Pyrotechnician is making it really difficult for Magpie to just go ahead and play an Angus or play a Vanadane, for example, here, because that chip damage is happening. Also, Sanvanter really nicely finding that Curse of Corruption, finds that Heat Wave in the opening hand, which I think is really important in this matchup.
That's right, and Magpie, he's got, I think, one special left in his deck, which is the Verification. Oh no, also the Waylays, but you never want to play the Waylays from Arcane Tome here. So he doesn't decide to actually even get the Verification because he doesn't want Sanvanter to be able to play another special, and just plays out a
double Pyrotech threat here. Really scary. That's 8 damage, but now the Oxenford's Collar is on the board at a solid 9 points of power, so could be negating some of that order chip damage that would be coming down from these
Pyrotech. Just a modest 9 for 4. Nothing to write home about, but Oxenford Scholar fits this deck so well because you've got so many high provision cards in this elf deck that Oxenford Scholar will be a very, very powerful 4 provision.
All right, here comes Pitfall Trap. Does remove the Skirmisher that was just played from Sanvanter. Another order ability that could have been really useful in targeting damage. Magpie is still stalling a little bit here because the threat is quite real here when it comes to Angus surviving or Vanadane potentially later then. So still holding on to any of these carryover cards, so to speak, but has to get them down very soon. Not that many traps that can be played for now as Magpie decides on what to commit next. Oxenford Scholar is now down to 6, so he won't be able to stay there and defend the board from all that damage for too much longer. Leader charge actually does come down here from Magpie on one of the tokens to enable Riordan.
Yeah, exactly. Riordan needs to be played in between a trap and an elf, so now Riordan can get 2 cards from the deck, the Deception as well as the Vanadane. Vanadane is going to shuffle the Serpent Trap and the Bronze Elf to the bottom of the deck, and that's fine because Serpent Trap you can get back with bouncing this Riordan.
Fastest heat wave in the West, it comes down on that Vanadane, and that's why Sandventor has to be really happy to see that heat wave in round 1. Of course, it would have been accessible with Tome in this case, but Riordan now is bounced again, can play that Serpent Trap that was previously shuffled back, or could decide to go for the Incinerating Trap as well, which is what's going to be played here. We did see that Serpent Trap not be super impactful in the previous game, perhaps holding out for later.
Yeah, I think now you're never going to get it because you put it to the bottom with a Vanadane. I was surprised to see Sandventor not click the Pyrotech earlier when the Riordan was first played, because with the double Pyrotech chance, maybe you could snipe the Riordan and prevent this heist getting so much value here in round 1.
That's a really good point. These Pyrotechs could have still helped even if the odds were not guaranteed. Sandventor takes the pass here. Elves are now in control of the round length. 2 more cargoes though that you'd ideally like to bounce, but now you have been offered the pass. So do you still play into it, setting up more carryover and just saying that's enough?
Magpie's thinking about it. He also hasn't clicked this curse scroll, so he doesn't have Vanadane in hand. And if you pass now, you might never draw the Vanadane.
Oh, the Vanadane was heat waved earlier.
Oh, it was, sorry.
Really fast heat wave on that Vanadane.
You're right,
But I'm sure Magpie wishes there was a Vanadane that you could be playing. But you could be
He's still thinking about...
Yeah. You could say, for example, oh, I want to get my Verno in hand. Vernociel is a really big card that you kind of don't want to miss out on later, but instead does take the pass here. And again, that roll-locked artifact as well with those tokens. That is still good enough for Magpie. 1 Vanadane has been played and 1 Angus has been played.
Okay, so yeah, Elven Deadeye are 4 power, relatively safe. Even if you buff them with the Isengrim, they would go to 5 power, still kind of safe. Magpie now has the decision on whether he wants to push round 2 or just go into a long round 3.
That's right. How many Waylays do we currently have in deck for this Simlast? What did Vanadane manage to do?
It was just 4 because it was never bounced since it got heat waved immediately.
So
there's still a Vernociel in the deck that Magpie is looking for. That's going to be a very important card. We know that there's a Serpent Trap and I think a Trickster at the bottom of the deck. So these Waylays are dangerous because all 4 of them are brickable, I believe.
They sure are. I think you're very right there. We're going to see what Magpie can do here. Oxenford Scholar opener. I absolutely love that. 9 power for 4 provisions. A really strong opener for Magpie. Vial comes down now for Sandventor. Perhaps taking the Shiru in a round where Sandventor will get bled a little bit more. Because again, Sandventor probably is assuming that the token Shiru is not going to be happening in this game.
We see a squirrel, kind of just a throwaway waiting play by Magpie, not really banishing anything important for Sandventor, I don't believe. And Sandventor takes the Curse of Corruption, still remaining unitless, thinking, you know, Magpie, you're going to have a little tough time pushing me in this round if I don't give you anything to waylay with your Simless.
Exactly, and this is not much of a push, like you said. It's a Sappers, just another squirrel technically. Not really any Purify value here. Also, the cargoes are gone, so these Sappers. Oh wow, double Zapper action. So actually, you are right. It is a bit of a mirror situation going on here with the same cards being played. Slow push into it, but yeah, like Shinmari mentioned, potentially waiting for that Simlast to come down together with the Waylays for later.
And with the heist getting squirreled earlier and the only remaining trap at the bottom where you won't be able to draw into it, this Rayhead Saboteur is only a 3. Very weak bronze in hand for Magpie, and still really not enough on the board, not enough points on the board on Sandventor's side for you to justify playing the Simless into 4 Waylays here. And you've also got a verification that you have no artifacts to transform with on your side.
And neither does your opponent, because Sandvanter is also going to be verificationing perhaps that vial later on. Of course, has to wait in case Sandvanter wants to keep a reach with Shiru on that Veil order. But yeah, things getting really awkward here for Magpie.
With nothing to play, yeah, Magpie just is forced to pass because there's just nothing to play. And we're going to look at Brick City in round 3 for Magpie. 4 waylays that he can brick into, and then also the Verification and the Saboteur that are pretty worthless already still in his hand that he needs to get rid of. He needs a miracle here to have a playable hand in round 3.
That is right. Let's see if Magpie can pull it off. And meanwhile, Sandvanter catching up here with the backup plan. Decides to go for the Saboteur. Actually does control an artifact here.
Yeah. All right, it is going to be an 8-card round 3 for both of these players. Magpie versus Sandvanter. This is game number 3 of our first semifinals in World Masters Season 5. And there's a waylay, there's a waylay, there's another waylay.
Yeah.
It's Brick City indeed.
You called it.
Oh, man.
Welcome to Brick City. Only 2 mulligans remaining. And the Verification and the Saboteur. Not all of these cards can be switched for what you really would want to see. And no Vernociel found here either for Magpie.
Oh, this is the story of elves, and maybe Magpie, maybe it was even better to just play the Simless and only get like 4 points of damage with it, just to thin out these waylays as well. But you're in a really, really rough spot, because then you'll separate your Simless synergy from your Vernociel, but you didn't end up drawing your Vernociel anyways.
And one thing that Sandvanter's Goetel list is trying to do is set up 3 adjacent units, then be able to play Armorer's Workshop on it. Of course, if you're Magpie, you could potentially disrupt that with some waylays. These waylays could come down and delete some of these tokens, making the setup a little bit more difficult as well. But here is the Simless just instantly onto the tokens after that Neophyte was played. And it looks like that Dennis is going to get some good value in this round.
Right, no tall punish from Magpie's side, no reset either, and so much armor now, and you don't really want to sink the waylays into the armor either, right?
Yeah, and we did mention the potential of maybe bouncing this Yavin onto the cargoes, but that was of course squirreled and completely prevented by Sandvanter earlier, the value of that 4 provision card, because you could still do some damage with a Yavin potentially. Not going to be happening here though.
Yeah, we see
Only
the waylay played from hand that essentially, like you can say it played for 6 points, but it kind of played for 0, because you could have had another card there and gotten that waylay from the Simless.
Yep, that's a good point, and that Verification also looking like 0 points so far. There is the Mahakam Pass, which has an order ability, but that order ability is worth 4 points versus a bear that would then be a little bit more. So we're gonna have to see.
We see the Miner. The prophecy is coming true. The Miner with 5 armor on him is and also getting a buff to 7 power. So making sure that Miner cannot be killed by the remaining waylays. So Sandvanter can threaten a Shiru on 5 power tokens, and tokens would be 5 power once this Isengrim is played.
Exactly, and this Isengrim, Magpie has to be really careful with it because of that Shiru value as well. We're gonna have to see when Magpie times the Isengrim. Also, Isengrim in general benefiting so much less from the waylay brick there. That Simless could have brought out another token for Isengrim to boost. But yeah, hovering that Miner right now is really scary for Magpie, potentially making this Isengrim really bad and enabling a Shiru token burn after all.
Man, I bet Magpie wishes he had a Scorch right now, as there are 5 7-power units now on Sandvanter's side of the board. Sandvanter just casually removing an Elven Deadeye, playing a power play. Like, Magpie has been just playing 0s and 4s in this round, and Sandvanter is getting most of what he wants. This is a very, very unfortunate situation, as Magpie is now going to commit his Simless. Only 3 waylays in the deck. Get some value here.
But has to hit that armor as well. A lot of armor happening on the board, and the tokens are set at 4. the Shiru sitting at 3 with the Miner still holding on to its order charge, nothing threatening it currently. Could we see a Shiru on the board of Elves? That can still happen. And
I think Magpie is aware of this threat of Shiruing 5s, and he probably will not play his Isengrim until his last turn, because he has single last say, he can wait it out, right? And maybe not give Shiru that great of a value, but the lead is 20 points in the favor of Sandvanter. Magpie doesn't really have too many strong cards left. The Bearification at 0, and the Right-Head Saboteur only a mere 3 or 4 points as well.
Yep, those cards might be coming down. There just isn't any kind of value on this Verification or the Saboteur, so they might just come down here for Magpie to stall a little bit and grow the Yavin to get the maximum amount of damage there. Doragary, of course, nothing really to lock here, except for an Isengrim, which, like Shinri mentioned, will be coming down very, very late instead. So a little bit of stalling going on here from both opponents, waiting it out slightly.
I mean, this comes back to the bans again. Sandvanter not being scared of the elf deck, saying that, hey, if I play a couple of games against this elf deck, there's a really good chance that you're going to miss stuff, you're going to brick hard, and I don't have to evaluate the matchup based on when you draw perfectly, which is maybe something that Bukowski, Magpie's opponent yesterday, did. That, like, in his mind, maybe he was like, if this goes perfectly for elves, I'm going to be unfavored in all my matchups. But maybe the right way to look at it is evaluating it based on what its average draw is going to be, and it's not going to be that good.
Exactly. The more time you have to prepare, the more time you have to scrim, the more secure you probably are in this ban, as well as Sandvanter. So I'm sure he's counted out the average sort of hand of this elf deck and saying that, yeah, indeed, the ban on it is not worth it. We see the Verification get discarded here as expected. It's between Shiru and Isengrim. The point gap, though, it's so big. Even if this Shiru is, well, not completely negated, there is that 3 on Magpie's side of the board, the Saboteur, which will get burnt in the process.
A couple more 3s could be made, I think, with the leader and bringing out the Milva, right? So you can use the Milva's order to ping another 3. So you get an okay 9-point Shiru. Not great, but really not needed for Sandvanter to win game number 3 in commanding fashion because of this really terrible draws that this elf deck ended up getting in round 2 and round 3.
Absolutely. A shame for Magpie, but Sandvanter sure is happy as one list has to go through, and it is the Eater Arrakis Swarm that has to still go through for Sandvanter. Magpie, on the other hand, can choose which deck he would use here to defend out of the remaining
I would say
2.
On that last game, the key moment was probably in the key moments or decisions. It was probably in round 2 when Sandvanter tried to play a no unit kind of strategy, opening with that Vial, and then like playing, I think, a backup plan into a Sappers, just really keeping his board empty of points, which discourages Magpie from being able to play his Simless, because Magpie, given the opportunity, probably would have played his Simless in round 2 to thin out these waylays to avoid such a situation. But very, very heads-up play by Sandvanter, putting Magpie in a super uncomfortable position and forcing that pass.
Yeah, that is a really good point. Also, that pass in round 1 from Magpie. I'm wondering also what would have happened if Magpie would have played a little bit more. Could have bound something, could have set up carryover, or drawn, for example, the Vernociel in hand with that Cursed Scroll. We did see Magpie still 2-0 while 2 cards down, so you never know. I mean, these tokens do have a lot of power in them, and that Shiru, as we saw, was not ever really going to be really good in this matchup for Sandvanter anyway. But yeah, interesting game for sure. Really cool to see how it was navigated here by Sandvanter into the victory.
Yeah, so now Sandvanter leads 2-1 over Magpie as we head into game number 4. Magpie's tournament life on the line. Sandvanter just has to win with his triple Itter deck, and he has blue coin. That's the preferred coin for this deck in this game.
We do see AQ has been found, and so has Royal Decree, meaning that this Eater can be tutored, but the first mulligan actually draws into that as well, so no need. But really all the components, so to speak, are here currently. Magpie bringing elves on red coin here. This is going to be a tough fight for round 1, as we have seen a lot of the time from Eater in general, and I think Magpie is going to definitely keep playing into this round 1. Really scary to get Sanventer the round control here.
Yeah, Magpie, unfortunately, with red coin, does not have that cursed scroll and did not draw into the Vanadane and did not draw into the Riordan that can be used to tutor Vanadane. So definitely not the ideal hand for Magpie. Is it going to be another story of poor draws from the elf draw your golds deck? Sanventer with the opening here, taking his time, can get Defender, can get Itter. Just gonna open with an Itter, because what is Magpie really gonna do here? The Serpent Trap is the only threat, and Sanventer protects against that by using the leader charge.
Exactly. No tall removal here in Magpie's list. There is no heat wave, nothing. Can hold on to that Defender, perhaps tutor out something that is a little bit more relevant in this particular matchup. Cargo is being played here by Magpie, a bit of a slow setup, and as we can expect from Sanventer, we would again get the consume onto the Itter. There is a squirrel though that Magpie can use to manipulate the graveyard a little bit there for the Sabbath pulls later.
That's right. And Squirrel's going to be working overtime in this
Yes.
for Magpie, right?
There's only one
so
squirrel.
many things that you need to banish, but you only have one squirrel. You want to banish like an Oniromancy, Itter, Arrakis Queen, Defender. Hive Mind is another really big one, right?
And speaking of squirrels, Sanventer does have one in the opening hand, being able to squirrel away the cargo if he so wishes again in this game. But here is the Hive Mind being played out as the Arcane Tome has been played and now bounced over to Magpie's side of the board.
Yeah, I don't think Magpie will click this Arcane Tome, as there's nothing really good left in his deck to tutor except those Waylays. Does play a Incinerating Trap and springs it immediately to kill that 3 strength Kikimori Warrior.
Definitely good to have that one gone for now, but here is the AQ consuming the Eater as expected. As the Urn of Shadows has been pressed, another Eater appears on the board.
Yeah, this is going to be a really uphill battle for Magpie, as he swarms so much. Like Acid Spit should be able to get great value, and Glusty Warp, especially with any sort of Kikimori Stalker help, should be able to set up so many ones for Sanventer to Glusty.
Let's see what Magpie can do here with the hand at stake. Of course, can bounce this Angus quite a few times together with those Sappers purifying the doomed status, but there is a heat wave, and if that comes down on this Angus, really there is not that much left. But Sanventer probably saving the heat wave for the Vanadane, as we saw in the previous game, meaning this Angus might get a little bit more value. And of course, Kikimora Stalker pings should be pretty helpful here, as it exactly cleans up the Angus.
That's such a good combo for this deck, where you have the Hive Mind already set up to spawn a Stalker. You use a leader charge, or an Itter in this case, to trigger that Hive Mind, get the Stalker, and then you still haven't played a card yet, so you play an organic card to buff up the Stalker, which also spawns more drones, getting a lot of charges right away, and he doesn't even need to use the Heat Wave to remove the Angus from the board, and now he still has the Heat Wave in case there's a Vanadane, but there's no Vanadane for Magpie.
No Vanadane for Magpie in this hand. Nothing for the Sappers to purify, and it is looking a little bit tough, as we have a 40-point gap here almost in favor of Sanventer. And this, of course, does mean that the pass has been taken, and Squirrel also coming out here, just negating the cargo before moving on to the next round here.
Wow, so rough for Magpie. Playing a 0-point heist in round 1, not using any of the cargo bounces, and then getting it squirreled so that you won't have it in round 2 or round 3.
And there is still no Vanadane to be seen. And Heatwave, of course, tucked away for Sanventer. That Heatwave, again, I believe, is going to be just coming out on the board so fast, removing the Vanadane if it would show up, but no Vanadane in hand.
Yes, Inventor did play an extra card after Magpie passed, so he is down 2 cards currently in round 2. He doesn't need to push, though. He probably will just go for a long round 3. I think Sandvanter should be very, very happy about a long round 3 in this situation. Magpie, though, does top deck the Vanadane as the very last card here.
Yeah, that's right. It looked a bit interesting first. Didn't see that there was a mulligan left, but there is one Vanadane. So that is still going to be able to do something for Magpie. Sandvanter just quickly takes the pass here. We did discuss this scenario earlier of AQ going into that very long round, just engine heavy. Also, this defender can tuck some things behind that. And really, this is a dream situation, I think, for AQ. Also, Elves, with all those tokens, you might swarm a little bit, but maybe the setup for Sandvanter is we might see the Glusty of the century, honestly, with these Kikimora Stalkers living and pinging all these tokens down to 1s and then consuming it for a huge Glusty in the end. There might be set up for exactly that.
All right, so Magpie really taking his time. He has the option to play 3 cards in this round, despite Sandvanter having already passed, because Magpie started the round with 10 cards, and if he goes down to 7, he's still going to draw back up to 10 in round 3. So this is deciding which 2 cards to Vanadane to put to the bottom of the deck. Waylay will be one of them, and looks like the other one was the Squirrel. Does not play the Squirrel.
All right, so does not play out the Squirrel here. A lot of value still in the graveyard there for Sandvanter.
Right, I really wonder why he didn't play that Squirrel. He could have put something else to the bottom, like a Verification or an Oxenford Scholar. Maybe he wants to keep the Purify for the defender, but like, I feel like it could have been useful to just play that Squirrel on the free card.
That's right. Last mulligan's being taken here from both players in this game, as Sandvanter again has found more Kikimora Stalkers, and Magpie on the other hand, no Waylay bricks this time, so that is something, but lots still stuck in deck. There is a Riordan, there is an Isengrim as well.
Yeah, still the same story that we've seen all day here so far from Magpie's Elves, just not drawing its components that it wants for its combos, and Sandvanter opens up with the Defender, and gets the Kikimori Hatchling going from the Hive Mind that was still remaining in the graveyard.
These insects are about to swarm the board. There's Kikimora Stalkers together with these Van Warriors. We're also going to have a nice synergy, just a lot of combo setup here happening from Sandvanter. Magpie playing unitless for now. The traps have come online. Just waiting it out, but engine setup again from Sandvanter is going to be pretty rough here.
Yeah, there's a Deception and I believe a Serpent Trap on Magpie's side of the board right now. The Deception is about to flip soon. I mean, what do you do as Magpie here? You can try to offensive Purify with the Sappers and Waylay something down, Yaven something down. What do you have to kill? You have to kill the Stalkers, right? The Stalkers, I feel like, are the #1
in this
threat
long of a
priority.
round. Yes, they are really, really terrifying for Magpie to go up against. As mentioned, we could see the setup to a massive Glusty Warp, and that is definitely something that could happen unless those Kikimora Stalkers are dealt with. So the offensive Purify could be happening here from the Sappers, but first, just Oxenford Scholar coming down for 9 points, not doing other than applying value onto Magpie's side of the board, and a 9-power unit also.
You know what's interesting is Magpie only has 2 units in his graveyard, so Sabbath at the moment is not getting full value. It's also bringing back to, I mean, I guess Angus, you can't do anything with them because you don't have the heist anymore, but Vanadane can get you some power, but on the other hand, he's going to claw.
Your board as well, yeah, that's right. That's the thing, Sandvanter kind of is in control of how much row space Magpie is able to get because he has the Kikimora Stalkers that can keep pinging down things. But of course, does need to grow these Kiki Stalkers a little bit, so that Oxenford Scholar at 9 power is kind of a nice play here, but now it's enabled, and Sandvanter can hold onto the Stalker and wait a little bit longer. Magpie, on the other hand, will we see that offensive Purify? Rather a Pitfall coming down here, trying to snipe the Kikimora Stalker, but misses.
Oh man, that is a... Oh, the combination of Pitfall Trap sniping the drone and then clicking manually the Serpent Trap to kill the lowest unit that's remaining, which ended up being the Stalker.
But it was between two units as well. It was between both 3 power units that are on the board.
I think the Stalker got pinged to 2.
Oh,
I think so. It was guaranteed at that point. Magpie, coming up with some creative strategies here in a desperate situation.
All right, that was a cool play, definitely, from Magpie here with the Pitfall Trap. Being able to wipe out that Stalker again. Stalkers are going to be so much value, but the Vran Warrior setup is just happening here from Sanvanter. Not much Magpie can do about that one, but really creative ways of getting through that defender, being able to take care of an engine. And let's see what else Magpie might have up his sleeve.
That was cool. And we still have, you know, the Purify. We still have, yeah, there's the Purify. It has been played. Magpie playing a little bit into this Acid Spit, though, putting all of his units next to each other, adjacent, when he could be using these artifacts to kind of spread them out and use them as blockers.
Yeah, I wonder if we do get to see the Acid Spit synergy. First, of course, valuing spawning these tokens rather than playing out the Acid Spit, but might be a card that comes down next turn, perhaps.
Yeah, and Sanvanter decides to consume that Purified Defender with the Endriga Queen, adding a bunch of armor and also making the Defender a possible target for the Witch's Sabbath that might come later this round.
All right, Waylays, 4 Waylays left here, coming down now from Simlas, and does get some nice value, can remove the Vran Warrior engines completely.
This is
really, really beautiful from Magpie. Those would be gaining a lot of power later, but nicely avoided here.
Yeah, we saw a 22-point Vran Warrior in one of the previous games with Sanvanter. So killing them now, it's gonna get you a lot of extra value. But here we see the Acid Spit coming down. It's going to spread.
Units now. It's already started.
It's spreading.
It sure is. Vernocil now with all of these Elven tokens on the board could have a good chance of sniping something valuable coming down. But I do think that this the token spawning that is going on here currently is making that the Vernocil a little bit more reliant on RNG, let's put it that way. But Neophyte still coming in here and potentially purifying also that Acid Spit, stopping it from spreading further as it can turn the tokens.
That's true. Oh, here is the Sabbath, well timed, as it's going to really only give one spot left for Magpie to play units onto this board. The Acid Spit spreading super fast. Magpie is going to transform the 2 infused units on the end, which is a very good call because the Acid Spit infusion only spreads when the unit comes down from 2 power to 1 power.
And there comes the Vernocil. Now the Kikimora Stalker is pretty safe to be played here. Magpie just making sure that Vernocil gets in there, but 3 unused leader charges and Yavin. Sanvanter, of course, can hold on to that Glusty Warp for a little bit longer, setting up it even further. Now Kiki Stalker can add to that combo. This is going and going. We're about to see a pretty big swingy play come down here. Magpie passing, leader not being used, and Yavin stuck in hand. Not much else Magpie could do.
And this Kiki Stalker with his charges is able to set up 3 more 1-power units. The Glusty Warp finisher, no Vrans on the board, but there's so many ones. And it's a 38-power Glusty Warp for a 3-1 victory for Sanvanter. Congratulations, Sanvanter is moving on to the finals of World Masters Season 5.
All right, there is the win. Sanvanter is looking chill. Probably a good mindset to have when you're playing in these tournaments, to be really cool about it and not let anything faze you. I think that's exactly what Sanvanter has been doing and took the victory there, getting this last deck through the Arrakis Queen.
Yeah, it was a tough fight. I mean, Magpie had to deal with such bad draw luck with the elves, but he made a good effort. He actually put up a really good fight. I thought that there was a chance that maybe he would have done it once he killed both of those Vran warriors, but just a little too much value missed with having the Yavin not being played, and also I think like the Ice and Grim stuck in deck.
What a series. This means that Magpie will not be moving forward to the finals. Sandvanter, on the other hand, will, and I'm sure he's very happy about it because his chances of being crowned GWENT World Master Season 5 winner just increased by a lot.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty big moment for Sandvanter, I think. I think coming into this day 2, out of the 4 players remaining, he was probably the biggest underdog, right? We had huge names like Magpie, Miamon, and Piable along with him, and I think Sandvanter is a great player in his own right, but he's not as well known as the other 3, so winning this tournament would cement his status in the history of GWENT.
Exactly, he's making a name for himself right here by moving on to the finals. We are very curious what his opponent, or who his opponent rather, will be. It will be either Miamon or Piable, which will be a great series, I'm sure, happening a little bit later, but really exciting for Sandvanter to go up against Miamon or to go up against Piable, depending on the results of the next series. As we saw in the interview mentioning like Piable's really cool play, that is something that Sandvanter really held on to there, which I think could be really fun. Imagine that. No Keltolysis here though, or Keltoli, maybe that's a plural.
Right. Okay, so the deck that failed Magpie was the Elves. He lost 3 games with Elves, right? That's the only deck he ended up losing with, and it was just maybe it was a mistake for Bukowski to ban this list. I talked to some of these pros coming into this weekend, and even opponents like Piable were saying that Magpie's Elf list is very, very strong, and it's favored versus so many different decks throughout that are in this tournament that are present. So it was like he was giving Magpie a really good chance to win the tournament, but in the end, it has the lack of consistency. You're trading so much consistency for that combo power, and it's a deck that's been, nerfed many times recently in provisions on Heist, power on Angus and Vanadane, and you have to cut the consistency tools like the Onirimancy, like the Call of the Forest to play such a strong combo deck. So that's the trade-off.
That's absolutely right. It is cool to see the deck in action, though, as we didn't get to see it. It was banned previously, and I wonder also if Magpie was sort of expecting this ban to also happen this weekend, because that could also have changed how Magpie sort of played this out, or how much effort he put into preparation as well. But I would say Magpie's lines were really interesting and cool in that line, but Sandvanter just so cleanly taking the win here. I cannot wait to hear from Sandvanter, as we'll see what his feelings are after this series. We have an interview with Sandvanter coming up here with Borja next.
What an incredible win, 3-1 for Sandvanter. We have also Vlad standing by, translating. Sandvanter, first of all, the standard question I always ask, how are you feeling after that one? I'm not hearing Vlad. Or anyone.
And I'm hearing
okay.
Vlad.
So you only hear me, right? You don't hear Vlad?
I hear.
Okay, that's good.
Again?
Oh, okay, now we hear
I'm
you.
here.
Yes, okay,
Yes.
Perfect. We're connecting from 3 different places, so I just wanted to know basically how Sandvanter is feeling right now.
Итак, поздравляем тебя с победой. И первый вопрос традиционно. Какие ощущения после нее?
Ну, я очень был напряжен, потому что Магпай опытный игрок. И вторую игру я проиграл из-за того, что не отмулиганил нужные карты. Можно сказать, проиграл сам себя.
Okay. Yeah, I was very tense because Magpie is a strong player. And the second game that I lost, you could say that I lost this game to myself because I didn't mulligan the cards that I was supposed to.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And it's interesting what you said, because kind of like Shinmiri mentioned, you are kind of an underdog, although I feel like whoever ever makes it to World Masters cannot be called an underdog, but in some sense, Magpie is the favorite in terms of like community votes and stuff like that. So how does it feel to go against such a, you know, GWENT Master veteran?
И так в этом турнире нельзя сказать, что ты был фаворитом, скорее наоборот, за счет того, что ты не настолько известен, как некоторые твои оппоненты, такие как Magpie. И поэтому вопрос к тебе, кого, в принципе, настраиваться на игру, как чувствует себя, как ты чувствуешь себя, когда тебе предстоит матч с более именитым оппонентом.
Ну, я даже против Китбургера был напряжен, потому что все зависит от лайнапа. Наверное, надо быть просто уверенным в себе, и все.
So the confidence is the most important thing, and it's all comes down to the lineups, to the deck lists, and you just have to trust in yourself.
Yeah, it looks like you fully trusted in yourself and the lineups that you brought. Last question, Miamon or Piable, as you know the deck list for quite some time, which player would you want to go against in the final, because you are in the final?
И последний вопрос по поводу того игрока, с которым ты предпочел бы встретиться в финале, кто это будет, Piable или Майм, исходя в том числе из их колод.
Я бы хотел сыграть с Piable, потому что он очень опытный игрок, больше играет, чем Миамон в турнирах, и умеет пикать колоды, да и просто сильнее.
Okay. I would prefer to play against Piable because he's a well-known player, maybe more well-known than Miamon, and it would be more interesting to play against the stronger opponent.
Okay. I like that confidence. I like that energy. Good stuff. Congratulations. Don't forget to feed the fish, and we'll catch you in the big final today. Thank you.
Спасибо и до скорой встречи в финале.
And before we go, let's jump over to Spessy for analysis.
Yes, thank you, Borja, so much. Congratulations to Savantar. Magpie, a legend of the Gwent scene, has sung his final song. We're going to take a look back at the series, which finished 3-1 to Savantar. And the first game we witnessed was Magpie with this Elves deck, which proved to be the deck which he really struggled to win with. And I'm going to start with showing you the final mulligan in round 1 by Magpie, which is actually getting rid of his Simless. Now, this, as Shinmiri pointed out at the time, is probably a necessary play, as this round is going to require Magpie to play very deep into it. But then a little bit later on, as we fast forward 10 minutes or so into the end of the game, we do see Magpie in round number 3 in a decent position. This was really a battle of the carryover. In round 1, we saw a lot of Traveling Priestess carryover, but then there was a potential 42-point Simless available for Magpie, which of course we saw him mulligan earlier, and just hoping then that Magpie is hoping that they'll be able to draw it later on. Unfortunately, as we're going to see, the final 2 mulligans come through for Magpie, and this 42-point Simless was stuck in the deck. And this is 42 points, but also a huge amount of removal as well. And we saw, as this one played out, this removal on things like the Tridems and the Onagers could have been absolutely huge, but Magpie just wasn't able to get compete with the points of the Traveling Priestesses here. Even with the Simless, it might not have been quite so clear-cut, but it certainly would have been a whole lot closer. So Savantar started off the series 1-0, and Magpie struggled with Elves, which kind of turned out to be a bit of a theme of the series. Moving on to the second game, and this one was a pretty wacky one, and we just heard Savantar maybe be a little bit unhappy with how they played this. And look at the tome. This was the first time we saw Savantar play tome already to tutor out the cave draw. And this was a really big moment. Magpie decided to bounce the tome back to Savantar, but this is actually what allowed Savantar's previously less than ideal hand to suddenly be enabled to set up this big carryover. What Savantar is looking to do is get this IDR down on the board in round 1, eat it with a Rakus Queen, and then use this incredibly powerful Urn of Shadows onto the Arrakis Queen, as we see there, which then means moving forwards into round 2 and 3, there's going to be a whole bunch of these IDRs in the graveyard. So by Magpie actually deciding to bounce the tome back, it enabled Savitar to develop an incredible amount of carryover. Of course, Magpie has no idea that that this was going to be providing Savitar with the ability to find his Arrakis Queen, but this tome just kept bouncing forwards, left, right, and center. I'm going to fast forward 4 minutes into this round, and you can see that the tome is pretty much still on the board. It took 4 minutes, 5 turns into the game until the tome finally was no more. So it was a really, really interesting round 1, but as we move further forward into this round, you can see that Savitar was just running away with it in round 1, and we have a really interesting moment here where Magpie makes a pretty slow play. Almost at the time, I was wondering if this was somewhat of a bluff by Magpie. It's something I've done on stream a lot, and a lot of my Twitch chat would criticize me for. What a ridiculous play. You didn't have the reach. But Magpie here is trying to make an efficient trade by playing this Taskmaster in hand, and then hoping that Savitar maybe commits another gold card or something like that. As it turns out, Savitar kind of makes a read that Magpie might not have it quite as easily, and Savitar takes this pass. Magpie was able to take this round. But then as we move forward a little bit further in, round 1 just went so well for Savitar that Magpie just didn't have much left. You can see the Riptide was stuck in the deck for Magpie. That was the only gold left. This is in round 2. And this is like the really interesting moment here where the Oberon comes down. It only plays a crew, which is less than ideal. And Savitar has Glustywop available from the Aneromancy here, but it wasn't quite enough if my maths is correct. It was 2 or 3 points short. But Savitar, instead of going for the Glusty at all, and then maybe just taking it with a Heat Wave, decides to basically make a pretty huge misplay at this point and continue to just play all 3 cards, and it wasn't even enough. So it was certainly not ideal. It was quite a shoddy performance in this particular moment from Savitar, but and even in his interview, he alluded to the fact that maybe he wasn't so happy with his mulligans. So that was the game that Magpie won. Moving on to game 3, and this is just probably the worst matchup possible if you are playing elves. Shiru. Shiru is just such a huge threat in this game, even though it didn't prove to be massive impact in the end. The threat of Shiru just meant that Magpie was unable to ever put themselves in a good position. And we see here the pass from Savitar in round 1 before the Pyrotechs were clicked, and Magpie actually ends up passing without even clicking their Cursed Scroll. And as we move forward into the game, we see that Magpie ended up bricking a whole bunch, so that little bit of extra consistency, putting a Waylay onto the bottom of the deck, could have really helped Magpie out. Of course, drawing a gold card as well would have been nice. So a really nice, interesting pass there by Savitar, but also maybe Magpie is going to be regretting not clicking that Curse Scroll a turn earlier. As we move into this round 2, this was really where it was key. Magpie forced to bleed because of that threat of Shiru, but equally, if you bleed too much, then Savitar is going to be able to pop Shiru out at some point for a huge tempo play and then get card advantage. And what Savitar does in this round 2 was just played very uninteractive with the Vial, really seeing the value of the Vial of Forbidden Knowledge there. Magpie trying to bleed, opening with Squirrel and Sappers is of course not ideal, and then Magpie was pretty much just forced to pass at this point, which left us into a long round 3, where, as we are going to be seeing in just a moment, Magpie's mulligans were just an absolute minefield and a complete and utter disaster. Waylays for days, and it ended up being a pretty comfortable win in the end for Savitar with this Shiru. And it was pretty unlucky for Magpie, really struggling with some of the draws with this Elven deck, but really just the threat of Shiru, not actually the impact of Shiru itself, but the threat of Shiru, meaning that Magpie wasn't able to take a long round, needed to get round control and then try a bleed. And then finally, in the last game, which we just watched, it was just all about the most powerful stratagem in Gwent. It always has been since it got reworked. That is the Urn of Shadows, particularly when you combine Urn of Shadows with this Arrakis Queen. The IDR getting consumed, again, we saw it a little bit earlier on, even though it didn't quite go Savitar's way. Suddenly Savitar's just got all this carryover. They had the Hive Mind carryover as well, and it was just a complete and utter whitewash in the end. Savitar got round control in round 1, takes the pass, and then it was just an absolute well, it was the IDR show, really. We saw the Sabbath come down, only pulling 2 cards from Magpie. That was something Magpie did quite well, was limited the amount of units that he played into in round 1 and round 2, so that there was only 2 cards in Magpie's graveyard. This stopped Savantar getting out a 3rd IDR. The Cave Troll on the IDR came out. The Venusiol at one moment could have sniped this IDR. It didn't quite happen. And then let's just watch the Glusty show. We see all the pings coming down, all the drones on the board, the Royal Decree, 8 cards left in the deck, 4 of them. I would have picked the Pella at this moment because it's my favorite card. Shout out to Gwentfinity, guys. Let's get the Pella buffed up. I know a lot of people in the watch party are wanting to get the Panther buffed, so let's get hashtag buff Panther going in the Twitch chat right now, because I know the watch party is going to love that one. Big shout out to our casters Shin and Sealy, who are now going to be taking you through the updated bracket. I also have a little question for them. What card would you two most like to see buffed in Gwentfinity? Over to you guys.
Thank you, Specimen, so much for that analysis. Really beautiful showcasing of the impactful moments in that series. It was lovely to see. And to answer your question, that is difficult being put on the spot. Do you have an answer that comes to you right away, Shinmuri?
I would say the first one that comes to me would be Philavandrel. I think he's a really interesting card that can play in a lot of different archetypes, and he did receive a buff in the first Balance Council wave, but hasn't really impacted him enough for him to see a lot of play, so maybe one more might do the trick.
All right, that's cool. For me, maybe it would be the Bronze Svalbard Cultist kind of self-wound synergy. It would be really fun to see. I love that card art so much, and yeah, it's just one of my favorites that hasn't really been played for a long time.
That's a
now
good
that
one.
I think about it.
Yeah.
But we did see the updated bracket there, and of course this means Sandvanter is moving on to the finals as our next series is about to take place. Of course, cast by Ghost Arya and Lionheart. I cannot wait to see that one. But first, Shinmur, we have something, right?
We should talk about the prize pool real quick, right? For the updated prize pool, after Sandvanter wins 3-1 over Magpie, he is at $5,200 in prize winnings, and a lot more yet to win potentially in the finals.
That is a very good point. The prize pool is nice to see how the distribution here is going. And now, I was just keeping you on your toes, okay? Now we have the special thing prepared for you as we are, we might have another guest in the studio.
A very special guest, a pillar of the Gwent community. Let's see if Ryan is ready to take it from here.
Yes, thank you so much, Sidi Miri, for that introduction. I am joined by the wonderful Devil Driven. Thank you so much for jumping on that 14-hour flight and joining us here at the watch party. How are you doing, man?
Thank you guys so much, man. I love that at the final Gwent event, we get to see final form Ryan here. I mean, just look at this shiny premium version that you get to inspect here, man. Just awesome, man. I love your country. I love Poland so much. I'm like the unofficial hype man in America for Poland. I just tell everybody, come to Poland. Like you wouldn't think it would be amazing, but it's the most amazing country. I love it here so much.
Especially the people.
Yes, yes, your people are just the best, dude.
Yeah.
Everybody's so kind and wonderful and embracing, and I'm a hugging person, so it feels good to have a country that just wants to embrace you like that.
Awesome. We've come here to talk a bit about Gwent and Gwent's history as well. I know it's quite emotional being here with all the people in the studio.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Is there a particular moment that you're thinking about when you look back at Gwent's history?
There's a couple. For me, personally, being in the original Arena trailer when it came back a long time ago, I called my brothers and I was like, I'm going to be in a video game trailer. And they're like, what are you talking about? And I was like, no, seriously, I'm going to be in the trailer for the Arena or Gwent trailer. And they're like, no. And then I saw it, and I will always be the coolest brother. You know what I mean? It's like my brother's in a trailer for a video game. And then, of course, just getting to come here for the 20th anniversary party and just being able to, like I said, I'm a hugging type person, just being able to face to face thank so many people that have given me so many memories, and it's just the Gwent community is just so incredible. Like, it's just one giant family that we're all lumped together from this amazing game that you guys created, and I'm just so very grateful for all of it. Thank you guys so much.
Well, it comes down to people like you that contribute to this community and make it what it is. So thank you as well so much for that.
I tell everybody I'm not the best Gwent player, but there's nobody that loves this game more than I do.
There it is. Speaking of the best, do you have a favorite when it comes to the finals?
I mean we're on Twitch right now, so we just need to see the Paja Bowls in the chat. We need Paja Bowl. We need it.
There it is.
Bring it home, Paja.
Yep. Thank you so much for joining me on the interview. Let's close it out with a hug as well. Because if you're a hugging guy, come on.
That's our signature. That's from the anniversary party.
Exactly.
We had the big hug. So yeah.
Yes.
You guys are wonderful. I can't thank everybody enough for CDPR making this game and just bringing so many memories and awesome moments to this community.
Thank you so much. I hope our sound guy doesn't kill me for moving around and hugging.
Sorry,
you, but
we apologize.
we'll make it up to you later. But for now, let's take a look at our next upcoming players. As you said, Pireball is one of them, so let's take it away with the player interviews.
こんにちは、メアムンです。私はベータの、初日から、グエントを、プレイしています。私の好きなグエントの瞬間は、ニルフガードを、プレイしているときが、一番好きです。
So hello, I'm Pireball, and I'm just a random Polish kid that likes to play children's card games. And you might have seen me in a tournament or two, but my favorite moment from them is when I won my first tournament series versus Colemon, because it was the Dragon Slayer moment where I killed my own ship, so he sacrificed his own Kelturis. And that won me the game and the series, and then later on I managed to win the Gwent Open and then Gwent Masters afterwards. It was like the start of my competitive career, I guess, and it's a moment I will always remember.
Hello everyone and welcome back. It is the second semi-final here of GWENT World Masters number 5. An incredible series has just passed. I am Lionheart, and joining me for the next one, of course, is Ghost Arya.
Thank you again for the lovely welcome. Today, has flown by. We still have some Gwent left to go, and I'm already tearing up. So
Me too.
I'm not sure how I make it through the cast today. It is good to be here.
It is indeed, and we are blessed with a fantastic series ahead of us. We have the legendary Pireball taking on the much beloved Miamon. What an incredible series coming up. I'm sure you all have your favorites at home, and I'd love to see how that divination challenge has come about, because obviously everybody's been kind of seeing how it's going to go. Wow.
Wow. Well, you know, I wasn't sure how this is gonna go because I feel like there are so many fans for both of these players.
Right.
And it seems like Paya managed to charm majority of you.
I mean, he is a charming man.
True, we have met him here in Warsaw, and it looks like the community wants to see Paya as the final master.
Well, they do, and obviously, we said this yesterday, I don't think I've ever seen a divination challenge where he wasn't favourite, but this is by no means going to be an easy one for him. I think this is going to be an incredible series. 2 long-term teammates as well, of course. Great respect between them, and I'm really, really excited to get this series underway.
I think everybody is. When we were earlier at the watch party, I think this is very anticipated because it's 2 very different play styles as well, and I think that reflects quite a lot at the deck list. But we're gonna have a look at them later, right?
Well, we're gonna look at them shortly, I think.
I think so. Yeah, let's have a look at Miyamon's deck list.
Yes, let's start off, and it is the first list. If you saw anything yesterday, I promise you the thing you were talking about was Miyamon's Toussaint-Trois Hospitality. And yes, you can tell me if I butchered that in Twitch chat because I will meticulously look through it later. This list, well, it was talked about long into the night by the people at the watch party, I promise. It's Golden Necker Knights, focuses on boosting up those enemy bronzes to steal them with the Master of Puppets. But of course, this isn't the only play. Bronze cards may not just be the fear. The highlight I want to make here is Sangreal. Now, this card obviously has a wonderful common pairing with Ciri in this list. It will purify and boost a unit by 12, but it gives it the infusion once both players have passed damage self by 12. Works so nicely on the Ciri, of course, because she purifies herself when she jumps. But in this list, you get to play it twice, because you bring it back with the Asaya, you then use it again and self-lock. It's a wonderful list, problematic for every single bronze card across the entire of Gwent, and I'm really interested to see if we get to see it. The next one, I love this list. It's Inspired Zeal.
Did I really hear you right that you love this list with Reavers?
I know, I literally, as the words left my mouth, it felt wrong, honestly, because, well...
Who are you and what happened to Lionheart?
I apologise. Clearly I've been replaced. Nonetheless, I do love the list.
Okay, well, let's have a look at it then. This Golden Necker engine Reavers, I must repeat once again, it can be quite deceptive. Because it definitely has more points than you would think. And I know you must be thinking, okay, what happened to you right now? We all hate Reavers, we face them all the time. But Reavers are, you know, they don't always do that well. But here, with the Golden Necker, with all of the other things that this deck brings, especially the Muta Generator,
of course,
even very short round 3 with 3 bronzes, could be so many points because of that carryover that Muta Generator creates. It is just, like we've talked about it is very deceptive, and I think it fits Miyamon's playstyle really well. There is also Ildiko, which helps a lot with making sure the engines that hit the board can also immediately use their abilities. So that is the Inspired Zeal, and let's have a look at Off the Books.
Yes, now this is probably the most standard of the lists that Miyamon has bought. It's Vice Syndicate. Now, it can be a handful, especially when you consider the newly added Madame Marquise Serenity. This card, do not undersell it. Firstly, behind one of these lovely ladies in the premium, you will see the face of Ryan Godric. If you look close enough, there he is. But that is only the second most impressive thing about this, because in this list, it can be slammed for triple thinning and 3 engines. Think, it brings you a Slicer Ductress. It brings you a Passiflora Peaches. Madame is herself an engine. And it even thins out a boat as well. An absolutely terrifying tempo play for a list that I personally think with this lineup, Miyamon is going to want to use on blue, as he's going to need to find a way out of those rounds. This could well be the absolute key, crucial thing. Of course, Syndicate Vice in general, it's all about getting those spenders at the right end, like the right areas, using your open sesames, trying to get even more of them from Shady Vendor, and then letting your vices go wild. It's a scary list when played well. Will it do well today? The last list, possibly my favorite of Miyamon's.
And that is the Ursan Ritual Swallblood.
Yes.
It is again a self-wound Skellige deck. We've seen something similar yesterday, but Miyamon decided to exchange on Iroh here for a little more thinning, you could say, because there is Tempest with Frost, which again helps you thin, and a comeback of a card.
Yes.
Because I don't know, I remember Portal being a thing a few years back, and suddenly Portal is back, and it is very useful here again as a way to thin the deck. But if you look closely, you could realize that there are no tutors here.
Not one.
Not even one. Miyamon is pretty sure that the thinning and his talent will bring him everything he needs to win with this deck. And I think this really nicely reflects Miyamon's playstyle as well, once again, because we have seen him bring things that maybe not all of us would consider.
Very true.
We don't believe in our talent as much, or maybe we just don't see something that Miyamon sees.
That's very true. He is renowned for his deck building, one of the things that he is beloved for, and absolutely should be a great self-wound list.
Indeed, I'm really excited to see it, because if I'm not wrong, we didn't get to see any Skellige in the previous series casted by Shin and Seeley.
No, that's right.
So it could be great to get some Skellige action now. But Miyamon is not the only person we will see. And his opponent, Paya, he is bringing...
Just Paya Ball.
You know, yeah, casual. Casual Sunday Gwent. Let's have a look at Imperial Formation.
Yes, now this Imperial Formation list, it is Nilfgaard, but it's nothing like Miyamon's list, and it was banned yesterday, so we did not get to experience Paya's take on Renfrey Nilfgaard soldiers. This is all about those flanking cards, trying to get as much value as you can from them. It can be really scary, but Nilfgaard doesn't worry about just the few copies it has. The Slave Driver, the highlight here of this list, or certainly one of them. Why worry about the restrictions of deck building when you can just be Nilfgaard? This will damage a bronze allied unit by 1, and it'll spawn a 1-power copy of it. If it was a soldier, it'll spawn and play it. Now that is crucial for this kind of list. The amount of times Nilfgaard can choose, does it want another engine? Slave Driver. What about a lock?
Slave Driver.
Correct. Even a little bit of point slam. It is indeed the Slave Driver. It is my personal favorite as a nerf in the next community balance down to 6 provisions. Yes, I am trying to entirely influence you there, but it is a powerhouse. It's a Renfrey list. The leader ability there pairs nicely with all of those engines to protect them, take a little bit of round control. It has the aggression of the Vilgefortz, the deck playing of Xavier, and just a cheeky Renfrey all the way at the end as well, for whatever she might find. Oh, what a list. The next one, oh, we enjoy this. It's Blood Money Syndicate.
Ooh, Blood Money. A little bit of bounty action once again. We've seen it yesterday. And so it's bounty and poison. We have seen how masterfully Paya can play this deck and how well he knows when the sequencing and can hold the really important cards, just kind of wait and see what the opponent has, and then not really letting the opponent develop anything if Payable chooses to. Yeah, I think it's a lot.
It is. I mean, he was one of the people, and I might be wrong here, but I feel like he was one of the people that popularized this all the way back. I say all the way back, I probably mean 6, 7, 8 months ago, but the foundation of this list, I think he was one of the first players to jump on this train.
I think so too, but time flies when you're playing Gwent.
True.
And metas changes a lot.
That's fair.
And sometimes we feel like something could not even be possible while it's already happening. That brings me back to, slightly back to the previous deck. We have seen quite a lot of Musicians of Blaviken. I know they're not important for any of the decks really, but they are so nice to be seen around.
For the artwork, it's crucial, and I love the rework to them, to be fair, you're right.
It's great to see them. But what is also great to see is the promised Overwhelming Hunger deck.
Yes, Dagon is promised. He will indeed be delivered here. You know this list by now, but it is a greedy variant of it. Once again, a little bit less consistency, a few less tutors in here, so the guarantees aren't there. The Urn of Shadows is the way that you enable some of this degeneracy, the extra thinning for this heavy, heavy blue coin list. There is a Heatwave, there is Erendite, but I do want to highlight, after an amazing play yesterday, it's got to be the Giant Toad, because it does go a little as an unsung hero to this deck. Personally, if you're like me, you will play this in a round thinking, well, hey, I developed my carryover as a free consume to prevent any locks coming onto the board, then you'll completely forget and you'll consume something by mistake. But Pireball made a fantastic play, chose this as his dry pass card into a second round yesterday in order to open with the Detlef in the round 3, get that consume value instantly. Because of course, consumes are really, really valuable and absolutely necessary to make sure this list can do what it wants. I 100% expect to see it on blue coin, so obviously Pyre will queue it on red the second, just to make me look bad. Love him, thank you Pyre. Last, but by no means least, we have to have some Scoia'tael for you, right?
Obviously, that would not be casting if I didn't at least try to make a Scoia'tael happen. And by that I mean that I manifested this to happen.
Definitely.
So I wonder how many of you yesterday, after seeing the Dennis with Armor's Workshop combo happen a few times, how many of you went back to deck building and went like, you know what, I'm gonna give this a try. And like we've talked about this yesterday, this is a slightly different twist on the Guerrilla Tactics list we've seen flying around, moving around, jamming around.
Everything around.
Everything around. This is a little more down-to-earth version of it, if I may.
Yes.
So this one brings Zoltan and Eudora. It likes to have a lot of units on one row and then slam the Great Oak down. We've seen that yesterday. And Spessy made a nice shout out to Commander's Horn, one of the most OP cards back in the Gwent in Witcher 3. I'm really curious to see how this deck does today, because I just like how Pyre can play the same deck differently each time based on what is required. So that is the lineup for today.
Yes, they are our deck lists, they are our players. And you did just mention, actually, I have to give him a shout out, the legend, of course, that is Specimen doing our analysis. He's doing a wonderful job. If you're at home, I want to clap in the chat. And if you are in our watch party, I want a full round of applause so loud that he can hear it where he is. But we have the absolute joy of bringing you what might be the series of the whole weekend. Pyreball, Miamon, and those bans are coming in hot. By the look of it, we can see there are the choices. What have they gone with? Oh, wow.
So we will not see Miamon's Inspired Zeal, no Reavers.
I am redeemed. I feel my friend who is sat in the watch party will be disowning me for saying I like Reavers. But here we are, and Pyre, no Syndicate. Now, I was going to say that Syndicate list could prove a problem for Miamon here, that he may end up having some issues in a Syndicate mirror, but he doesn't have to worry about them anymore. They're gone. They're done. It's over. No worries.
True, you're right, because the Syndicate deck, as well as the Scoia'tael one, is one of the Pyre's quite aggressive ones.
It is.
And so Miamon might struggle keeping his engines alive against the aggressive versions that Pyre is bringing, but at least one of them is now gone, and Miamon doesn't have to worry about that anymore.
That's very true. Yesterday, one of the things that Pyreball managed to do very well to his opponent Kaneki was prevent him from having decent lists to play on blue coin when he was the blue coin player. I'm not too surprised to see his ban of choice as a result. I feel like he'll want to try to do the same thing again if he can here. It does limit Miamon a little in terms of his options. I think that Syndicate is his favoured list, and it might be where he wants to start out.
Okay, we'll see. So Miamon is coming on blue coin, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm curious, because I was spending like a solid 5 minutes thinking about the name we could use. Is it Miaball, Pyamon? It's a little bit difficult,
Both.
but you know, it feels like they work together so well, yet we get to see them against each other.
Oh wow, and they are not messing around. They are here and ready to go as Miamon starts off with this Skellige list instead. He has gone in with Urson Ritual to start off with, as we see Pyre cue the Scoia'tael. So he has gone with a little bit of a different opener than I expected. Love to see it. How are these hands looking? Has he found his talent?
And it seems like it's looking quite good, honestly. The Veda has been unbricked.
Yeah.
We have Portal in hand for Miamon as well. and Paya bringing the Armor's Workshop, not the best last mulligan.
No, not the best, but it's not the end of the world as he is going second here. He does not have Simless anyway, but does have both of its targets. Has access to a lot of his powerhouse cards in this opening round, things that he might not want to play. The Dennis, maybe the Oak as well, the Zoltan. Lots of cards here he might not want to use. We will see how he plays this one out here.
True, but at least Fireball has Maxi, which I think is what we're seeing right now.
It is.
Trying to fix the hand a little. Oh, I'm not sure what I would be doing here if I was Paya, because the Oneiromancy down there at the bottom is not looking great.
No, it's not. But equally, he does find everything if he keeps it this way. He knows there are no bricks from those leader abilities, the Broccolon Sentinels, and he might just be taking his time, counting out to see if it is worth a shuffle here or not. I would be inclined to keep that. Fireball, try to win this round, push down in the second, and then potentially have the Simless ready and raring to go brick-free in a short round 3. It can be a lot of value.
And meanwhile, Miamon is just setting up the engines that work really well together, Portal and the Cultist.
It's a lovely pair.
Yeah, it works really well here for Miamon, and just trying to figure out what is it that Paya can play here.
Yeah, he was fishing there. He's used the backup plan, trying to find removal for this Priest, because it's a constant engine, a continual threat, paired off with that fish flapper, of course. Another shout out to Specimen there has to be done. Doesn't manage to find the removal he was hoping for, though, as now there are cards on each row. Miamon's thinning is coming through.
And Miamon's just making sure that the thinning is happening, because like we've said, there are no tutors for Miamon, so it makes sense to thin as much as possible in round 1.
It does, but notice, he slammed all of that Frost on the melee row. He had no concern with trying to get value on both. He said, I'm going to leave it all here.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Paya can still commit some of the bronzes.
Yeah, he's got a way to go yet. Obviously, he's only on 8 cards for now. The difficulty is that melee row, the Dwarf perhaps that would be his pick of choice here, the Skirmisher, not really something you want to play into the melee row with Frost ticking away. It won't exactly be the highest unit anytime soon, but you know you're going to lose some points later on. He's now weighing up his choices. How far is he willing to fight?
Well, we've seen Paya yesterday taking his time with the rope, causing us a heart attack, but it makes sense. Paya really wants to make sure to think this through, because in the end, he could be making it to the finals here.
Exactly. Now, interesting from Pireball, he has chosen to use the damage, and he has hit here this Priest. Hasn't transitioned and followed up with the leader ability. He hasn't decided, I'm going to clean up the engine and I'm going to go for extra removal to try and get as much value as I can, possibly indicative of a decision that he doesn't want to stay in this round now.
And meanwhile, Miamon just commits another one of those cultists, stacking it up, making sure that they're both protected, boosted. That's a big gap for Pireball to close.
Yeah, lots of engine value coming through here. He's doing the maths. We saw yesterday. He takes this very, very seriously. Every second, every possible decision. Not just for this turn, but much like chess, for the ones coming up. How many different lines does he need to consider? What does the math look like? Don't just check it once, friends. Trust me, you definitely want to check it twice in Gwent.
And especially against an opponent like Miamon that plays a little differently than maybe the rest of the opponents Pireball has faced so far. However, we've seen a big commitment here, right?
We have now. The Zoltan comes down, cleans up both of those engines, and we get 2 leader charges as well, simultaneously putting the pressure onto Miamon. Note though, in this list, Zoltan needs some armor in order to be an engine himself, and neither of these chariots have been found. So no real way to give armor unless he accepts that Simless in fact won't find 2 versions of a card, and he chooses the Armorer's Workshop. Now, I don't expect that, but we've seen crazier.
We definitely have. Last time it worked really well with the Mahakam Pass that drew Paya the Agitator that gave Zoltan the armor, and this could just be set up for Grey Oak as well. And Paya deciding that he really needs the round control here. Miamon now probably needs to answer with something also quite important in the deck.
He does, and he's kind of weighing up which of his options to take, and instead, he takes a pass here. He decides to lose the round on even cards, and I don't necessarily hate the decision from Miamon. It's not how he would have wanted the round to go, but he's aware that playing something like the Care Trolled could well play into a potential heat wave, and it's a low tempo card. He would much rather take his chances trying to perhaps resist a bleed instead. Looks like that's the decision he's made. If you're going to take a pass and lose on even, it is usually worth doing it early because you have more cards to defend, as he draws pretty well here.
Draws pretty well. I'm not sure what is left for Miamon when we go to round 3, but there are still a few cards left.
There are.
I wonder how aggressive the bleed will be here.
I can see it will be pretty aggressive what my expectation would be. The soft push into a maybe 2-0 is something that this list likes to do well. Miamon answers instantly. He's going to play this turtle on the board, and it's a choice for Pieball. You can see he's weighing this up. What does he do? Just plays out his own cards here, gives himself some points, because there's a consideration that this might be a heat wave. It can be so much threat paired with the remaining units, not just this Care Trolled, but also every time Knut hits, it increases the value.
Not just Knut, possibly even Svalbard later.
True,
so
yes, of course.
Turtle is just points. But Paya could be also waiting to heatwave it later because Miamon doesn't have a way to protect it right now behind the defender.
No such thing here. Now, has got the dwarf on board, wins the 50-50, as that dwarf could end up actually being negative points with its pings if it does hit the Draco Turtle. Curious decision. He's holding off on the heat wave for now. He's saying, I don't mind you using this because it is, of course, the one chance you'll get to use the Care Trolled. There is no Dwin Meandras here, so it's a one and done situation. Will Miamon take that challenge with the Draco Turtle here and destroy an engine? Or will he hold off, assuming that Pieball doesn't have it because it didn't go? A little bit of mind games perhaps from the two players.
Definitely, they're trying to read the situation the other one is in, and I'm thinking we are just really close to a little bit of Svalbard math.
I do get that vibe, honestly. Svalbard, it feels like he's itching to come out to play here. Remember, one of your key goals, of course, in this list can come back if you find Sigdriffers right. So committing one of those big cards is okay, but multiple of them, then you've got a choice on your hands here. Miamon gonna have to commit more than one, given his current hand state. As he looks now, trying to work out, it's an 8-point game, he needs 9 to get ahead. The Svalbard's damage on the other side will get absorbed quite a lot for him.
Yeah. And we see Sigward possibly setting up even more. I feel like Miamon is expecting to be in this round for quite a while, because otherwise those are some big cards to just put down.
And it makes sense. He needs to make sure that he can continue to fight into another round here. That's one of his biggest concerns. Hoping that he can just keep himself ahead masterfully. He's just a point here, and obviously one with the bleeding, to make sure that he's definitely going to stay ahead in this situation. Not taking the risk. So far, it's going okay for him. He's got a couple of bronzes he could just choose to use, and the heat wave finally does come down. The lack of tempo on that, the 0 on the Care Trolled, Miamon now has a decent situation where he might feel that not only will he survive the bleed, but he'll retain the card.
But equally, Miamon doesn't want to overcommit. So if I was Miamon now, I would be thinking, is it enough to maybe play something like the Mandrake in hand instead of Svalbard, for example?
It's a possibility, but of course, don't be deceived. All of the points on Pieball's side, there are many, many points here. He does have the armor engine ticking away, slowly growing. He could well punish a slow push here from Miamon, or a slow defense rather. So it is by no means a certainty that we're going anywhere yet.
But I feel like these players are definitely delivering exactly what we were expecting from this series, which is the little bit of tension, or confusion of what will come next, with a very poker face faces though.
Definitely, there's some concentration here as we see Commander's Horn, only 4 units. Pireball significantly behind right now, but with plenty of time to make that up. Remember, he does still have a leader ability as well, of course. We saw the Sigbold paired with the Draco Turtle, really nice and a huge amount of tempo in that play in the previous round. Miamon now comfortable to just drop bronze and say, well, I have a bit of gap here. Commit something, you know, and let's see if I can keep hold of my card here. Let's make sure I don't end up going an extra card down. He does currently have the potential to do just that.
Which, from Pireball perspective, could also be, oh, Miamon either has a horrible hand or really doesn't want to commit something, because we have seen a few bronzes that kind of signal, look, I don't want to be here anymore. I've committed enough. I'm
holding
ahead.
back.
Please let me out of here.
And that's the concern for Pireball. In this bleed, he wins round 1 on even. He's very happy because he can now free bleed. He can play every card if he can have a hand that allows that and not worry about losing his card here. He's making the decision right now, is he passing? Because he didn't see the big cards, but he has decided to do so. He is out. Miamon survives the bleed here, going into a 6-card round 3.
Interesting. And the Totem and Svalbard would also survive the bleed for Miamon. You know, no tutors, pure talent with those gold cards.
Very much so. Based on the way he's drawing, it looks like he may actually have shuffled Pireball originally, but has drawn the Simless on target. He will try to be remembering, maybe he did leave it the same and he's trying to work out where his mulligans should be as a result. We can see Olgierd has come in and the Heat Wave for Miamon as well. That is a big, big grab because his
That is a hand. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, Miamon is ready for this round 3, right?
Yeah, he is here for it. And if you're looking for a hand of cards, well, that is definitely one as he opens up with the Sigdrifer's Right. What is his choice? It is indeed that Draco Turtle.
And it makes sense. I think Draco Turtle here, again, is so many points with new Svalbard. We've been over this and I kind of like the return of Draco Turtle. I used to play this card a lot in like Skellige Alchemy, and it's nice to see it having a place in Self Wound as well.
Completely. I mean, this Scoia'tael list, obviously, it has the Heat Wave, but it's really the only card that can actually deal with everything here. It's the only choice.
And now looking at Pireball's play, the Squirrel coming down second, Miamon might have just been like, okay, I need to make use of my graveyard as soon as possible, knowing, of course, because this is open deck list, that Squirrel could still be hanging around.
Yeah, very much so. Does play it out instantly. And there's no real way for him to resolve these cards. Just getting to set up. He knows that that hand is not ideal for Pireball. It's not done and dusted. The Pella, the Squirrel here, not really finding the value you're looking for. But he's got no way to deal with either of these cards here. All he can hope is that the damage from Canute ends up absorbed by armor effectively.
Yeah, but you mentioned that they don't really have a use, the Pella and Squirrel. But I'm looking at Pireball hand and I'm wondering, how is he getting 3 units next to each other that he so desperately needs for the armor workshop? Because obviously we still haven't seen the leader.
Yeah.
But are there really cards that Pireball will be able to kill off? Because so far, how are you killing the Draco Turtle? All greed, you know, he's chilling there no matter what you do. This could be tough.
And he throws the build card on the board. He does not worry about pinging it himself at all. He says, you know what? If you hit this, and to kill it, you have no direct removal that does 5. So, actually, I'm just going to let this sit here. You would never do this in ladder, and it's one of the things I love about Conquest Gwent. It gives you the opportunity to take lines that are a little greedier because you understand what's happening.
And Paya reads that situation really well as well and says, you know what? I will not attack here. I will instead develop whatever I can, and I'll play Simless and try and boost the cards I have. Like you said, hoping the armor will protect them.
Yeah, and now you've seen the 3 units in a row were played for the Simless, but he was targeted in the middle. Those armorer's workshops, there is now no armor in the middle, which significantly reduces the value that Dennis might be able to grab.
Definitely. So this is looking pretty even though. Like Paya is playing this really well, but Miamon has Swalpod. and I'm done here. That's the end of the sentence. He has Swobbler, and I don't know how many points that will be.
That's fair. Now, one of the things that is interesting, we didn't see the damage onto the Knut. He decided it wasn't worth using the damage himself. Normally, you would damage Knut down to 5, but he's concerned. He knows that damage from Pirebol's side could still be forthcoming. He's trying to brick that leader, as you completely pointed out. He's trying to prevent that from happening. He knows the value that that can have, the swarm. As a result, he's left Knut. No worry about backup plan killing it. No worry about Grey Oak pairing maybe into a leader. He's tried everything he can here to make that happen.
Paya is using the last leader here, therefore not being able to thin, not bringing the other sentinels, and just...
Oh, he's accepted.
Oh,
now,
yeah.
That's a curious choice. He could have killed Knut with that combo itself. He had got the potential to just kill Knut outright there himself. Instead, valued the Wildkarl more so.
Really interesting to see. Very well, again, played from Pirebol in the center. He accepted, okay, I am not getting the leader here. I can't thin. I need to do something else about it.
Yeah.
And adapted masterfully to what was happening on board. Miamon played Swobbler, still has full leader, by the way.
Yes, he does still have the full leader, which obviously is worth, at the moment, maybe 10 points more if we end up seeing Svalblood. Boom, boom, boom.
But with the rope, oh no. I can't be watching this. It's, you know, I know Miyamoto's probably just using the time to think.
Yeah.
But that makes me not think at all. I'm just watching it like,
And we do see a slightly disappointing Dennis here. Makes sense then to pair this off with that tempering. A huge amount of points ahead for Pirebol. What is his heat wave of choice? Bound to be the squirrel and the armor here. This backup plan, is it going to be able to do the work? Has Miamon got enough with these leader abilities to make this happen?
Well, I predict at least 3 booms from Swobbler.
Oh my, 3 is a lot.
3 is a lot, but Miamon has more units than Paya.
He does, but they don't mind being hit. One of them, it doesn't hurt. The other, it actually boosts, so it levels itself out quite nicely.
True, you're right. For a second, I was like, oh no, this is looking pretty rough. But, like I've said, 3 booms from Swobbler.
Yeah.
That is my exact math here.
That's good math.
Now, boosting Draco Turtle even more, and we still have Totem that remains to not be used, which is fine. And yeah, like you said, can backup plan even make this up? I
don't think that I've seen a backup plan play for 20. That is not what Pirebol will have wanted to see here. He does play out his last card, and we see Miamon. He manages to get through that Skellige list. It is 1-0.
That is... You know what? I don't know, because we've seen the divination. You guys are ready for Paya to take this home. Tevil as well.
Of course, yes.
And it is wonderful to see people cheering up for their favorite players.
It is.
I wonder if in the chat right now you are cheering for Miamon as well, because we know that his fans are also very vocal.
They are. Rightly so. Rightly so. And I think it's one of those series where it's hard to root for either player, but it was an incredible, incredible match. One of the crucial parts of it for me, the list, as you mentioned when you were going through the deck lists, has no tutors, but he found his thinning perfectly. Even though he lost the round on even, the resistance of that bleed, just not being able to press all of the key cards out for Pirebol, makes that difference in the end, I think.
It definitely did. And you know what? Miamon, wow, I'm just... Because I think between the two of us, our divination challenges end very differently.
They do, yes. Well, mine is in tatters at this stage, I think it's fair to say, as it is every year. I did well on day 1, day 2, we're completely out of the window already, and that is what it is.
That is what it is.
It is. But now the coin flips, right? We now see instead Miamon goes onto red coin, Pirebol instead coming on blue coin in the next matchups.
So what could that mean? So we know the blood money for Paya is banned.
Yes,
so
of course.
Paya on blue could mean monsters.
I expect for Pirebol it will mean exactly that. It will be this monster list. It's a difficult choice here now the other way around. I wouldn't be surprised if we got to see the chaos that is Nilfgaard here. Of course, consumes a super vital for the monster list, for the Death Wish list. The problem that potentially brings, though, is those leader charge consumes, they're bronze cards. Most of your consumes are bronze cards. And Miyamon's hospitality, it loves some bronze cards, but it's not what we get.
Well, let's see. Maybe we'll get to see it later. We still get to see Nilfgaard.
And I think Paya has queued this atypically here, and I think to avoid this very matchup with his monster deck. Curious choice, will it pay off as we see the Nilfgaard, but Scoia'tael's back.
Okay, I don't mind more Scoia'tael.
I'm here for it.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Paya so far trying to unbrick
everything.
Everything, yeah. I was like, what are we unbreaking? Oh, just about everything, yeah.
That checks out.
How is Miyamon's hand looking?
Well, he's got access to most of his crucial things. The Golden Necker is in hand, Matahuri as well, of course. Ciri with a Boo Hurt to prep her for those jumps as well. He has removal, he's got synergy, he has tempo. I think he'll be reasonably happy here with his hand state. Paya does have some opening proactivity though, something the list can struggle with, as we see he starts off right now with Maxi.
Okay, that Maxi, again, it's not looking great, but if you're Paya, you could be thinking that you will thin those Sentinels in round 1 to make sure you don't break, or you decide to shuffle it up. Sometimes I feel like with Maxi, it's better to know what you're facing rather than shuffling impossible, making it worse.
Often that can be the case. You can you can accept, actually, you know what, I can't afford to. Oh, now this is a play. He just opens Vilgefortz here, just says, you know what, I don't like gold cards, let's get rid of them and thin. Let's just see here where we are. And old Vilgefortz would have grabbed that gold and been a real problem, but of course, after the final set of balance changes, Vilgefortz can only pull a bronze from your opponent's deck now.
That is true, but I was just wondering if you remember, if this Oxenford Scholar was on the top for Paya.
It wasn't, actually. It was one of the leaders that would have been top. He shuffled.
That he shuffled.
It does. To know. Good to know, and Miyamon not taking his foot off the gas at all here. Golden Necker turn 2 after a Vilgefortz. I think it's fair to say this is an aggressive line coming down.
You know what, it's aggressive boosting, which is always interesting for me to see. It's not really aggressive as such that it would be damaging a lot. It's just aggressive happening from Nilfgaard here. We also see the Arcane Tome.
Because why not play another card?
Why not? You know what? It's no longer the time of 1 card per turn for Gwent.
No, it's not, as he does click the Arcane Tome, of course, as well here. Jams a lot of points, gets himself ahead, and puts a Boo Hurt into that graveyard.
And meanwhile, Paya decides to get rid, I assume, the Golden Necker.
Yes.
Because like you've said, Miyamon could play it twice here. So that is no longer an option. Interesting, because now, again, sometimes with these plays, the sooner you do them, the quicker your opponent can adapt to what you've done.
Correct, but it's definitely the right line with the Asir Sat here. I mentioned that you can double play Sangreal, but of course, also the Golden Necker. There was a lot of debate back in the hotel from the watch party. Everyone saying from his lines yesterday, which one was correct? What should he have done? I think it's always better to err on the side of caution and get rid of that Golden Necker while you can.
Makes sense. Oh yeah, it was Golden Necker, not
it was both.
Sangreal.
Both.
Yeah.
No, you are right. Both are there.
Everything can be played twice here, clearly.
Nilfgaard doing Nilfgaard things. As now, the Ciri jumps down. All of these boosts once again, and that engine just going to keep on ticking.
Those are some big commitments from Miyamon, though.
They are, but one of the things this list doesn't mind is giving a lot of commitment, because it just wants that round control. It wants to be able to, especially on Red Coin Bully, maybe get double lasso to set up these huge Master of Puppets nice and early. As we can see, he is so far ahead of Pireball right now. Pireball may need to commit something pretty juicy in order to find a way back here.
And now think about it, the Master Puppet could be so many points here, especially with Dennis, because Dennis boosts the adjacent units, and those could very easily be bronzes.
And they most likely will be in a lot of situations. It's why Pireball's still fighting on here.
So we see that he's hovering the leader.
Yeah, I love this. I like this line. He's trying to thin well, but he's also trying to get as many units and tempo on the board as possible. He knows that Great Oak may be necessary to swing things back in his favor.
Yes, because even here he is still not ahead.
Correct.
And Miyamon could... So those are that's a very gold hand still. I'm not sure what else Miyamon wants to play here.
He can play more of this. The Matahuri, for instance, is an option if he decides to go down that route. He really wants to keep pressing. Having given the first Petri's filter, there's only one remaining in the deck. If he doesn't have the advantage of knowing it'll survive a heat wave, for instance, it makes his line, his strategy of the final say Master of Puppets more problematic. So right now, he's just deciding what he wants to do. He is actually hovering the Master of Puppets here to consider stealing maybe this 12-point Dwarven Chariot, because if he does that, it could be a very scary spot. Is that going to be his boost?
And that's not a horrible target
It's
at all.
a huge target.
Yeah, it's engine, not one that Pireball might be using right now to set up Dennis, but still 15 points is a massive swing.
It really is. As we see the pass drop down, a little bit more armor availability. He's just holding off. Pireball here saying, I'll go cards down and bleed you of your combo before I pass here and lose on even, which I completely believe is the right line.
When you said the pass down, I was like, are we passing already? But it was the Mahakam pass.
Yes, the Mahakam pass is down, yes.
Sure okay, and Miyamon now, like you said, could be the Master of Puppets as well, but probably not right now.
No, that's not what he's decided. The
decided.
Asaya, yeah. The Asaya coming in. I will, of course, update you. What has he shuffled back in? The Siri. So there will be another Siri. Maybe not double Sangria. Why not double Siri? Let's just do it.
You know what? Why not? That's the beauty of some of these decks, that they really react to what's the opponent bringing here. Meanwhile, Paya deciding and bringing a backup plan. It could feel like a big commitment to Onairo a bronze special, but Paya also doesn't want to play any of the other cards, right?
And that's the thing. He's trying to hold off some of those value cards, and for once, with his engines, he will tick back ahead in the event that Miyamon passed here, now even more so than before.
So the pass has been spent entirely, and Paya is now ahead. So Mia, if he really wants the round control, needs to commit not too much and will get quite a big answer from Pireball. The Great Oak is
Possibly.
ready.
Now, the risk of using this Master of Puppets, of course, it can infinitely move. You don't want to have your opponent have the opportunity to replay it, and it's still a turn too early if he were to drop it now. He will, as a result, be looking at what he could choose to do. The problem that he has, though, if he plays Matahuri, he extends the round again. He has taken the choice. Here we go. Master of Puppets jumps in, and this is a 2-for-1, because not only does he steal, and it's a huge swing, he blocks some of the value of that oak as well. That row's full.
True. Oh yeah, that row is now full. Really well placed by Miyamon. So, but like you said, the Master of Puppet is not really loyal.
No,
and
he's not.
Jump back.
He's not, and of course that wonderful artwork. Have to give a shout out to the lovely Bomblin.
That is with us with the watch party, in the watch party, hopefully now.
And now Pireball has to take that pass. He's lost the round on even. Is this going to be a pass from Miyamon? Does he feel he can set things up? Now, with this list, remember, we saw yesterday, literally just discarding your bronze cards is genuinely a good line potentially against this. He's already thinned his leader ability, and that's something that Miyamon has to be worried about if he just takes a pass here. Pireball is more than good enough to read that potential line and make that play.
So let's have a look how these players decide to do the mulligans. I hope I'm counting correctly. They are on even, same number of cards
Correct.
right now. Miyamon with Siri as well. That could be a nice card here.
It could, and the temptation for him might be, obviously play this, try and get the carryover. He may decide, though, that that double laissez is just too valuable to give up.
And we'll see what happens here when Miyamon decides to go for. On the other side, Paya kept the Seamless and Dennis. Makes sense. Doesn't have breaks right now. Second on Iroh.
Oh boy, here he comes.
How will he deal with the Siri?
I believe MV Pella is your perfect answer here, but it's risk-reward. Because if you deal with it, you're putting a bronze card on the board and saying to Miyamon, now you have an option. Now you have something to boost, and he could very well push for the 2-0. It's not as simple as just snapping it like it normally would be. This is why Pireball is waiting. he is debating.
So what is left in Pieball's deck? You were just doing it as I was thinking it. It's the Heat Wave. But even the Heat Wave, even if you on Iromancy for that, delete that series out of existence, well, you still don't have enough points.
And this is Pieball. You might be thinking at home, what's he doing? That doesn't make any sense. It's an understanding of the matchup. He can't afford to put bronzes on the board, but he can't afford also to use that Heat Wave. Because if he does, he still gives up double Lassé to Miamon, and as a result has no answer to the Petri's filter, and then the supersized Master of Puppets. It's really scary for him.
Definitely, because Paya can't afford to simply not be ahead.
No,
Every
he can't.
time he clicks that coin, he needs to be sure that he is ahead and doesn't want to spend any card after that.
No, not a single one. I think it may have been Decree that went back in there, but we'll see in a little while. As Pieball, he's just having to commit. He has a Nero now. What is his Nero of choice? It is that Heat Wave. Miamon not ahead though, so he doesn't get the double Lassé if he wants to go down that line. Is he going to just push a little further here and get as much as he can out of Pieball, hoping that maybe a bronze card will be forthcoming?
And we see the Mata coming down. I don't know, I'm not sure what will draw for Miamon. It is the Defender. And then Mia probably will be able to get the Illusionist Bonded from Vigo. I'm assuming.
It's certainly a possibility, yeah, that is
it's
something
quite
he can
likely.
do.
So Mia can go quite deep into round 2 here.
He can, and of course, in his opponent's graveyard, thanks to his play in the first round, it's a Master of Puppets. So in the event that he wants one to steal one, to steal one, to steal one, to steal one, it is a possibility. A really nicely built list here, and at the moment, Pieball going through every possible line, waiting to see what happens as Miamon takes the pass here. No surprise to finally see a bronze card drop down, because I don't think Pieball will want to play a single one in this next round. He's going to hope he can find enough points without them.
That makes sense. Paya was able finally to breathe out and say, okay, I can play this with no worries. But that is an awfully bronze hand for Paya that needs to be unbricked.
Okay, this is massive for him because he starts normally. You would want to wait for this Zoltan Warrior. You would be desperate for this Zoltan Warrior to get damage and spawn those bronzes. He can play it on its own now, not hit a target, and it will not spawn the Rowdy Dwarfs. Eudora will jump out, but she is gold too. So he now has more units than he had before. Those bronze dwarves, I have a feeling they are not going to be touched at all.
It's not looking great with the bronze to gold ratio here, but like you say, Zoltan could be an option that is played right now.
I love it.
And instead, and we see him being played quickly, quicker than the the mulligan writing was even gone.
Yeah.
Zoltan was already on the board.
It was, and if you were noticing Miamon's mulligans and thinking, wait, Lionheart, you've been talking up this Master of Puppets Petri's filter play. I just watched Miamon mulligan both of those things. Well, of course, chess is a two-player game, and Gwent definitely is too. While Pieball knows he shouldn't play bronzes, Miamon knows Pieball knows he shouldn't play bronzes.
Does Mia know Paya knows?
Mia knows Paya knows.
Do we know?
Oh, I definitely know.
Okay.
And as a result, this is a little bit of 5D chess here from Miamon. He has now got rid of those options. Of course, he can still pull off most of this combo if he wants to, but he is aware that maybe getting Pieball to just get rid of some of his cards effectively, remove them, not play them, could end up just outpointing his opponent instead.
Interesting. So Paya here is already going for the thin armor workshop.
Amazing play.
Makes sense. Again, we've seen Paya do this before, just setting it up for Dennis. Probably knowing Miamon doesn't really have removal.
No, he's not worried about the removal here, and this will be indicative. What is his choice? Plays the Arturius Vigo. Does he just hold himself here? He grabs a lock, locks that engine instead. Doesn't worry at all about any potential extra Master of Puppets, because I don't think he thinks a bronze card's forthcoming here, Pieball.
I think so. I think Miamon has decided for the lock just to deny the value from the barricade, because Zoltan was able to obtain armor from the Armorer's Workshop. And we see one more Illusionist in the hand. That means Can we get bonded still for Miyamon here?
No, I don't believe so. There's an illusionist in hand. He's not too worried about that. He's just getting his Siri down initially. The Siri Sangreal combo. So many points here. He hasn't chosen, as a result, of course, to play those points on the other side with the Boo-Hurt. He has just given a battle prep to this Fion, making sure that it survives. Right smack bang in the middle to make the Commander's Horn potential awkward. And Pyabol is throwing those bronzes away. Miyamon maybe making the right set of choices here.
The bluff has worked. Paya doesn't want a single bronze on the board, too worried about Master of Puppets. It makes sense from Paya, but Miyamon has read that right, it seems, and decides for a completely different strategy. And we're not seeing the Master of Puppets anymore.
I don't think so, because of course he's read the read, and it's really difficult. We have the luxury of seeing both sides of this. Miyamon early though, grabbing that Siri back, not waiting to make the Commander's Horn awkward, and just saying, you know what, give me my points back. Let's see if you can catch me with those 3 cards, and now it happens.
Oh.
Now Pyabol says, okay, you know what, I need the points. He plays this bronze. That is, has he read the situation here?
But you know what? A turn ago, the gap between Miyamon and Paya was massive.
Yeah.
Mia closed it, and now Paya has 1 single card left.
He does. I think it was the use of the leader that really triggered this for him. I think what he's seen is, you know what? You can't really buff this many more ways now. I'm not overly concerned by this. The fact that he didn't spawn with it either. Pyabol just 5 points ahead here. Miyamon 2 cards to the good with engines on board. This could well. Is there a huge shock on the cards?
Oh wow, this is speedy. Like, we have just seen the most anticipated series, I believe, Paya versus Mia.
And it's currently... Well, it's about to be.
Currently about to be. And it is now 2-0 for Miyamon.
Wow. Miyamon 2, Pyabol 0 so far. Are we going to get that reverse sweep from Pyabol now?
Well, we didn't get one yesterday. So
True.
I think it's about to happen right now.
Who knows? Well, it's an immaculate series. The differences of decision there between the players. Pyabol having to get rid of the first card, the leader hadn't been given, constantly worried about that Master of Puppets, but the pressure in round 1 from Miyamon's list, that getting everything he wants to win on even, going for the bleed, getting just enough value to still get double last say. It's a list I think I'm going to queue into over and over again next week.
I can't wait to see you guys try pilot this, honestly.
Yeah.
But I think, I'm not sure if we've talked about this, but Paya was so well prepared to play against the decks that were expecting to show up. And Miyamon kind of Miyamon decided to go a little off-stream, a little hipster, off-meta,
Miyamon builds the meta, he is the meta.
He is his own meta. And this could be why it is difficult for Pyabol here.
Very much so, yeah. Of course, Pyabol's targeting a specific Scoia'tael list, that Guerrilla Tactics list, trying to make Blue Coin awkward. Getting one of the lists through already for Miyamon is crucial, and he now has 3 attempts to get his final list through. Syndicate Vice, of all things. Now,
the most mainstream one that Miyamon's bringing.
Problem. The list that I was most worried about it winning against was that other Syndicate list, but it has been banned. We know exactly what Miyamon will bring, it's the Vice. Now Pyabol, well, we don't have to wait. I was about to say, what will he bring?
It's the Scoia'tael for
He
the
just
third
wants
time.
you to see Scoia'tael, you know?
Thank you, Paya. I appreciate it. I think this is the most time
ever
Scoia'tael has spent on the big screen, and I'm here for it. You know what?
Me
Let's
too.
keep it going.
Me too.
Probably. Well, if Paya doesn't win with it now, that's not how we keep it going. So, well, I don't know what I want right now, honestly.
Well, Miyamon fishing and fishing, no bricks, and does have access to that Madame Serenity, but Pyabol living somewhere near Brick City, as you would expect with Precision Strike here. I've seen worse hands, but Lord, I've seen better.
I have definitely seen better. This is not looking great. Maxi, a good way how to have a look into the future and see if those bricks will get any better.
That leader brick is really awkward here. Typically, this list from Miamon can open after he obviously plays some of the carryover. He can then put himself in a situation to play Madame Serenity, really get some tempo and some threatening engines on the board. That leader brick is one of the ways Pireball could aggressively answer multiple engines in one turn. Use your full leader, use something like a backup plan, try and clean up 2 engines in one go. It's something that he will have been hoping for as a possibility.
So meanwhile, Miamon is doing what Syndicate does the best, and that is having coins, having spenders, and just kind of accumulating their wealth, you know?
He is, and he's taking his time as well. He's not just throwing down those engines, he's trying to feel out the situation against Precision Strike. He's waiting to see, can you actually force me to play it here, or can I hold it? Because of course, it is a massive play. You don't just want to free throw it out there. He has access at his discretion. But we were discussing, obviously, that Paya now needs to reverse sweep. I do think it's possible for him. His Nilfgaard list, pretty great into Syndicate Vice. Death Wish, not bad into Syndicate Vice either. So, and honestly, this one isn't either. He's not in the worst spot I've ever seen. Will he be able to hold on and pull this back?
I'm really curious to see, because on the other side, Miamon, if this turns into reverse sweep, will have to play Syndicate Vice 3 times in a row or try and defend himself, and that can be really tough as well, because Syndicate requires so much mental energy. There's so many things happening. So this is a tough spot for Miamon. He doesn't look it. Seems they both still look very calm about it. But we'll see. This is Pireball's Maxi.
I believe so, yes. As we can see, not the best situation for the hand here at all, honestly.
Really not. The Great Oak being buried together with Zoltan. I think this could be a shuffle for Paya.
It's a possibility for sure. Does have, he's missing quite a few things there. But as you mentioned, sometimes it's better just to know what you don't have, especially with a Neuromancy in hand. He will then know what's worth grabbing and what isn't.
Yeah, but one of the things on the top was the Armorer's Workshop. I'm not sure you want to grab that right now. And there's no way to unbreak the leader. But we'll see, we'll see.
We'll see. As we now see, the first of the Shady Vendors drop down does not find itself an Open Sesame. The community balancing changes, of course, bringing pulling the strings down into the 5p slot, making it a lot harder to grab what you want from a Shady Vendor.
I think that was a really nice, like, subtle change to Syndicate and to its consistency, making it a little more difficult for Vice players to develop all of that carryover.
It's nice. Buff one card to pseudo-nerf another actually feels great. Pireball just keeping the pressure on, though, saying, I'm going to stay ahead. I know you're not going anywhere right now, but I want to make sure I can stay in control of this round right now. Still has cards he can play, of course. That backup plan will trade for good value potentially here. Another Oxenfurt Scholar as well. First to Nero. There are lots of ways he can... Oh my,
yeah.
Okay, Miamon
here.
He's just taking Acherontia in round 1 and full spending. Oh no, he drew the boat!
Oh my, that is horrible. That is...
Not the react. I reacted harder than Miamon, I think, there. Of all of the cards in his deck, the Acherontia thins the Flying Redanian.
But Miamon seems to be quite okay with that.
It was a little eye scratch and nothing more from it. It was like, yeah, what did you expect? You know, love that for him.
Wow, that is a massive commitment here. But looking at the other side, you know, Ixora doesn't have many great targets here.
Not yet.
It felt a little too late for Madame Serenity to be brought with Royal Degree. So Miamon just decided to go quite, like you said, he is putting a brick on that gas, genuinely.
He is, and I think, and now he takes the pass here, he's used it, and it's an interesting choice, matchup for matchup. If you think the Acherontia would have thinned later, but by that point you could have missed your card choices. Ixora could be super valuable into a short round where your opponent only has tall units. It's helped him spend down as well on his Open Sesame, only 4 empty pockets that he needs now. He's thinned a little, albeit not the way he would have liked. Not
Still
too bad.
thinned.
He's thinning is thinning. Sometimes thinning is winning.
And we'll see if this is the case for Miamon today. We see Commander's Horn also quite early from Paya. He manages to get the gap closed, and we go into round 2 right now.
We do, and Pireball now in control of the destination of this particular matchup, but not currently the whole series. Will he be able... He didn't shuffle. And I think the reason he hasn't shuffled is you'd rather draw into it and know where it is, which means you know exactly when you can and can't take a mulligan here.
When you were commenting on Paya's draws, I'm not sure if you guys at home noticed, but that King of Beggars, Miamon actually did a face of like, oh no. So,
not you!
Not you! What are you doing here? Not another brick, because we already seen the both. I think that was a little too much from Ia as well. Okay, we see the Mahakam pass, makes sense.
Yeah.
Because now it will stay into round 3. And instant answer, the Novigrad. I love this card. I love this city.
Yes.
You know? Novigrad, I think, is just such a great value card for a Syndicate, because it brings the coin.
Over and over again.
And it can... The cards it creates can be really useful, because Syndicate feels like a very flexible faction in this.
Yes.
You don't know what it brings, but you're always looking for a spender, always to make money. So that's always useful. I'm looking at it now. I'm not sure I've ever seen, if this is the premium, there's like a rainbow. Or it could be just my screen.
Oh, okay. I think
I'm not sure.
Maybe. No heat wave on it though, instead leaving it to gain some value because of course spenders are your biggest issue, and while you'd love to deny the coins, if you've only got one heat wave it may have to go onto a candle instead. Right now Pireball has the points, Miamon has the cards. Will he try to catch up quickly? What will he try to fight his way back with?
I think, looking at it, I would quite expect Madame Serenity to come down now. It's about time, because we only have 1 Peaches in hand, so they're not bricked.
Yeah, true, and there are still 8 coins on the King of Beggars as well, so that would actually thin another card and a spender, which is why he might be holding off. He might value keeping that for as long as he can, maybe using it for his round 3, or as those final points to thin and know he can survive in this round.
Could be. And instead, we see another huge comet. It's the Xora.
It is, and that is very, very tempting for Pireball here, because he can clean this up with a Dwarf and a Leader ability.
Okay, and that could be Miamon's also testing the waters. How will you remove this? Is this gonna survive? But I'm really surprised by this play.
Yeah, Miamon not really valuing the typical Vice cards that you would expect. Instead, the Poison package may be his go-to, his additional engines, and having more of them than the opponent here. Paya now in a situation where he has to make a decision. I mentioned earlier, you want that Leader ability to deal with the super engine threat that slams down when Madame Serenity arrives, or to clean up Leader abilities. Right now, he does have the potential to Leader and deal with this. Instead, he holds off, waits a turn, and says, okay, spend 8 coins now. Show me what you can do right now to delete my lowest value cards.
This is really interesting. It just feels like they are reading each other so well all the time. And Mia... Okay, what is Miamon going to do here? Could it be...
I think maybe now I would be thinking about Madame Serenity. Now I would be saying, okay, you have to clean this up. Xora with Madame Serenity will play through once, maybe twice. We see a click right now of the Novigrad, and instead just plays full spends to protect her because he's trying to get that Leader ability out of Pireball. He's saying, I will not let you use just a single ping and this Dwarf to kill it. I want to get some removal value. He really values Madame Serenity as his potential win con here.
But I'm also thinking Miamon really believes in no breaks here, because going into round 3, that Madame Serenity could join, but could join as a brick.
It could, and that's why I think you'll see he's holding this Passiflora Peaches instead. He's saying, I can mulligan this away if I need to, because at least I know that will be safe.
And now we see the Heat Wave instead. Ooh. So Paya made sure that Xora is no longer a problem at all. Miamon now needs to catch up.
Miamon does. It's only a few points, but Pireball holding on, threatening that this could actually end up being a cheeky 2-0 push if Miamon doesn't take this seriously. He still has 3 damage on the board and the miner with armor. A perfect hand to possibly transition this into that 2-0. He could drop the Dennis, he could drop the Armorer's Workshops, he could then slam his leader and a Great Oak. Pirebol's hand and leader, there could be 60 points there right now. Miamon has to be aware of that. He has to take that seriously.
Yeah, and I'm thinking we could see a self-poison just to get a little more points to close that gap. Will we ever see the boat, by the way? I think apart from the...
Maybe Madame Serenity will bring the boat. Oh, well, now he's played the morale here to poison the threat. He really wants to get that leader ability out of Pirebol. He knows, again, is it removal? Of course it is. It can be cleaned up. It is no problem for that to be the case. But it will demand the leader as well as this dwarf because of that single ping that Pirebol used out of respect for the risk of hitting armor in his past previously. I wonder if he'd kept it, how different this series could be.
And we see the ping from the dwarf and now full leader. Pirebol finally thinning these sentinels.
He does take it, okay. And Miamon's been trying to get this. He's been trying to bait this for a while. Will he regret poking the bear, as it were, as we now see the Simless come down as well? Pirebol now putting his foot firmly on the gas.
And like you said, this is a lot of points pretty quickly for Pirebol. He can completely ignore the poison that Miamon threatened and just said, well, I'll boost something other. That's fine.
Huge number of points and a massive amount that's going to be needed. We do see the leader, and now this is where it comes in.
Madame Serenity bringing the party on the board and full thinning. Suddenly, like you said, it's thinning and it's 3 engines as well.
And a boat.
And a boat, finally. Novigrad on the boat, Madame Serenity on the board. That is a lot of points for Miamon.
It is, but is it a little too late with no Vice engines? Pirebol adamant that he is going to go in here. The only downside, of course, I believe it's a full front row for Pirebol.
I am doing quick math. Even counting to 9 is clearly a
struggle
struggle for me. But yes, you're right. The front row is indeed full. And Miamon is going to a little bit of retail therapy here, shopping and spending as much as he can.
Yes, he is. And you can see he's trying now. He's procking the only one of his open sesames in the graveyard. Spend, 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 he says, to try and get ahead. With that, of course, he's turned one of his engines off in order to protect as many others as possible here. Still has a card to play too. He will be tentative to follow up with the poison right now, though, because it will open up and he self-poisons instead. Might seem like a weird line.
That actually makes so much sense, because that Oxenford guard is such a great spender and it gets so much value. So Miamon got more points from doing that than deleting the dwarf, right?
And it's such a nice decision there. He knows his opponent doesn't run poison. He hasn't got to worry about it. Opening it up was the worst thing he could have done, and he just managed to extend those coins. He was frugal. Maybe there was a coupon in there somewhere.
Discount code.
Yeah, discount code, extra Vice. Well, no Vice at all, but extra spending, and he's ahead. Pirebol not going to love this situation here. Doesn't know what's left. Really doesn't want to pass right now.
What's left for Pirebol that the Oneiromancy could bring?
It is the Zoltan or the Great Oak really are his choices.
Great Oak now fits on the front row.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, no, it doesn't. No, in my head, the poison was actually used.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Chef. But yeah, it still doesn't fit. So Great Oak's not really
he's taking so long, Pyre. Play quicker. Please play faster.
Why do you look not so stressed like me right now? Come on.
Okay, the Zoltan drops in, and I'm assuming he had the time. He gets the hits, and it's a lot of points, as obviously he passes. Can Miamon make this gap? The Eudora, whoa.
Miamon has Azar in hand, and Azar without tribute is point.
It is, that's right.
So we could see that now to be able to generate some
I think it's
extra
enough, actually.
value.
Because remember, of course, he's got perfect value spenders. This will generate 3 coins if he doesn't tribute. He can
and
spend
it's
1
6
here.
points on its own.
Yes, so it's 6 points on its own. A single spend with a Street Urchin to 7, and then the double value of the Oxenfurt Guard, taking him down to 0.
Did you do the math after the 7? Because I didn't.
He does. You know what? I don't need to, because here it is. Miamon has a card left. This This round 3, Miyamon in the driving seat. There is a great oak, hopefully, for Fireball. What can Miyamon find? Because they've both given it their all here.
Well, the great oak might be great, but I'm not sure how many units can Paya create.
And that, well, he's found the things he needs. He has got, amazingly, the Dwarven Chariot, which will be 2 units, as well as the oak. It's the best case scenario for him. On the other side here, Miyamon, fishing, 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 but...
Was there anything to fish, really?
I mean, I think he's trying to find the poison. He doesn't find a second poison. Both of those fish techs rooted to the bottom. He was hoping for the removal, and what he was expecting was the Great Oak. This is going to be close.
Spender as the candle, that is looking pretty good, with Novigrad still ticking, still giving those coins away, right?
Novigrad ticks and ticks and ticks, yes.
Oh my god, I am so nervous here. Like, you can't see us, but we are like...
We are.
We are in the screen with these players. What is Miyamon's next line here?
Well, he was looking for an option, I would imagine, to try and find another poison or removal here for the Dwarven Chariot. He was hoping to find it. He's missed all of it. He's thinned the boat and given himself max coins, though. That's the decision he's taken as we see the backup plan drop down.
Makes sense for Miyamon to get as many points as possible. Kenda being the only spender right now is a little awkward. What will Paya pick here from backup plan? It's the movement.
It is, but
Makes
a
sense.
movement with the buff, I would expect. He's trying to get as much as possible.
For the oak, right?
This is going to be so close. Are the coins of Syndicate going to be sufficient?
There are quite a lot of coins when I'm looking at it.
I'm literally on the edge of this chair right now. I can't begin to tell you. We are on the verge of what could be an iconic ending, a divination ruining series.
Not for me. For you, yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
So we see another spender, again the Oxenford, really great spender for Syndicate if you have a way to pair it with something. Paya playing the Great Oak, not being able to remove that spender, self-poison here, and Miyamon.
Oh my word!
Takes it! 3-0 against Paya.
I don't think, I defy belief. Miyamon has made it to the finals. Look,
Give us some emotions. Look, we see something from Mia. That also means he has to stay awake for a little longer.
It does. I am stunned. I don't think many of us expected a 3-0 here. I jinxed this yesterday.
Nobody expected it. We saw the divination challenge. This was against the odds for Mia.
Wow.
Okay.
That was an incredible series. Miyamon taking out the legend, the veteran, the former World Master Pireball. 3-0.
I don't have words.
I am absolutely stunned here. An incredible series, so much that you will get to see analysed a little bit later.
I can't wait to see what Spessy actually finds there, because it happened so quickly for us.
Honestly, I expected us to be here a lot longer than this, I'm not going to lie, but wow, he is there. And the finals now, Sanvan to Miyamon, that's going to be incredible.
That is insane. Oh my god. We are just stunned. It's not that we didn't I believe that Miyamon has what it takes, but definitely not expecting a 3-0 here.
I know, and he's played so well. Of course, commiserations to the legend that is Pireball. He will always be a hero of this game. It was an awkward series for him there. Getting the opening round, finding everything for Skellige when Miyamon was playing it, wow. I mean, it was exactly what he wanted, and it really set the tempo. Miyamon was able to resist bleeds and then control matchups when it really, really mattered. Huge for him there.
It is, because we've casted Miyamon before, and sometimes we've seen how it didn't pay off for him, bringing decks that weren't meta.
Yes.
This time it worked for him perfectly, and like we discussed, Paya, also a perfect lineup, just didn't work this time.
It didn't, but Miyamon, I believe, is standing by right now. So we're going to throw you straight over to that winner's interview.
Excuse me, that was incredible. 3-0 versus Pireball, absolute legend of this esport. Please, Miyamon, tell me how you feel after this decisive victory.
宮山さんお疲れ様でした。3対0ということで、これはもうレジェンド級というものにとってはものすごい勝利だと思いますが、どうでしょう、今率直にどういったいただけませんか？
最後の方ちょっと聞こえない。
はい、素晴らしい勝利ですので、今どういったお気持ちにお聞かせください。
いや、自分でも3-0できると思ってもらったので、妨害の結果です。
So I'm also so surprised and not expected for this amazing win with that difference. Yes.
Yeah, you're also surprised, I can imagine. You definitely ruined a lot of divination challenges. But moving on to our second question, how do you feel looking ahead now? You're in the finals, there's only one opponent left. What are the chances that you're going to take this one home and actually win the whole tournament?
そうですよね。私も聞いて驚いていらっしゃるのかなと思っていました。そういった今回は素晴らしい勝利だったということで、次になんですけれども、もう本当にファイナルに向けてあとお一人しか対戦相手残っていないという状況ですけれども、どうでしょう、ファイナルまたはその今後の、ゲームについてどういったお気持ちですか？
もうやるしかないという気持ちで、もう全力でぶつかって。
最後の方聞こえなかったので、もう一回いいですか？
もうやるしかないということで、もう全力でぶつかっていきたいです。
はい、ありがとうございます。So, yes, I'm also surprised, but my current feeling is like I should do it or I must go on, even I must go on and challenge and tackle to the first place.
Awesome.
With my whole power.
Well, I'm ready to see his whole power unleashed in the finals. You have a lot of fans all around the world rooting for you in the Twitch chat, but also here in the studio. Thank you so much for taking the time for this interview. Thank you so much, Mayuko, for translating it. And you will have a little bit of time to rest now before the finals, and then we will see you once again. So now, please, thank you once again. And now we can actually, well, what do we have on the menu today? Well, let's find out.
Hello, thank you very much, Ryan. Congratulations to Mia Mon. They have done it. They have taken down Payabol. This does mean that we have officially never had one player winning 2 GWENT World Masters. We are going to have a new GWENT World Master for the final official season. So it was a 3-0. It was a pretty dominating victory from Miamon, which I think a lot of us were very surprised by. Overall, having spoken with Payabol earlier while he was here at the watch party, he did say that he was feeling a little bit unfavored, but certainly not 3-0 unfavored. Going into the first game, we see that Miamon was losing on even, despite playing Portal into a Fish Flapper and a Haymate Protector. Took the pass. Payabol also took the pass. And this meant that Payabol then was in control of where the game went from here. Now, Self-Wound, a very powerful deck, of course, particularly in a long round. So Payabol felt very much necessary to try and bleed Mayamon down. However, I keep flip-flopping between Mayamon and Miamon as well because it's difficult. People are saying different things. But Mayamon is what I've always said, but we'll stick with Miamon. Miamon has then done really well at defending this bleed. Paya really threatened to get away with it, but Miamon in this round 2 just developed the graveyard with things like Dracotail, which could then potentially be summoned back a little bit later. And then this round ended up being a pretty comfortable win for Miamon. And at this moment, one option that Paya did have was to try and trade this final backup plan in hand, a bronze card for a gold card in the hand of Miamon. On reflection, it might have been worth it. Speaking with Sealy and Shinmiru, who I was watching these games with, we were just thinking that perhaps Payabol is valuing this backup plan as a bit of potential removal, a way of removing the Canute from the board in round number 3. But despite Paya winning on even and having a reasonable bleed, it just wasn't even particularly close in the end. As we see this one finishing out, Miamon had a 16-point lead. Forgive me. Miamon trailing by 16 points. The Heatwave comes through. The Turtle had no armor left, and the backup plan, of course, is not going to be able to play for 21 points. You're going to need a backup plan in that situation, my friend Paya. So game one, it looks like it was a really unfavored matchup for Paya. Miamon, despite losing on even, was able to take it incredibly comfortably. Then going on to the second game in the series, I wanted to highlight in this one a really interesting moment where we see this berserker on the board here. So this was in round one. We saw a few interesting little moments. This is, the master of puppets coming down, using the Petrie's filter for the zeal, for the instant impact, insane swing from the master of puppets Petrie's filter combo. I know that I cannot wait to give this a try myself with the Golden Necker. It is without doubt my favorite deck from the whole tournament. Master of Puppets is a card which I always believed has the power and the potential, but no one's ever really respected it. And that is why Miamon is just a legend of this game, because they don't follow no trends. They do what they want, what they believe in, and it is just wonderful to see the synergy, of course, with Petrie's filter and being a great target for Golden Necker. The Asir and the Alyssa also being able to put back the Golden Necker is just really, really amazing to see. And in the end, in this game, it was again just not quite enough for Paya. We see this Commander's Horn being the last attempt. Miamon had a couple of cards left in hand here, and even though the Royal Decree wasn't really doing much, it just proved to be a relatively comfortable win in the end. And that Master of Puppets really the start of the show in round number one. And then finally, the third game, which I think is the most interesting of them all, because there is a turn which has just absolutely blown my mind. In fact, again, I was watching it with my lovely co-casters, and Cecilia Seeley said, highlight that shit about this particular moment. So I cannot wait to show you this one. There was one little moment. Forgive me as I fumble around with my OBS for just a moment here. There was a little moment here where in round one, Miamon's ship here hits the Flying Redanian, which obviously wasn't ideal. There was actually a worse target for Miamon to hit, though, because King of Beggars is in the deck. This was a 0-point play, basically, off of the ship, whereas the King of Beggars would be negative points because you're losing a lot of carryover. And then the big moment in this one happened in round number two. There were some pretty interesting moments where, for example, Miamon is just holding on to this Azar in hand. Azar just didn't really seem to be doing anything. Of course, it's there to protect Miamon's cards, but instead Miamon just opted to play Exora on the board, and Paya had some options of dealing with this. Heatwave, perhaps a skirmisher into leader as well, could have removed it. But again, somewhat surprising, at least to me as a third-party viewer. Neither of these things happened. Paya used the skirmisher, but decided to hold on to the leader. Now, one problem Paya ends up running into in this as well is that he ends up filling his front row completely, meaning that the Great Oak of Royal Decree is not going to be quite an option. And this was the big moment where Paya was really, really far ahead. And there was just a turn which was just absolutely obscene. So you can see Paya is really starting to run away with it. A big lead, setting up the Dennis. Miamon does have this poison down onto the skirmisher, but this is where it starts to just... You see the power of the Syndicate faction, the Madame Slam, which we often see as a tempo pass play, but in this case, she just comes down for big value, getting some engines down. The Flying Redanian also flies out. We see the Dennis come down from Paya, filling up that front row. So, again, blocking the Great Oak could have proved to have been a fatal moment in this one. But this is the moment from Miamon. Look how far behind they are right now. They are a total of 33 points behind. They have 9 coins in the bank. They have leader charges available. And this spender is absolutely popping off. Perhaps one of the best cards in the game right now. Just insane efficiency on the spending. And suddenly, just using the coins in the bank and those leader charges, that 33-point gap is now just an 8-point gap. Just absolutely incredible to see the amount of points that this spender can get. And then we see the poison, importantly, not being used onto the skirmisher, but instead being used on the lovely self-poison here to just get ahead by 1. In fact, the rope was really close here because it does look like a slight misclick. This last coin was spent by the urchin when it should have been 2 coins spent to the spender to the left. And then Paya has the Aneromancy left. They, of course, Paya doesn't want to pass at this time. Can't take the Great Oak for very good value because that front row is full. And it was just an absolutely monstrous turn from Miyamon. So many points. And of course, that did result in them then going into the final round with that card advantage and just about securing the victory over Payabol in a 3-0 fashion. So big congratulations to Miyamon, commiserations to Payabol, and I cannot wait to see what the final does hold for us. I'm going to send you now back on over to our wonderful casters, Lionheart and Aria, for the updated bracket.
And we are back with the undated bracket. Maybe one that not so many of you expected. It will be Sanvante versus Miyamon in the finals.
It will, and thank you for that analysis as always, Spessy. That's right, we now have our finalists. Sanvante progressing 3-1, Miyamon 3-0. And it's fair to say everyone who's been here this weekend has played their part. It is by no means easy. Lineups are varied, the pressure is on. That was incredible.
I'm still recovering.
Yeah.
Everybody in the studio is still recovering, let me tell you.
Definitely, because it was quite the series. But with that 3-0, I think the prize pool will be looking slightly different here as well.
Because Miyamon has taken the entire match say. That means he's currently taking home 6,500.
He is. Payabol not going home by any means empty-handed. $3,000 is nothing to sniff at. But the two finalists now, both on huge, huge amounts, with the bulk of it still to come here. What a series. We are still reeling from this incredible, incredible series.
It was amazing. I'm really glad we got to cast it because we knew coming into this that this will be amazing.
Yeah.
We weren't expecting this.
No, definitely not. And I don't think too many of you were either. Again, I really do want to give a shout out there to Payabol. He played magnificently through the weekend. Didn't go his way today, but definitely deserves the praise and the love. So a round of Payabols in the chat if you can get them, and an applause for him as well, because he is truly, he may not be Masters Season 5 world champion, but he will always be a world master.
That is true, and every player that played this weekend and the previous weekend made an impact on the community, on the decks. We all play because we all like a little bit of steel, you know, from those tournaments decks. We're like, oh, nice, good, I'll give it a try. So, yeah, all of them were amazing, and I can't wait to see the finals.
No, me either. And, well, we now know our two finalists. It's coming up in a little while. The final there is something coming up before it, but I think now is the time that we would like to take a moment and just reflect on kind of Gwent. And this is the final official event. I'm going to try and get through this without crying. I'm going to fail. Trust me.
I'm not even trying. Why don't you?
It's going to be fine. The game, Gwent, its community, quite literally, it's changed our lives. Without it, we would never have met. I wouldn't have my own wife. All of the friends.
Wife?
No, I don't know. You know, all of the people we've met along the way, the friends, just everything. This whole community is home. It always has been, and it's been such a joy and an honor to be part of not just Gwent, but I'll take a breath here. The whole scene, getting to cast these events has been incredible. I know we'll both be doing our very best to keep it going with those community events in the future as well.
And you guys hopefully with us, because we have written these things down because we were ready to forget everything. It's been truly magical to be here. This is the first time I've been able to cast an event like this, and being in person is amazing. And it still feels like it's yesterday when I started my first stream with Gwent. It's been years now, and but the first stream, and I already felt like at home, and Gwent has felt like home since then. And I know it has felt that way for many of you. And we're saying all of this because this is our last cast today. You're still going to see the finals, you're still going to see Shin and Sealy, and it's amazing that they get to take you through that and you get to watch them. But for us, truly, it's been I can't even put into words just how magical Gwen has been. And I think everybody knows how much it has changed our lives, how welcoming the community is. Because you are part of it, you guys make the community happen.
Very much so. I mean, yeah, how do you top it? With all of that said, the finals, of course, are still coming up. It is going to be the wonderful Shinmeri and the lovely Seely that take you through that. Before that happens, we'll of course be showing you a wonderful surprise. It is a video from the community that has been put together. But I guess for one final time from us, Gwen, we love you.
We love you.
Hey everyone guys, just wanted to thank the entire team of CDPR for working on GWENT and being with us in this marvelous journey through all these years, and for thanking you for the official tournaments as well. It was fun both to play in them and to watch them. And also I wanted to give a huge shout out to my teammates and to the whole community, because you guys are simply amazing. So yeah, take care guys, hope to see you soon.
Hey guys, it's Emil J here. I just wanted to say a huge thank you to CDPR and the GWENT community for all the lovely years with GWENT, and I wish everyone all the best.
Thank you, CDPR, and everybody on the GWENT team for making such an amazing game, one of the best games I've ever played and will continue to play. For the past 7 years since I discovered GWENT, it's been such a source of joy, entertainment in my life, and I just find myself so privileged to be a part of the GWENT community. I've met so many awesome people, and some of them I will definitely call friends for life. Thank you again.
Hey, I just want to say a huge thank you to the entire CDPR team for working all these years on GWENT and also hosting all the official tournaments. It was really cool to play the game and take part in all the tournaments, and I always really enjoyed it. And I also want to give a quick shout out to the whole community. It was really cool to see you guys support us on streams and also meet some of you in person and get to hang out with you.
CDPR, GWENT team, and GWENT community, thank you so much for all the hard work and support over all these years since the beta. Thank you so much. CDPR, equipo de GWENT y a la comunidad de GWENT, muchísimas gracias por todos estos años desde la beta. Muchas gracias por el trabajo y por el apoyo. Desde el fondo de mi corazón les digo muchísimas gracias.
Thank you CDPR, the whole GWENT team and the whole GWENT community for these last years. It was quite a journey. Also, besonderen Dank an Shaiki, du weißt warum. Barmäuler, X-Säuler.
Dear CD Projekt Red and GWENT community, thank you for everything.
I would like to thank CDPR and all the GWENT community for the patience and the dedicated hard work you put on GWENT over the last few years. It really has been a blast, and we all have so many great memories from playing this game, so all I can say is thank you.
Hi guys, Bane here. I would like to thank all of the GWENT team for the amazing work they did creating such a fun card game. It's my first digital card game ever, and I will always cherish that memory. And like so many other people, I found it through Witcher 3, and I played it so much in Witcher 3 already, so I don't regret any minute of playing GWENT. The community that formed around GWENT was probably one of the best I've ever been in, and I still meet people in Twitch chats and other games that recognize me, and I think that's awesome. I've met so many great people through the game, and thanks for putting up with all my nonsense over the years. I hope to see you all again, either IRL, like meeting up somewhere and having a great time, or just online. It's fine by me. Looking forward to it, and yeah, this is not the end yet.
Hi GWENT team, thank you so much for the love and support that you guys gave to GWENT over the years. The game you made literally brought us so much joy, and it changed some of our lives. Thank you once again.
Howdy, y'all. I want to say thank you to the Gwent community at large for all the fun times, and even as someone that moved on, it's still really tough to see the plug get pulled. Knowing how much it means to so many people that I'm still close with to this day, thanks to what y'all have built. And I just want to say that I wish everyone involved a bright future, and it doesn't have to be the end.
I just wanted to say thank you so much to the Gwent team for all your hard work and dedication over all these years. You've created something truly beautiful in the Witcher universe, and that can never be taken away. To the Gwent community, thank you so much for being there for each other and being there for so many content creators like myself. You've made so many people's dreams come true. You truly are the best. Thank you so much.
Hey, it's Lidsvids, and I wanted to say thank you to the Gwent team at CDPR and the Gwent community as a whole for all the support over the past several years. It's been a ton of fun, especially when it comes to seasonal events.
Greeting of the day, you exceptional heroes. I'm the Salty Captain, and on behalf of many of us on this side of the Atlantic, just wanted to share a deep and heartfelt thank you to the CDPR Gwent team. From the joy that we had both playing the game and being a part of the community, to the friendships that many of us built, to getting many of us, myself included, through the COVID lockdowns. None of that happens without the hard work, dedication, effort, and the extra above and beyond that we know that you all put in to making Gwent the game and the community that we all came to love. Wishing you all the best on your future adventures, and just know how much love there is for you from the Gwent community.
Thank you to the Gwent team and community. I know it wasn't always easy, but you did great, and you're all amazing people. I'm honored to call many of you my friends, and I wouldn't be the same person I am today without you. For that, you and Gwent will always have a place in my heart.
Hey Gwent friends, it's Flake, and I just wanted to interject here and let you guys know that I love you so much, and I wanted to say thank you to CDPR for all the work, the effort, and the care that you've put into this game that we all just absolutely adore. And really quickly, specifically to people like Vlad Tortsov and Jason Slama and Pavel Berza, Ryan Godric, Alicia and Dominika and Repek, and so many others whom I spent a lot of time with. And what a lot of people don't know is that it was CDPR and Gwent that gave me the first step towards the career that I now wake up every morning just feeling loved and blessed that I can do this. So thank you immensely for that opportunity and for your trust in me. And I just want to give another separate shout out to a couple people. Number one, to Devil Driven for being the absolute pillar and model citizen within this Gwent community, just steadfast and unwavering in how he has supported it. And finally to Shinmiri, who was put into a situation where he has to keep up with my nonsense, and that ain't easy. But I think that over the years of working closely with Shin, Henry, I love you so much, buddy. And to all my Gwent friends, thank you for many years of love, laughs, and Larry.
Thank you to the Gwent community for showing a love and support for the game and for its content creators throughout the years. It is much appreciated, and I also want to especially thank the Gwent team for truly making dreams come true and for being such a huge inspiration. I'm currently studying game design partly because of Gwent and the impact it has had on my life. So thank you truly for everything.
Well, CD Projekt, you created a masterpiece of a game. It absolutely changed my life, and I'm super, super grateful. So much love went into this game, and it's clear for all to see. So many amazing people that I've met through this game, places I would have traveled, which I never would have had the opportunity to do, and all because of a little single player expansion, a single player mode in a AAA title. Like, absolutely phenomenal. Just appreciate all the love and work that's gone into this game, and really excited to see what is next. And please, can we get Gwent 2.0 at some point? And if you do, if you're looking for, you know, like, hire someone. Okay, cut.
Дорогая команда Гвинта, вы не просто разработчики игр, вы творцы. Только творцы могли создать поистине уникальный продукт, который дарит радость разным людям вне зависимости от их национальности или места проживания. Спасибо вам большое за 840 часов настоящего удовольствия и за реализацию моей давнейшей мечты стать контент-мейкером. Благодаря Гвинту это все осуществилось. Счастья и удачи вам!
Dear CD Projekt, we are really grateful for your work for Gwent. I love this game very much from first beta test till now. Thank you very much for your job and good luck with the next projects. We love you.
Hello. We'd like to thank CD Projekt Red for the wonderful CCG that Gwent is. Gwent influenced many fans of the Witcher universe and keep many people engaged, letting them fall in love with the stories and characters. Let's give a shout out to all of Gwent's game directors: Benjamin Lee, Mateusz Tomaszkiewicz, Jason Slama and Vladimir Tortsov. We also remember Damien Manet and Rafał Jaki, aka Gwent Bro. Their enthusiasm paved the way to the Gwent's birth.
Thank you to everyone who was in sync with the players, helped with the menu issues, and was the first to address various players' emotions. The communication team of Gwent: Pavel Burza, Ryan Shu, Kate Rini, Carolyn Wendt, and many other community managers, specialists, and communication managers. A special shout out to Anna Zelinska. We remember you.
Hello Gwent team, it's been about 6 years, maybe even more, since you started developing Gwent. And I want to say a huge thank you for the time you've been with us, for the effort you put in this game, and for your heart and soul. Also, as a project manager of fan-made Ukrainian localization, I want to thank you for all the help you gave us. I want to give a big shout out to Ryan Godric and Katerina for answering of all our questions and for the support. And also I want to say huge thank you as a Ukrainian player and Ukrainian Gwenter, not only to development team of Gwent, but to CDPR at all. Thank you for supporting Ukraine in times of war. It's very important for us, and we'll always be grateful for this. Thank you.
We say thanks to Ola Rudkowska, Gwent product owner. Ola, thank you for all your ideas and futures. Seeing you on streams has always been a big pleasure.
Speaking about Gwent's arts, we'd like to thank all art directors, Sebastian Kalemba and Vladimir Petrov. Thank you a lot. We thank everyone who made such beautiful card arts and concept arts: Alexander Kozachenko, Anton Nazarenko, Marta Detlov, Astor Alexander, Anna Pododvorna, Lorenzo Mastroianni, Yamado Orse, Tony Muntian, Karol Bem, Bartolomei Gavel, and many others. Thank you.
Many talented 2D and 3D artists worked in the Gwent team. For example, Angelina Lisovskaya, Renata Mravinska, and Karina Cheltsova. Thank you for your work. We also thank everyone involved in animations, visuals, graphic effects, and user interfaces. You're exceptionally cool. In my own behalf, I would like to say thank for the Gwent team, for the fun, the expansion of the Witcher universe, surprises, wonderful art, and for new friends this game gave me.
A special thanks goes to Katya Baukova and Жанна Baldian. You are wonderful. Thank you for your help.
Thanks to Marlena Kutz and Hillary Kushinov, the web team of Gwent,
who worked on the game code and servers. We say thanks to George Dominiak and all the other programmers and developers. I also would like to thank the whole GWENT development team for the improvements which allowed us to create fan-made localizations. Thanks to the work and support of these wonderful people, we were able to develop a high-quality fan-made Ukrainian GWENT localization. And we haven't forgotten QA specialists such as Ksenia Denisova, Gabriel Orlovsky and Yagoda Kapeta. Thank you and all you colleagues.
We'd like to thank all game designers who worked hard to achieve a good game balance and invented interesting and exciting card abilities. Jana Oklier, Mariusz Jaworowski, Maciej Kokorza, Akam Legion, you have a special thanks for the explanations provided on developer updates, for answering our countless questions on Discord, Twitter, Reddit and everywhere else, and for designing such a unique game. Nothing can compare to GWENT, I assure you, as a seasoned CCG player, I assure you. Thank you for being with us, thank you for all your work. GWENT is great. We need GWENT to ASAP.
Hi everyone! Thanks to the GWENT localization team, especially to Alexander Radkevich and Boris Pugach-Marshkevich. Boris, we remember the Beyond the Frame series and of course Mage Adalbert. Such a show. Thank you, you're a legend. Thank you guys.
Thanks to Mr. Epic for organization live and online events. Mr. Epic, you are very cool. Thank you for your big heart and good work.
Music in the GWENT is a great pleasure. No other CCG has such a fantastic soundtrack. Marcin Przybylovich and P.T. Adamchuk, you are exceptionally talented composers. And your music played a huge role in players' GWENT experience.
Hi everyone, it's me and my grey walls again. We had a really great time working on this video and I do hope you enjoyed watching it. We wish we had enough time to mention absolutely everyone who worked on GWENT. Well, even if we didn't name you during this video, just please don't be scared and please know that we remember about you and we are very grateful to absolutely everyone who worked on GWENT as a game, as a project, as a community. Wow. Well, I suppose there is only one thing to be said. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year! Let's hope for some wonderful things in the new year. And well, did anyone say GWENT too? I don't know. Okay, Merry Christmas!
Hello there, this is Vladimir speaking, Game Director of GWENT. I hope you guys are having fun right now watching World Masters. If everything goes according to the plan, then this video is being shown there. And of course it's December, so it's maybe appropriate time for some winter holiday wishes, which I wish you a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays very soon. But more importantly, I think, I also wish you a great GWENTfinity, which is just around the corner, and in many ways it's already there. What it is, it's basically a passion project from us, from GWENT devs, GWENT team, from us to you, to GWENT players, and you could see that, you could look at it as a thank you for all the years that we spent together, developers and the community, all the feedback, sometimes very passionate, all the great memories that we shared, all the great esports tournaments that we had, and everything, both good and bad, in the history of this game. I really hope that right now we're only turning the page to the new chapter, which is very interesting and very unpredictable. But the most exciting thing about Gwentfinity is that you are now behind the wheel, and I'm super curious and super excited to see how the things will unfold. I definitely will keep an eye on what's going on with the game and how it's changing under the community management. So yeah, I wish you best of luck with it. I think you already know by now that balancing the game is not an easy task, but yeah, I wish you not only the best of luck with it, but also tons of fun with engaging with Gwent. Gwent will live forever.
Hi, I'm Ola, and I'm the product owner on Gwent. But I started my journey long time before as a UI artist. I feel that I helped change the game in multiple ways, and I was with you guys here for more than 5 years. The game changed in multiple ways during this time, and I'm very happy that I was part of it. Right now, the developers will not have much to say, and the game is yours. So I hope that you'll have a lot of fun with it, and I'm very curious how it will end up to be. The balance is a tricky way, so good luck, have fun, and I cannot wait to really enjoy it together with you guys. I would like to use this opportunity to thank you, to thank my team. Working with those amazing people was awesome. And there's a lot of people that I learned a lot, and thank you guys. And thank you community, because you are amazing. You're the best community that there is in the world, honestly. I know we had some snags, sometimes we're more happy and less happy with some stuff, but I feel that we improved the game a lot together. And all of us played an important role here. And I think our journey was great. And thank you very much for it. So once again, thank you, have fun, and see you during the matches. Bye!
Hi, hello. My name is Malena, and I'm the web chapter coordinator and senior backend developer here in Gwent. My journey from homecoming until the Gwentfinity, it's been amazing. Thanks to you, thanks to my team, thank you guys. I hope you enjoy the game and you will continue to do so in the future. Have fun. See ya.
Hi, my name is Greg, generalist programmer in the team. Our journey with Gwent is slowly coming to an end, so I just wanted to really quickly say thank you guys. You guys rock.
Hi guys, my name is Mariusz and I'm your live ops designer in Gwent. Thank you to everyone for supporting us for years. We really appreciated every moment. I'm especially grateful for being able to work with so many amazing people here and be a part of Gwent in some way. So thank you. It wouldn't be possible without you guys and your unwavering passion and support. Thank you again.
Hello there, my name is Georgi and I was a backend developer on Gwent, and then I was leading the backend team on Gwent for a few years.
Hello guys, my name is Ksenia. I started as a RQA and right now I'm QA generalist on Gwent.
Yeah, it was an incredible journey to have been working in this game for several years with this amazing professional team and interacting with you, the awesome community that we have. It was really something special.
I was watching the most talented artist creating the best card game for you guys.
Yeah, so thank you for playing Gwent, and I hope that you will continue having as much fun playing it as much as we had making it for you.
Thank you for supporting us guys. Keep playing Gwent. Thank you.
So see you on the battlefield.
Welcome back to GWENT World Masters Season 5. That was a really touching video. I think I speak for everyone when I say thank you so much to all the people who worked on GWENT, who worked on putting together those videos. We love this game and we love you very much.
You couldn't have said it better, Shinmuri. It's getting quite emotional up in here in the GWENT Tavern, but we are all so appreciative of the game, and it was wonderful hearing from the community and the GWENT team as well, and some great words said by game director Vlad. Gwentfinity will live on forever.
That's right, that's right. But we also have a finals to get to and a champion to crown in this tournament, in this weekend, this finale event, World Masters Season 5 between Miamon and Senvanter.
Absolutely, some exciting games ahead. What a crazy series that was, but wonderfully played by Miamon, who will now be going head-to-head with Senvanter. So let's take a look at the prize pool distribution so far here. All right, Miamon and Senvanter. Miamon, with that 3-0 result, has added up a little bit of extra cash, and now the real big stakes are here.
That's right. The match stake here of the finals is $9,500, and I believe, in addition, there's like a bonus for the winner as well of I think $7,000 or $8,000 as well. So $6,000, I'm being told, a bonus to the winner of the finals, in addition to this match stake. So a lot of money still on the line for these two players.
Absolutely, the stakes are high, and we do have a coin flip there. Miamon going on blue coin versus Senvanter, who will be responding with red in the series up ahead.
That's right. Okay, so what about you guys? Have you done well on your divination results so far, or your divination guesses so far? Did you have Miamon versus Senvanter in the finals?
All right, here we see the results. Miamon is clearly favored here according to the divinations, but as you mentioned, the storyline for Senvanter, kind of the underdog in this tournament, could turn things around here still, and it's going to be a real epic battle very, very soon.
Yes, yes. Miamon, of course, I think a little bit more well-known in the community, but Senvanter has already proven that he doesn't need the popular vote to win a match.
All right, well, let's take a look at these decks. Of course, we have seen them, but we want a refresher. First up, we have Miamon with Tusantoa Hospitality, Inspired Zeal, Reavers, Off the Book Syndicate, and Ursine Ritual Skellige.
All right, so we'll quickly go through these. The Tucson Hospitality Nilfgaard list is one that just focuses on buffing up your opponent's units to really tall, especially their bronze units, and then seizing them later on with these Master of Puppets. And the Petrie's filter is being used to give zeal to those Master of Puppets so they cannot be answered.
It's a really interesting deck list that we weren't all sure of how Miamon was going to be piloting, but Master of Puppets have been able to do some pretty nice swings and be sort of a threat for Miamon. So it continues in the finals, surely. There are some strategies you can beat by, for example, trying to not play any bronze cards for these Master of Puppets to essentially yoink and make up for those really insane point swings. And next up, we do have the Inspired Zeal Reaver Hunters, or Reaver Scouts being sort of the flexible card there. You can, of course, play quite aggressively with this, put a lot of engines on the board, and your sieges and order abilities together with those onagers can really put a lot of pressure on your opponent, remove it. And then we have the carryover aspect to this deck, using cards like Flotsam that we'd like to talk about. It's a pretty staple in this list in terms of setting up carryover for your future rounds.
Yeah, we're hoping to highlight Flotsam because it's able to do so many different things within this deck. It will, on deploy, create and play a bronze Northern Realms unit that has an order ability, and then with its resilient order, it can refresh the order of a bronze allied unit and give it zeal. So a lot of synergies with things like Lyrian Arbalist. Lyrian Arbalist will gain 2 charges from playing Flotsam. You are creating something that you might be able to copy from Reaver Scout. You might be able to activate a Reaver Scout again. And even things like Onagers will trigger from all these orders that you're clicking because of Flotsam.
That's right. You can see it in combination with Wagon, for example, right into an Idaren to open up a really powerful push into a future round. carryover rather. Then we do have the off the books syndicate list that we've seen quite a lot of throughout the tournament. Again, relying a lot on this vice keyword, Ixora and Acherontia being those big payoff cards, but we did see that Oxenfurt guard do a lot of work.
Yes, the deck doesn't really need to trigger or get too much value. Like we saw in the last game, the Acherontia pulled, the Flying Redanian, and the Ixora didn't actually destroy anything, but still, so much carryover regardless, as long as you have a way to spend all your coins and tribute things and to get the King of Beggars out. And one of those tribute cards that we'd like to take a closer look at is Shady Vendor. Shady Vendor, very, very flexible tribute card in this deck.
Exactly, can be used sometimes to create more of these open sesames if you'd like. There's about a 50-50 chance you'll see what you're actually wanting, but can generate removal, even card draw, and just general coins in the bank. So quite the card, can be played on melee, can be played on ranged, and really due to these multiple usages of the card, it becomes a really efficient tool in Syndicate that you do want to draw. And also this can help with the tribute for King of Beggars potentially.
That's right. And last but not least, we have Ursine Ritual Self-Wound from Miyamoto rounding out his fourth deck of another deck with a ton of threats that you have to answer, and he plays the Portal and Tempest version where he has a lot of thinning to grant consistency to his deck rather than spend provisions on something like Oniro.
That's right. There we have Miyamon's deck list. Let's take a look at Sanvanter, who will be responding with the red coin here. What list do we have? Ursine Ritual as well. Similar to its core, different thinning options there, but Pincer Maneuver in addition to that. Also a Priestess list. Arachas Swarm, Eater, and Guerrilla Tactics, Shiru Reactivity is what we see there from Skoito.
All right, let's talk about the Pincer Maneuver list. The Renfrey Priestess list is one that has a lot of powerful finishers, right? You can play 3 threats in one turn and triple your value of all the charges on your priestesses. Super, super powerful deck if you let it get its game plan, which is hyper thinning and getting to a short round 3 with knowing exactly what you're going to pull off of your Vernon Roach. So you have to be very careful about giving up round 1. You have to fight for round 1 very hard against this deck.
Yes, that is a pattern that we have seen a lot this tournament, and I think it will continue in the next series. These round 1s are going to be extremely important, especially when you're facing something like Priestess and Trident Infantry. And also, if you run out of removal, this deck can get a little bit greedy and really maximize on that Onager additional order boost, point boost. That is something this list can do. Renfrey being a pretty flexible option in the list, can be used also to thin your deck further. Now, Arachas Swarm Eater, we saw this being played by Sanvanter quite in a speedy manner earlier today. A lot going on here with the spawns. The highlights of the deck, or the stars really, is the Kikimora Stalker, the Arachas Queen, and the Eater itself. And yeah, pretty interesting list in terms of just the engine-based removal that it has.
Yeah, maybe one card that we can highlight is Acid Spit from this deck to take a closer look, because it does a lot of different things. We saw it very effective in one of his games in the previous series, able to set units down closer to 1 and have it infect all their adjacent units when they get to 1 power.
That's right. It is a cool card. Does require a little bit of tempo sacrifice when you play it out the first time, but once it gets going, if your opponent's board is wide enough and they can't really disrupt this infusion by any means, it certainly becomes powerful when you have all of that set up and spawning tokens pretty much every turn, multiple times. It's a really, really quite powerful card at 6 provisions for the deck if the setup is there though.
All right, finally we have Guerrilla Tactics Shiru Milva from Sanvanter. He's playing a version that plays Doragary and Bearification as his tech cards instead of things like the Cat Witcher Saboteur or Offering, but very reactive deck. A lot of proactive points too from the Simless and Double Armor's Workshop into the Dentist, but it's a very telegraphed play too. You kind of need to combo those two things together, and your opponent is going to be trying their best to split up those two cards.
there we have it. Now, Miamon, as mentioned, does have a pretty point slam heavy strategy altogether, I would say, but it is slightly more greedy than what we saw from Magpie, who also was bringing this kind of solitaire idea to the weekend. Yeah, Miamon's decks, the Reavers, can be really difficult to control, very engine-based there, and so is the Skellige potentially with that Knut going off and Sigvald and so on as well. So yeah, lots to try to remove when you're playing against Miamon. Do you think Sanventer has it in the lineup to really deal with all the major threats?
I don't know. Sanventer's lineup doesn't have that much control either, except for maybe the Guerrilla Tactics Scoia'tael deck. His Priestesses is a deck that's closer to the Solitaire side, only has like 1 or 2 removal options. And then Arrakis Swarm, Triple Itter, it is an engine deck itself. It has some removal, but to be able to remove those cards, they need to stick engines themselves. They need to have a long round with all their synergies. So I think the theme of this finale of World Masters Season 5, the official esports scene, it's going to be coming down to who is able to win round 1, to get the round control, to get a game plan that suits their deck the best and is able to minimize the synergies and combos of their opponent.
That's right, and best of 5 format here, meaning that we do have some bans we should take a look at. Not all of the decks are allowed to go through, so let's see it here. What does Sanventer want to ban from Miamon and vice versa? It is the double Skellige ban. No self-wound in this finale, just potentially a little bit too hard to control to let that Knut run wild together with Sigvald.
We are going to get a very good finale in terms of deck variety. We've got Toussaint Master of Puppets, Inspired Zeal Reavers, Syndicate Vice versus Renfrey Priestesses, Arrakis Swarm, Triple Itter, and Guerrilla Tactics Shiru Milva Control. I'm really impressed by the level of variety and ingenuity that these players have brought to the final official tournament.
Absolutely, and creativity, definitely. I mean, Miamon is known for having some spicy lineups, and I think we can see it here. Sanventer as well does have interesting choices there, with the Priestess Renfrey deck is interesting to me especially. And yeah, we're gonna have to see how these two players go head to head. We do know that Miamon is on blue coin, Sanventer on the other hand on red. As Shinmir mentioned, so many decks, so much variety. Do you have any expectations of what we'll be able to see on blue coin and what might be coming on red coin?
With Miamon on blue, I think his go-to is definitely the Inspired Zeal Reavers Hunters. This is what we've seen him do with blue coin this entire tournament, including the group stage last weekend. But I was going to say that I think that these two players, there's going to be a lot of room for outside the box thinking with these matchups. Every time we see Master of Puppets, Reaver Hunters, these sort of decks that Miamon have brought, there are really big brain plays involved, and I expect to be surprised, I think.
I think so too. A lot of mind games happening, of course, when the players are going to queue their first decks. Maybe not the obvious first choice. As you said, Pincer Maneuver would be that obvious. Inspired Zeal Reavers would be the obvious blue coin choice for Miamon. Might not be happening. And Sanventer, on the other hand, could be expected on his next blue coin to play something like Arrakis Swarm, but maybe we don't see that immediately as the priority, although they do have kind of these priority queues that they like to look at. But the very first matchup that we have here from Miamon is the traditional blue coin queue. Sanventer, on the other hand, responding with Scoia'tael. Now, this is a really interesting matchup. A lot comes down to this round 1. As you mentioned, Shinmari, we will be going really, really deep. I am going to say that Scoia'tael cannot really afford here to lose the round control to the Inspired Zeal Reavers.
Let's see, Miamon, no Golden Necker in hand, no Mata as well. Sanventer getting rid of that Milva, finds a lock that's going to be kind of useful, and gets rid of that Armor's Workshop, but mulligans into the I call it Pushing Rock, that's my little nickname for it, but the Rock for Raj, you don't want to see that, because now you've got kind of like 2 unplayable cards in hand. You can't play the Rock Barrage, and you can't play the Frenzied Dow either.
Now, this is a play we did see from Miamon earlier as well, playing the Il Dico in round 1. She can be a little bit difficult sequencing-wise, but does come down now. Miamon also using the Zeal on her to get that order ability, perhaps expecting something like a lock that is indeed coming in here as a response from Sandmanter. If that Il Dico would not have been locked, she would have Zealed every single order card that would come down here from Miamon and allowing Miamon to bank on these leader charges. So the Zeal was spent there to get that order ability from Il Dico as well. And now the Reaver Scout is utilizing this tactical advantage, but also no Zeal and not immediately here. So will Sandmanter try to deal with this or not? Curse of Corruption currently cannot reach this 7 power unit, so quite nice to have it boosted to exactly 7 there.
Exactly. I think that's all part of Miamon's plan. He used a leader charge on Ildico, so he has to save a leader by not leadering one of his Reaver Scouts, because he still has Selkirk and the other Reaver Scout for his last 2 leaders. But this is we see the Pyrotech get the snipe. That is what he likes to see. And so one of those Reaver Hunters answered, and then the Marak Barrage actually being played from hand.
That is not the most conventional situation, but Miamon is passing here, saying, okay, the point gap is quite big. And Scoia'tael, again, known for not really putting points on the board really initially, has to take a couple of turns, maybe with Armorer's Workshop, has maybe a little bit of a, hard time making up this point gap so fast. Making sure, or Miamon is rather making sure that Sandmanter can't just catch up here in 1 card, and says the carryover is going to be established in round 2 instead with something like Flotsam, maybe even Wagon. Sandmanter, on the other hand, here catches up on a red coin quite efficiently and does have the round control, but can't really afford the bleed, or...
I mean, he's down 3 cards. There's no way Sandmanter's going to be able to bleed this or push this in round 2. We are going to a long round 3 already, and Miamon, really the master of tempo passing. It's a strategy that he likes to utilize a lot with this deck, as you just want to have first say in the decisive round. You want to it helps you get first say in the decisive round. It helps you get the long round, which you really want, and it allows you to play those free cards in round 2, like you mentioned, that can set up the carryover. So I think it's gonna be quite difficult for Sandmanter to answer all the threats that Miamon will end up playing very quickly at the start of round 3. The saving grace for Sandmanter here is going to be that Shiru might be able to answer multiple things.
Yeah, now during to this Armorer's Workshop, we do know that Dao will be a 7 point card only, so already 2 sort of mulligans that Sandmanter would like to take next round. We'll have to see about that. And if Sandmanter is able to find and hit what he wants. Miamon, on the other hand, does not have access to Wagon here. Wagon in general can be a really nice card to play, especially now that this Flotsam is actually creating here a Reaver Hunter Scout, which could be banished and then transformed into with a Wagon. No Wagon access, however.
So Miamon's also going to play the Mata now, just kind of getting rid of the card. He could have passed, but he wants to get rid of cards that he doesn't want to play in round 3, because if you mulligan them, you might get them again with the Vernon Roach or the Golden Necker.
That is true, but honestly, Mata is an interesting card because it does extend the round of Reaver Hunters, and if there is any deck that really wants to extend round length, it is this deck that Miamon is playing, and Mata could potentially offer you another round worth of Reaver Hunter pings later on. But yes, Miamon does decide to play it out there rather.
Mulliganing the Mutagenerator back, that's going to be the artifact that's pulled from Golden Necker. Mutagenerator in a long round 3 maybe can get some value, but you're also going to be thinning your deck, a lot of your deck before that. So can you really access that much of the buffs in the deck after playing Golden Necker? You've just got Vernon Roach that can do so. Front row is going to be relatively full if your Reaver Hunter strategy is working, so there won't be that much room to play stuff in the front row either. So we'll have to see how many points this Mutagenerator will end up actually playing for as Miamon opens round 3 of game number 1 of the finals of World Masters.
Okay, it is getting intense here. Okay, we do see Mutagenerator does come down. Decree has been found here, wants to maybe tutor out a Idaran here, perhaps still getting some value. Werner Roach can still get you 2 cards. Seltkirk, on the other hand, is also an option that Miamon would probably like to see. So let's see what this decree is actually going for. It seems like Miamon isn't exactly sure right off the bat which card will be the most value here. There is a Reaver Scout as well that you might want to see. But of course, a lot of removal available for Sandmentor in this round. So it is the Idaran. It's boosted to 7 now because of the Mutagenerator going there on range throw, and Curse of Corruption looks to be in range.
Yeah, Curse of Corruption coming out very quickly, cleaning up the Idaran, unable to trigger the Idaran on the same turn as he's played. As we've seen Miamon being able to do that in previous games, but the setup here with Mutagenerator being the artifact and not Flotsam was the difference maker here. If Flotsam had been the artifact that was pulled by Golden Necker, you could have seen like another Reaver Scout being spawned immediately by the Idaran.
All right, but lots of engines still for Miamon to set up here. Arbalest, Ballistas, and Onagers. Can Sandmentor answer enough here? That is the question. This wagon, a little bit unfortunate to see it here in round 3, as it is rather a carryover card. Right now, take a peek into Sandmentor's deck here.
Yeah, so quite a few golds left in Sandventor's deck. There's the Simless, the Shiru, as well as the Heatwave, and really only just the one Oniromancy to go and get one of those golds. So he's going to be a little bit short on his ideal hand.
Maybe not the option Sandmentor had hoped to have seen from this backup plan. Could have potentially removed that Arbalest, where the choice is a little bit different here. Instead goes for the Elven War Dancer, doing 1 damage to this Landsknecht here. Perhaps keeping in mind also a Shiru for later would be interesting. That can come down from a Neuromancy, and we do know that there is the Mahakam Pass that can boost up the Shiru if need be. It's going to be really interesting to see how Sandventor actually can line up as good of a burn as possible on this board state. Ideally, you would get rid of as many engines as possible, but with this Mutagenerator, it actually adds another tool for Miamon to just kind of disalign some of these. He can choose what to boost and what to play range throw for a non-boost as well. Seltkirk currently would be in a Shiru range, but all these 5s currently are not.
That's right, and now Miamon has to decide quickly if he wants to use the Duel and the Zeal on the Selkirk, or maybe use the Landsknecht so that the double 6s don't get Shiru'd. He's just going to spend these charges on the Arbalest, and stop just short and decides to hold the last charge. Yeah, it's gotta be a very stressful perspective to play from Miamon's side, not knowing if there's gonna be a Shuru and like what power Sandventor's gonna try to burn.
Here is the create from Mahakam Pass. Couple of options there. Skirmisher is being picked here. However, it can help align the Shiru or remove something important with that chip damage as well. So it's a pretty nice card coming down there. Also being put on this melee row where it is locked, has to stay there, but also setting up for a Dennis value on the armor from Mahakam Pass. So pretty nice synergy.
Okay, Sandventor damages the Reaver Scout, but does not destroy the Reaver Scout, which leaves the option open for Miamon to use this the order on the Flotsam on this Reaver Scout, which would be the best value for this order, and he does it, gets a 3rd Lyrian Arbalest, and we are like, this Onager, these 2 Onagers are gonna go insane.
Exactly, Miamon spent a little bit of that value of the Arbalest we saw earlier, and then just held on to some other order abilities for this Onager to do exactly what it was designed to do. Look at this beautiful border wipe, and look at all of these units are sort of not in the range of Shiru. There's some work that Sandventor has to do to get as many units as possible aligned here, but it is getting close. 2 6s on the board currently, but other Arbalests are 5 and 7 power currently, so it is a little bit difficult to line everything up.
You can scorch a lot of 6s here, I think, with the help of Leader into Milva. it is going to be the Shiru. Sandventer makes a commitment. No Simless being played or Heatwave being played in this round, but this Shiru is going to wipe 5 6s off the board, a bunch of them being engines, and we are equalized.
How lovely it burns, Shinmari. There is the setup. Sandventer very beautifully utilizing that leader charge, utilizing the Milva to get it lined, and Miamon's board is gone. It's so nice to have cleaned up that Onager as well, because it was about to do a lot of damage, but here still more engines to come, more things to deal with. But yeah, Sandventer does sacrifice a lot going for that Shiru for an Air Messi, but it was kind of hard to resist.
That was huge. I think Sandventer's got to be pretty happy with that result of Shiru, but will it be enough lacking the Simless into Armor's Workshop? Your Dennis is not great. You've got no armor on the board right now. There are still a couple of chariots that you can help get armor with, but
and another
more engines coming
Onager,
down.
Shinmari. Look at that. You destroy one, very nice, but there is another, and it is going to be doing a little bit of damage here. Still, Skirmisher coming down, taking care of the Ballista. Last leader charge being used there to really clean wipe it off, and Chariots here can set up armor for the Dennis. 7-point Dao is maybe not looking so hot, but other than that, we do have a lot of power in Sandventer's hand. Still, Miamon on the other hand, playing it a little bit slower in terms of setting up these engines, but making it super difficult for Sandventer to stick 3 units next to each other. That is something that Shiro would require, Simlast would require. And of course we know the Simlast is something Sandventer does not have access to, but we can see Miamon's strategy in trying to remove the triple unit threat, basically.
All right, the score is very close. Both players having 3 cards and the scores within 1. We're seeing some pings on the armor because Miamon is expecting that Dennis Cranmer and knows that, you know, the War Chariot can't give armor to itself. He can give armor to the other units, but it can't give armor to itself. What will he play here? Will it be... The big question for me in terms of Miamon's sequencing for the rest of the round is he going to take the reinforcement on a Ballista or the Royal Guard, and decides to go for the Ballista because of all the extra value that it provides the Onager with its order ability?
Yep, here it is. Shiru still at 1 power, perhaps something that Miamon would have hoped to have sniped off there, and almost no armor now for this Dennis. The Dennis would certainly like a little bit more. Milero Chariot is being played here. Onager and Ballista charges are still going strong. Again, this hand is not looking so great. Usually you see big finishers from both players coming down, but now really we have a slightly underwhelming Dennis, slightly underwhelming Dao, and a slightly underwhelming Wagon, and a Cintrian Guard. But this Muta Generator is putting in some real work as all of these units are getting boosted all the time.
That's exactly what I was going to say. This Muta Generator has been chugging along. Like, it's easy to miss, but in this long round 3, it's buffed a lot of units and many times. Miamon able to make that 5-point Centurion Royal Guard into a 10 because of that Muta Generator.
Exactly. 1 more leader charge for Miamon here as well. If you wanted, you want to use the boost, of course. Wagon itself is not doing much on that order ability, but it is a fun little finisher that we see here.
And the Inspired Zeal charge finishing Miamon's turn. He's up 18 points. This Bricked Frenzy Dao is not going to be enough for Sandvanter. Miamon takes game number 1. In a game where both players kind of drew badly, had a weak round 3 hand, Miamon was able to make the best of it.
Oh, he really did, and shows why this deck is so scary. Also, the deck that Piable did ban in the previous series, really being scared of that blue coin pressure, and we saw that really cleanly take the win there. Sandvanter, however, does have 3 decks remaining and can choose the coin. Now we have the blue coin. Will we see the Arrakis perhaps from this coin? Miamon, on the other hand, will be responding to that from red coin. We have the Tusantua Hospitality that would have to go through for Miamon, as well as the Syndicate off the books.
That's right, and I think the Master of Puppets deck is the one that you want to play a little bit more high priority on red coin, because you want to have that reach to threaten on red coin after your opponent passes to slam that Master of Puppets along with the Zeal from the Petrie's Filter. Even if you're down like 60 points in round 1. On red coin, you can just kind of keep sandbagging and staying in the round, not committing too much with that threat of just seizing the tallest bronze over. And after your opponent passes, you don't have to deal with the Master of Puppets anymore after it goes over to their side. If you play the Master of Puppets early, sometimes you're forced to do that if you're blue coin to stay ahead, right, in terms of points, then you actually have to deal with that threat of them clicking that Master of Puppets that you gave them 2 turns later.
Exactly. So sequencing becomes very important. And here we go. As you said, Chin-Marie, the red coin choice for Miamon is the Tucson Tua Hospitality. Zenventor, on the other hand, takes the classic blue coin eater to really utilize this Urn of Shadow stratagem and set up value on the Sabbath and so on. Let's see if all the key pieces will be found here, though. That is certainly something that monsters can struggle with. You want a Q, that is for sure, and you want something to copy, and there is a defender that you can hide things behind, which is really nice actually into Miamon's list, and those Master of Puppets, that defender can come in handy. But then we have Guillaume. As we know, Guillaume can steal those defender tags potentially later.
Yes, and final mulligan for Zenventor gets the Oniromancy. You love to see it. Now he has 2 tutors to get both the Itter and the Arrakis Queen. Opening with Itter on an empty board, doesn't decide to protect it with the defender first.
But there is a Vilgefortz. That is the threat that Miamon could have here, but as we can see from the hand, no Vilgefortz here. Goes ahead and plays the Meta because the Golden Necker is also missing, and that is a card that Miamon certainly wants to draw going into this round.
Yes, and Golden Necker in Miamon's hand. And also the Fisher King that maybe he will play before the Golden Necker to set up a unit that he can guarantee off of the Golden Necker. Maybe something like an Alyssa or an Asir.
Yep, could be definitely possible, or in Vilgefortz if you are looking for that. But I mean, Zenventor would probably try to block that off with a defender at that point, so it's nice that Zenventor does have it. Also, Squirrel, a 4 provision card, but can play for immense value if it can actually snipe that Golden Necker. So there is a chance Miamon would try to set up some sort of instant Golden Necker Asir. Like if you put Asir at the top, or if you put Alyssa at the top, you can instantly put that Golden Necker back into your deck, and then the Golden Necker does not fall victim to the Squirrel.
Yeah, that's true. And here, red, that's Miamon deciding what card to put on top, I believe, with that Fisher King. Like you said, and especially if Golden Necker ends up getting the Arcane Tome, you could play 2 Golden Neckers in even 1 turn. That would be a crazy swing. I want to note, Zenventor is valuing his defender more than his Itter in this matchup, and I think that's a really on-point strategy, because if your defenders survive, then it makes it so much harder for Master of Puppets to seize one of your bronze engines like Ran Warrior or Stalker. And so, like, ideally, he might even want to try to copy defenders in this matchup, and that's why he's played this Itter first to try to bait a Vilgefortz.
All right, and here is the defender indeed. Could be the copy target. Again, we've seen that before from Zenventor as a strategy to keep eating these, but in fact there was the Morlehem Hunter that was put on top from Miamon. This defender timed really beautifully. This Morlehem Hunter is not doing much on a defender at all. Was hoping to lock this Eater, it seems.
Yes, but also he gets the Royal Decree into the Vilgefortz, so he is able to destroy the defender, preventing it from being copied by Arrakis Queen. Unfortunately, though, that means the Golden Necker is vulnerable in the graveyard here, right?
Yes, that exactly is what is happening. Now let's see if Zenventor takes a really fast Squirrel here, or lets Miamon get a chance at keeping this Golden Necker. But here is the Squirrel, as expected. It's interesting to see this from Miamon, putting that Van Morlehem Hunter at the top of the deck instead. Maybe not quite what Miamon had hoped for.
He might have put the Royal Decree on top of his deck, because Fisher King can put, I think, anything on top of your deck, not just units. So maybe by putting the Royal Decree on top, I'm not sure, but why wouldn't you just put the Vilgefortz on top and save yourself the Royal Decree? We'll see. Anyways, it's Zenventor's turn. He has 4 charges on his Itter. He's got a Kikimori Stalker alive, but no defender to protect them. So he's got to be careful about consuming too many drones with his Kikimori Stalker.
Yeah, that's the thing about these Master Puppets. We do see Petri Filter also in Miyamon's hand. Miyamon can threaten insane reach the whole time, can keep playing Buhurt, can boost a bronze unit very, very tall and then ultimately steal it at the end of the round. So Sanventer is definitely kind of in charge here in terms of round length. Miyamon, on the other hand, has to or the reach has to be taken into account the whole time. Oh, we do see an interesting Master of Puppets just coming down here without Defender or anything at all, but instead the Tome is boosting up these Master of Puppets.
This is a very counterintuitive play, right? You're using the Buhurt to buff the Master of Puppets to try to keep it alive from being killed via damage. But at the same time, it discourages you from clicking it because when you send it over to your opponent's side of the board, it's going to be very, very tall, giving them a lot of points.
This infusion is also really interesting, helping a lot with taking down this Master of Puppets. Look at this Kikimora Stalker just doing the work. It has disappeared. No more Master of Puppets right here from Miyamon at all, even though it was boosted so tall.
Yeah, despite the boost from the Buhurt to 12 power, Sanventer's still able to ping it down over the course of just one turn. And now Miyamon might be a little bit worried. Down 21 points, has no access to any of his Master of Puppets, and staring a round one loss in the face.
Yes, Tome is not activated anymore. Miyamon has played every single special that was possible to play from deck. Of course, Sangreal is still in hand, but Tome cannot be bounced any further. It is a big point gap, and like you said, Shinmuri, no access to that Master of Puppets means that the points are just really hard to catch up on here.
All right, Miyamon is going to squeeze out another Buhurt. Before passing, says I can make this reach, I can make this if you decide to pass here. I'm still valuing round control more. There is that Siri Nova that also would be nice to play at this point because it has carryover, it has resilience. You could even slot that Siri Nova in between the Fisher King and the Mata, prevent the infection, the acid spit infusion from spreading to that Fisher King.
That's right. And Sandmentor doesn't know that there are no Master Puppets in Miyamon's hand at all. So that threat of reach definitely still exists, even though we know that it was the only one accessible to Miyamon in this particular round.
Right.
And yeah, but here comes the pass from Miyamon, definitely saying that, okay, the point gap is a little bit too big now, and just going to head into round two, giving AQ the round control. This is something the AQ deck really, really, really values, the long round. AQ is not happy having to go into a short round, because the longer the round, the more engine value they can get from those Kikimora Stalkers, and the bigger of a Glusty they can also set up.
That's right. Sanvander taking his time here. Even though he's already won the round, he's probably trying to formulate his game plan for rounds 2 and 3. Do I want to dry pass in round 2? Do I want to push a little bit, bleed a little bit? Do we just go? Am I really favored in the long round 3 where I have last say? These are all the questions that he's asking himself here as he takes his time. Never ended up using that stratagem or playing Arrakis Queen in this round yet.
That is definitely interesting, not the conventional situation you see from AQ. Now, there is also the Sabbath card. What would Sabbath be bringing out? Let's take a look at that here.
Mata, Fisher King, and Vilgefortz.
Okay.
So no engines to bring out from Miyamon's side. I actually think Miyamon might want to Asir the Vilgefortz to be able to get through the Defender a second time, because that is going to come back from the Sabbath for Sanvanter, and you really need to be able to deal with the Defender. You might be able to do it with Guillaume, but there's also something like Heatwave that can get rid of the Guillaume before he can steal the Defender status.
That's right. The Peller got put back into deck as well from Sanventer, I believe. So that means Fion, the defender for Miyamon, is quite happy about that, I think.
So we are seeing a bit of a round 2 push. It is Sanventer's still at 7 cards here, so he's not really at risk of losing his card advantage yet if he wants to still pass here. He just set up the hive mind, so maybe he's just looking to set up carryover before going into the long round 3.
And here is the Asir. Shimri, can you check for us? Was it the Vilgefortz? It was the Vilgefortz that got put right back into the deck with Asir. Now Miamon does indeed have access to another tall punish. And here comes the Sabbath. Really big play here from Sanvanter, resurrecting this Eater. Kikimora Stalker is safely tucked behind this defender, and a Vran Warrior too.
Oh man, this is a really good play by Sanvanter, knowing that, you know, it's very difficult for Miamon to actually have access to the Vilgefortz in this round, because Golden Neckar's gone, you can't tutor it with that. Royal Decree's gone. How does Miamon even access the Vilgefortz in this round? And if he can't, that really limits his options on dealing with the defender and dealing with all the subsequent bronze engines behind it.
Of course, we do see that the melee row is starting to look a little bit more full for Miamon, and look at this Purify or the Sangreal coming in here on this defender.
That's a negative 4-point Sangreal at the moment, because he's got 4 armor on it, and even more now, it's a negative 12-point Sangreal now that it's been consumed entirely, and that is what Sanvanter has wanted to copy this whole time with his Arrakis Queen.
Sanvanter definitely is executing this strategy quite well from AQ. It is going to be difficult for Miamon to keep up with this. Does set up the defender here. Fionn is boosted. There is a heat wave, of course. No Master of Puppets here for Miamon either in this round.
Oh, wow.
By the way. So it's looking tough. It's looking really tough. No Vilgefortz, no Master of Puppets. This Petri filter is not enabling anything. Guillaume not doing much at this point anymore. The Sangreal played pretty awkwardly there. It's really False Siri here together with Milton that can put some points on Miamon's side of the board, but not this much, right? This Sanvanter is just increasing the points, and these Kikimora Stalkers and the orders on those it's a lot of value.
Yeah, so what's one thing that Miamon can do is, since he has no Master of Puppets to use the Petrie's filter on, he could use the Petrie's filter on the Guillaume. I'm expecting like this Arrakis Queen to get consumed by the Endriga Queen at some point to pop out a defender. And you could use the Guillaume to get past the defender, but I don't really know what you do after that. Like, where's your punish, right?
And where are your points? Where are your points? You need so many points. And again, the deck really centers around the Master of Puppets. Yoink! You want to steal a bronze unit, but what if you don't have Master of Puppets? Then there is not much you can steal. There's not these really big point swings that we see, like from Miamon earlier this weekend. 80-point swing potential, perhaps. That's the numbers we're talking about here, which would even the gap, but just no Master of Puppets at all, not accessible in this instance.
Sanvanter finally able to get through the defender of Nilfgaard, pinging away the last power on it, and you see that Miamon has actually clogged Sanvanter's front row with the False Siri. That's very nice. Won't be able to spawn as many units there anymore, including the defender from the Arrakis Queen belly and things like the Itter, as well as the Kikimori Warriors. They all want to spawn more units in the melee row at the moment, but can't.
And here comes the Petri filter. Of course, that is interesting because no Master of Puppets.
All right, the Endriga Queen decides to consume the False Siri instead, not giving her a chance to grace and swap back over to the Nilfgaard side. It is a 55-point lead right now.
That is a lot. And here comes Milton putting a boost onto the Endriga Queen as well. And wow, a lot of points to catch up here for Miamon. Buhurt still has not been spent, so that is something Milton can take advantage of on the order ability. What would Elisa be looking to put back here?
Maybe something like a Sangreal, or Royal Decree. I don't know. I'm not sure if it really is going to end up mattering, as Miamon's hand is just, without the threat of Master of Puppets, I don't know if I could make these 50-something points.
No, it's rough looking at the hand. And Incubus comes down here.
Incubus, I mean, Semifinal would be crazy. I didn't even get to finish my sentence.
Okay, this is but
Okay,
the
but-
stalkers Semifinal had to do that on purpose. Semifinal knew that we were going to be stressed out seeing that Master of Puppets jump on the board again after Miyamon does not have access to a single one of them. But no worries, of course the Kikimura stalkers just wiped that down completely.
Oh my god, I almost had a heart attack there, Seely. Like, what is happening?
That
There's
would have been
Miyamon's
scary.
superpower to make his opponents throw at the very last second, but nope. Semifinal had it, of course, planned all along. He had enough charges on the Kikimori stalkers to ping down the Master of Puppets right away, not giving it a chance to use his order.
All right, and here is Guillaume. Milton has been pressed as well. Pretty impressive point leap here from Miyamon, but with this heat wave and no defender left, that point gap is now getting so big that this Alisa and the Siri alone are going to struggle.
Yeah, and Semifinal heat waves the Guillaume as an insurance policy to make sure that he can't get through the defender with the Guillaume, and because there's still the scare of the Master of Puppets seizing that 25 power Vran Warrior on the melee row. And Semifinal has played this super well in that there's nothing on the range row that's very good for the Master of Puppets. It's really just that 7-point insectoid, but Miyamon forced to concede in Game 2 of World Masters Series Season 5 finale.
And that, of course, means that the score currently is 1 to Semifinal and 1 to Miyamon, as the Arrakis Queen or Arrakis Swarm Eater is through for Semifinal, and Miyamon has the Reaver Hunters through. But again, Miyamon has to get this to Santua Hospitality deck through, and yeah, that'll be maybe a bit of a challenge. Semifinal is really navigating this deck quite well, knows exactly how to play against it. Probably has prepped this a little bit.
That's the thing, right? Like a unique deck like Master of Puppets, Tucson Hospitality, it can catch a lot of your opponents off guard. Even if they are high-level players, they don't have any innate experience against this sort of deck. It might take them a while to figure out the ins and outs and the nuances and the best strategies against this deck. But as this tournament goes on, we had the group stage last week where Miyamon had already played a few matches with this deck. And then now, day one and the semifinals earlier today, Semifinal might have had the chance to get a better look at this deck in action, figure out, formulate a game plan that can exploit this deck's weaknesses.
That's right. Now, Semifinal really got to utilize that blue coin there, so we're going to have to see what happens next. As the red coin game is up, is it Squirtle from Semifinal? It sure is. Guerrilla Tactics versus Miyamon's Nilfgaard from blue coin this time around. And this opening hand, we can already see Golden Necker has been drawn. That is a starting point. Ideally, you'd like to play a Master of Puppets round 1 as well to put that in your opponent's graveyard to then be able to illusionist it later. Semifinal, on the other hand, is looking for, let's see, Shiru is here. One Armor's Workshop. Dao Heatwave is a good removal tool as well to have here.
That's true. Miyamon's going to send back the Mata, and I'm wondering if he wants to maybe send back Alyssa or Asir to try to combo them together, but decides to hold on to it. Because I think that if you have Alyssa or Asir in your deck, you can kind of dodge this squirrel, right, on your Golden Necker, but decides to keep them in his hand. Just going to open Defender and see what Semifinal's response is here.
Yes, let's see what can be done about this Defender. Of course, Semifinal is playing movement leader charges here, so those can come in handy and help. But with the Petri filter potential on the Master of Puppets, maybe that movement wouldn't be so helpful later. But this Defender is just being played out here by Miyamon to begin with. Semifinal here is deciding.
Yeah, he's deciding the maxi order, taking a look, maybe taking a screenshot about, and deciding like if he wants to keep it like this or should he take a risk and shuffle the deck. Because you never know. We saw Maxi betray her owner the previous game.
It was against Joe, wasn't it? Those 3 mulligans, Armor's Workshop into Armor's Workshop into Rock Barrage into hand. So yeah, Maxi, she has been up to something this weekend. She's definitely a little bit mischievous.
All right, Miyamon now playing the battle preparation from the false Siri. Getting her on the board. Sandventer goes for the backup plan and finds the answer. Finds the archer. That is a high roll, as you can play her range row and target your own unit to not only kill the false Siri, deny the Sangreal interaction, but you also spawn the death blow Deadeye Elf token.
I feel like I just caught a little smirk there from Sandventer. He was very pleased to see that. He's vibing here, definitely. Maybe he's listening to music. That's sometimes what players are doing. They're jamming it away, but Sandventer does look very pleased. Of course, all is not lost for Miyamon here. Really, really intense game ahead still, but false Siri being removed is definitely not ideal for Miyamon.
Yeah, Miyamon does go ahead and play the Sangreal anyways. He has the Van Morlem Hunter, which is capable of self-locking, which would stop this infusion from damaging his own unit by 12 at the end of the round. So there are alternatives for the Sangreal, but it's still a really, really big deal to kill the false Siri.
All right, Pyrotechnician, also an interesting card here. That means you can't really float a Master of Puppets behind your defender either, because that order ability could come down and just hit it. But Miyamon takes round one here, not having played the Golden Necker just yet. And let's see if Miyamon is going to try to dodge the scroll with the Golden Necker setup or not. Because that definitely was a bit of an issue in the previous game where Sandventer just got amazing value on that 4 provision card.
That's right. Miyamon has a lot to think about as he ponders his mulligans here at the beginning of round 2. Is he going to pass early to ensure that he has last say for his Master of Puppets, or is he going to try to push the round and maybe try to split up some of Sandventer's resources? If it were me, I would say maybe we could try going for the long round 3 to prioritize last say, but that just makes it very scary that your whole board could get Shiru'd.
That is definitely a threat indeed. Shiru is something to always keep your eye on.
There are a lot of natural 6-power units in Miyamon's deck. As we can see in his hand, Alyssa, Asir, and Mata are all 6-power after they're played, so that just really makes it easy for the Shiru to get a lot of value.
Yep, not much to offset it as opposed to the mutagenerator action we did see from Miyamon earlier, where that did come down and helped a little bit in disaligning some of these units. Asir here has been used though, putting the Fion back into the deck for a later use will definitely be a nice tag to have for Miyamon.
Okay, Sandventer now. Let's see, his hand looks very good. Doesn't look like he really has any bricks. He's got the first wheel of Oniromancy to get anything from his deck that he wants at this point. And he's able to develop some carryover if he wants to play something like Mahakam Pass in this round.
Yep, couple of options here for Sandventer, really taking his time to think about this. Miyamon is in charge of the round, has the control. But there is a discard.
Wow.
The Dwarven Chariot, perhaps trying to just not play any bronzes, or at least no unit for now, making it difficult for Miyamon to boost anything or interact with the board.
Yeah, that is interesting. I don't know. I mean, it's a really big risk to take, not playing the bronze, and because Sandventer doesn't have control of this round. He has to win this round. So discarding a card when you have to win the round, it can be very dangerous, as you need a lot of points. You'll need even more points to catch up when they pass.
That's right, and also placing a unit now on the board, some Buhurt and some boosting does become possible for Miyamon to utilize. Let's see how far Miyamon is willing to push Sandventer in this round. We can definitely see Miyamon thinking very carefully of what is about to happen. Again, Curse of Corruption, Heatwave accessible, so even if you get these big swings with the Master of Puppets, those units might be removed later. But we're off to a long round as Miyamon does take the pass here, with the Siri being set up for a little bit of extra carryover, is what Miyamon is hoping at least. But Frenzied Doll does come down here.
Frenzy Dao with the Rock Barrage normally needs to target a 6 in order to keep the Milva in the deck, and that means he's not able to destroy the carryover that Siri Nova represents, and so Miamon is able to get 5 of those points over to round 3, and we will have a long round 3 with Miamon having last say. Senvanter having drawn his Simless, he does have his combo together, but can Senvanter really avoid playing any bronzes in round 3?
That would be quite difficult. I mean, the backup plan is out, and you do want to use your squirrel. I think you really want to use your squirrel on that golden necker in case Miamon does not protect it. And as we can see, Alyssa is still in hand here, so Miamon really isn't intending on playing more than one golden necker here to begin with. But Senvanter does start off with a pretty unitless play here with the Vial of Forbidden Knowledge. Will we see what kind of Shiru value will we actually see in this matchup? It'll be really difficult to predict, but the Vial setup is there in case Senvanter wants to go tall on the Shiru.
Yeah, Senvanter can get a gold unit into Doragary from his Oniromancy. I'm trying to look at like how many bronzes he actually has to discard if he wanted to, avoid playing bronzes. That Mata certainly didn't help him as it drew him another bronze.
That's true.
So he would have to get rid of discard the Pyro, the Squirrel, and I don't even know, like, what do you do with Mahakam Pass? Mahakam Pass will, if you play it, it'll spawn you a bronze, right? Yeah. So there's 3 cards. 3 cards in his hand that he would have to discard. He's not willing to make that sacrifice. He's just going to play out the bronze early, and now Miamon has a target to buff.
All right, here is the Pyrotech ready for explosions, ready covering its ears, waiting for that order ability to activate, again making it very risky for Miamon to float a Master of Puppets if that was ever the plan. But here is Fisher King on top, and we can still see that Fion on the other hand is still in deck.
That is a little bit of a trouble for Miamon as he
Miamon still has access to it, right? Elisa can put a Royal Decree back, and that can be accessed with Arcane Tome, if I'm not mistaken.
That is a good call. Even if Golden Necker gets banished, Alyssa does have a few different options here in Miamon's graveyard, and we're looking in his deck. He has the Fion, he's got the second Petrie's Filter. He might actually... he might actually want the second Petrie's Filter if the first one gets heat waved.
It depends on the board state, exactly. It depends on what that heat wave goes on. It depends on if there's actually enough units to even Master of Puppets for Miamon, but that Petrie Filter might be an option. Here is the Squirrel. We are assuming that went on the Golden Necker.
That would be a correct assumption. No Golden Necker, no second Golden Necker for Miamon, but Senvanter has had to play another bronze now at 4 value, really, in order to prevent that Golden Necker from being played. And
Palmerin. Fisher King, of course, was able to put the Fion on top, and Palmerin pulls the unit that is on top and plays it. So that is how the Fion was tutored in this instance.
And did you see what just happened? Palmerin tutored the Fion, which was hard to get, played a 4-point body on the board, and then gave 9 points, because Fion is 9 provisions, gave 9 points to Senvanter, but those points are really Miamon's points. So this card is kind of like a 13-point tutor. That's how crazy powerful these synergies are in this Master of Puppets deck.
Would you ever have thought we would see Palmerin play for this insane value? But this is, of course, if Miamon is able to yoink that Squirrel. There is the Curse of Corruption, there is that Heat Wave, but Senvanter would still have to spend it. We did see even some self-Heat Wave potential and things like that earlier, which is quite crazy. Here comes the Buhurt, further boosting the Squirrel, of course, and the passive Toussaint Hospitality Leader is doing a lot of work as that Squirrel is looking like Master of Puppets target, and that will be happening very much later on in the round. You can't do it too early, as Shinru mentioned. You don't want your opponent to be able to bounce it back.
Yeah, that's right. There's also an Epidemic in Senvanter's hand, which destroys only 4 provision units. There's this Elven Scribe that's 4 provisions that could be a target, but he has to get through that defender first. Otherwise, this Epidemic could end up being a little bit of a brick.
Shiru is also still waiting for value. The question is, nothing quite lining up beautifully here just yet, but still some units have been played. I mean, I did say earlier that there is not really a nice way for Miamon to disalign the Shiru, but the Toussaint Hospitality passive leader actually is doing a little bit of that, which can offset the Shiru, making it a little bit unpredictable and maybe hard for Sanvanter to decide when actually it's going to be have to be taken.
Sanvanter just plays a Royal Decree into a Doragary to lock nothing. I think it's just a waiting move. Sanvanter's really trying to buy time to see if he can get a really good Shiru, right? The longer he waits, the more cards Miamon is forced to play, the better opportunities Shiru will have going forward. I think this is all going to come down to the Shiru, and we saw this matchup yesterday, right? Miamon versus Joe. Joe had a couple of opportunities to take huge Shirus, never pulled the trigger. Will Sanvanter be able to learn from the mistakes of Joe and see if he can maximize the Shiru value in this long round 3?
It could be entirely possible, but a little bit difficult to maximize that value with these units being different powers and with that defender. I mean, it was locked, but that doesn't remove the defender status itself, so can be a little bit difficult. Sanvanter might want to get a little bit greedy with it, but look at this self-scroll with the Epidemic. The 4 provision card that was destroyed was essentially the unit that was going to be moved.
What a play by Sanvanter! That is like giving me flashbacks of the self-gutting slash that Pliable used to destroy his own boat to make his opponent's Keltullus burn herself. This is the Epidemic that we were talking about, killing his own unit, but in effect, it denies Miamon all the buffs that he's been working so hard to put on that squirrel, intending to seize it back. It's been denied.
That is a fantastic play by Sanvanter, and I think it makes it especially iconic that he particularly mentioned this sort of self-destruction move by Pliable in a entirely different competition. But yeah, Sanvanter does pull a similar move, but the point gap is still quite big in Miamon's favor. Will it all depend on the Shiru, as you said, Shinmuri? How much value can this Shiru get? It has to be quite good, and it is aligning up another 6 here with the Pyrotech press. Doragary currently is at 6, but can be denied with the leader. The leader can move Shiru. Shiru can easily go here to 6 and kind of burn 3 6s, but will that be good enough
the
for Sanvanter?
The rope is creeping on Sanvanter. He doesn't have a lot of time to execute. He's going to take the heat wave on the defender, giving him more range of being able to ping things with the Milva with his offensive leader charge if he wants to continue aligning things for a big burn. Still trailing 35 points though.
Let's see what Miamon can do to try to deny this Shiru. I mean, Miamon has to know that it is coming and has to plan accordingly. I'm sure both players now will take a lot of time to really think, and this deck, this Toussaint Hospitality deck, really makes up for some interesting lines from these players. It's been so fun seeing this deck in action, both from Miamon himself, but also the opponents. Really, really creative plays that we've seen because of this.
Sanvanter's done playing bronze units. This is the only 2 bronze units that's going to be available for Miamon to seize, and they were both pretty short, but look at how fast Miamon is able to buff it right back up with the Buhurt, with the Guillaume. Now that 4-power Pyrotech is back up at 13.
Shimir, there are 2 15s on the board currently. How tall can this Shiru get with the Mahakam cast on the board, with the Vial as well, and leader charges?
I believe it can get to 15. It's 3, and then you use both artifacts and 1 leader charge. That's going to be 3 plus 4 plus 5.
Exactly, that is 15.
That is 12 more boosts to the Shiru that can get to 15 points, and you can even use another leader charge to get Milva out and ping the 16 down to 15.
All right, it's happening. We're going to see the triple 15 Shiru. It is happening. The setup is here. Sanvanter is definitely roping a little bit. The rope is getting closer, but he has planned it out. He has figured it out. Here is the 15 Shiru, and the Milla ping is coming down here, and boom! How lovely and bird, Shinmuri. That was beautiful. Really beautiful play by Sanvanter right there.
That was a 45-point burn, plus the 3-point body. 50-point Shiru!
That was a 50-point Shiru. Wow. Curse of Corruption is still a bit of a problem for Sanventer, at least currently, as we're looking here at the Shiru being the tallest unit playing into Curse of Corruption here.
All right, the Simless is going to come down. We've got the Armorer's Workshops buffing the 3 gold units, I presume, not wanting to put more buffs on the bronze. And now Miyamon is now down 28 points. It was completely the other way a couple turns ago, but we are not done yet. There are still seizes to be had, Master Puppets to be played, and Miyamon also has this tall punish with the Vilgeforts.
Yeah, this Dennis is coming down right now, boosting these gold units. We could assume that maybe one of those will be Vilgefortz at the very end. This Curse of Corruption, Shinri, this Curse of Corruption is hitting Sanventer's own Shiru currently. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, so Sanventer's almost done because he doesn't have last say to actually use this Curse of Corruption on anything good. He's got the Guerrilla Tactics left, which can pill out the Milva. I'm kind of looking at what Miyamon can get with like an Illusionist. If there's anything good, I don't see anything amazing because like you don't want more Master of Puppets, right? There's nothing good to steal anymore. Wait, that's okay. That's not Wait, now...
But now it's a 50-50. No, it's... Wow.
It's not a 50-50 if you use the leader on it to buff it.
The remaining leader charge. Miyamon, really, Sanventer had to discard that Curse of Corruption, but Miyamon made it a lot easier for Sanventer here.
If Miyamon, I really want Specimen to analyze the ending of this game. If Miyamon had waited on the Vilgefortz and perhaps played something from this Arturius first, would it have been a difference maker in this crucial, pivotal Game 3?
That was intense.
Does Miyamon have any tricks left up his sleeve? These
There's
are
no
all
bronze units
low
to
points.
steal here, or there is one, but it's sitting currently at 2 power. That is a 4-point swing. Compared to what it could have been. A 13-point Pyrotech could have been swung the other way. But here it is, an Artorias finisher.
With an Illusionist.
Is so close.
Oh my god, he manages a tie!
Again, this deck manages a tie for the second time. What is going on? What is happening?
I was even saying, when I was saying that does Miyamon have any more tricks left up his sleeve, I didn't believe.
Apparently, yes.
Apparently,
the
answer was
yes. Was yes. Even Sanventer was kind of laughing there.
Oh my god! Yeah,
wow.
And so I don't even know, when I checked the graveyard, I don't know if that Pyrotech was in the graveyard yet, but after the self-COC by Sanventer, it became a target in his graveyard for that Illusionist, and the Petrie's filter being used on the 1 power Pyrotech, and because it only had 1 power, it didn't have much power to lose when it destroyed itself, and managed to luckily hit something that that gave you points when you hit it.
That is a good point. All right, it's time to get comfy. We're going to be playing out another game of exactly the same matchup. So yeah, definitely grab some snacks. We might be here for a while longer, but we are so excited because the chaos that this deck is causing in the competition it's so bizarre almost. It's such a fun deck, and I'm so glad Miyamon brought it.
I'm actually speechless. Like,
fantastic.
This is insane. And we had this. No, we've had 2 ties now this weekend, and both have occurred with this matchup, right? It's been Master of Puppets versus Guerrilla Tactics Shiru.
Yeah.
It's both been this matchup, but it's also been, it's just such an insane matchup with so many different lines, so many different outside the box thinking and strategies and tactics, and yet there's still these 2 titans, these 2 finalists are still able to reach a tie. This just shows how close these games can be and how you can use it. Just really exemplifies what we all love about Gwent so much, is that there's so much player agency, there's so many creative lines to take, and it's all about like what you can imagine, what you can do with your arsenal.
It absolutely is. What a game, what a series we are having currently, Shinmari. This is absolutely crazy. I'm loving every second of it, though, I have to say.
Yeah, this is amazing. I can't believe it. I can't believe we got another tie. These players are taking a little breather, I think. You got to catch your breath, reset, and mentally prepare for this matchup again, to run it back from Master of Puppets versus Guerrilla Tactics. Can they pull it off again? Because there's so many different factors that it's going to be incredibly difficult to replicate the same game plan. Oh my God, can we get a recap for that game? We had a 50-point Shiru. We had a self-curse of corruption. No, a self-curse of corruption and a self-epidemic.
We sure did.
And then a tie at the end when we thought all hope was lost for Miamon.
Managed to pull that one out to a tie rather than the loss. But the sequencing, Shuri, the sequencing does have me wonder with this Vilgefortz. Yeah, Speci has some work to do for us. We can't wait to hear from him after the series, what the conclusion is there. How could this have gone essentially differently?
I mean, I feel like there's so many different ways that it could have gone differently, because there's just so many possibilities, right? I think Miamon, something that Miamon could have done better is avoid giving a 45 points burn, right? Like, it's difficult because there's just so much flexibility. Sanventer had both artifacts, all 3 leader charges, Milva in the deck. He was able to heat wave the defender, get rid of it that way. I think Miamon also could have considered the line that we talked about with having the Alyssa or the Asir in the deck to try to play 2 Golden Neckers. If you don't get your Golden Necker squirreled, then you get to play maybe another Petrie's Filter, or I don't know. And then the strategies that Sanventer took to destroy his own 4 provision units, that was really nice. I mean, Miamon's going to keep this in mind. Maybe if Sanventer ever has a 5 provision bronze or a non-4 provision bronze on his board in the future, Miamon will prioritize buffing that one instead of the 4P one.
Yeah, that's a good point. And also these artifacts, the Mahakam Pass and the Vial, they were on the board for a long time. It feels like Miamon could have seen it, could have thought, okay, this is how tall the Shiru gets once both of these are pressed, and these are the numbers it gets with leader charges. So really a bit of an oversight maybe to let it go like that. But how do you prevent it? Can you ever prevent such a good Shiru in this matchup? That is another question. It is really, really difficult, and eventually it did come down. Also, Sanventer just really masterfully, I feel like, held that Shiru really for quite long, didn't take it too early, and got that 50-point Shiru in the end.
Here we go again, baby.
Get ready. We're in for a ride.
Oh my God, yeah, we are. It's game 3 again. Game 3.5. We've got Miamon on blue. He has the Golden Necker, has the Asir. Sanventer, on the other hand, Shiru is already seen in hand. We're in for some shenanigans.
We sure are. Quite good finds here, again, for both players, making it quite even, I would say, as the starting point. But how will the players do things differently this time? That is the question, and that remains to be seen. But Milva, last mulligan in hand for Sanventer. That is not ideal.
All right, but Sanventer didn't need to win round 1 in order to get that results that he desired. That he was happy with losing round 1 and going to the long round 3 previously, so maybe he doesn't need the Milva in round 1.
We did see that Curse of Corruption potentially having caused an issue for Sanventer as well because of losing that last say. So it is definitely nice if you can fight for it, but it can be quite rough. Also, Miamon potentially would spend out a Golden Necker, but if you push a little bit too hard in round 1, but now Miamon can keep it and do exactly kind of the same thing that we saw last round and not commit too much here in round 1, probably in order to take it as well.
Okay, Fisher King opener. We've seen Miamon value having Defender a lot, so that could be something they put on top. He does have the Royal Decree as well. Maybe it's we'll have to see what he decides to when he decides to Golden Necker to see what it was. Sanventer just opening with the Dwarven Skirmisher. So, you know, now I feel like after these games, Sanventer is going to be prioritizing getting rid of as many bronzes as he can in the early rounds and having as many golds as possible in the later rounds. So I'm not surprised to see him play one of his bronzes as his opening play.
That's true, we did see that, but we also saw the Mada bring in that Pyro tech later on. All right, Palmerin is being used here, draws into that Fion, exactly the same setup. It's deja vu almost, just in a different round. Fisher King into Palmerin, into Fion, into Boost by 9 onto that Skirmisher.
All right, Master of Puppets can be tutored by the Royal Decree if Miamon decides to try to protect it behind the defender, but as we said earlier, there's movement, always a threat. Chariot, on the other hand, yes, this is a card that Sandventer even discarded in the previous game. He doesn't want to play Chariot front row as that starts at the 7, which is already pretty tall, and he doesn't want to play Chariot back row because that gives you 3 bronze units to potentially buff, and those tokens cannot be destroyed by Epidemic.
All right, backup plan coming down here, creating just the value health elf hunter on the melee row. Okay, the score is quite close. Miamon has a pretty good hand and would have to potentially commit something quite valuable moving forward here. So we're going to see how far Miamon is willing to go. Sandmentor on the other hand. Milva in hand, but can still play, like you said, bronzes. Another backup plan would be quite ideal to get down here.
Miamon only up 1 point on blue coin. I think he probably doesn't want to give up the round. He's going to go for a Royal Decree into a Master of Puppets. This is just asking to get answered, though. But Sandvanter will have to commit at like a leader charge, and these leader charges are very valuable as well. Gives so much flexibility for lining up Shiru, as we saw in game number in the last game, and also getting rid of 50/50s of COC to get you the COC that you want.
What about like backup plan into Bomber here?
Backup plan into Bomber
that would be
is
such a clean way of removing it.
a clean YOLO way of removing it. And Sandvanter actually just decides to pass.
Bad. Yeah, we do go in for a pass here, and we are off to the next round. Miamon has played a Master of Puppets, but probably wants to get it into the graveyard, right?
Because
it can then be utilized with that Illusionist. So Miamon could utilize this Master of Puppets, put it in Sandventor's graveyard, have access to it later with Illusionist, and go into that long round we saw before.
Yeah, Miamon wants to go into the long round anyways. This is exactly what you were saying. Gets the Master of Puppets in there for that Illusionist, and gonna play out the other bronze, the Van Morleham Hunter. And so, Miamon telegraphing a long round 3, has a bit of a better setup this time. He's used the Palmerin and the Defender instead of, I think, like the False Siri and the Sangreal. So still spending roughly the same amount of resources. Let's see what Sandvanter is going to draw here. He gets a bronze. I kind of think you want that in round 2 as you're headed for a long round 3.
Yeah, exactly. Get those bronzes out of the way. Don't have to stress about those later, but it is difficult in a long round to completely avoid it, of course.
One thing we didn't really talk about in the last game is this Bearification in Sandvanter's deck. It was not drawn last time, but it could be used to transform a Petrie's Filter. You know, you're giving your opponent 6 points, but you're denying him that zeal on these Master of Puppets, and you can, like, Petrie's Filter Bearification one Petrie's Filter and Heatwave the other Petrie's Filter, you could deny all sorts of zeal.
That is a really interesting use of the Bearification that we would not have seen yet, but it's good that you mentioned that could be an option. All right, Asir put something back. Is it the Defender again, or what did we see here?
It's the Palmerin.
All right, Palmerin. Valuing Palmerin a little bit more. I mean, there is that movement, so it does make sense. And here we go. Miamon takes the pass. Sandventor probably playing out those bronzes here, just like Shinri said, and also having set up this carryover.
Decides not to play the backup plan, but can be mulligan. Still quite a very, very gold hand for Sandvanter. This is looking very good for him. He just wants that Dennis at this point. He gets the Oniromancy, which is perfect. So if Sandvanter can't win this long round 3 with this hand, I think he's not going to be able to win a long round 3 because this is so perfect for him. Miamon now has still plenty of golds left in the deck. One
Yeah,
Peaches filter
Siri
in hand.
and Vilgefortz being the main ones.
Oh,
there, but
no.
Piety filter draw. That is the artifact.
Miyamon shaking his head a little bit, not happy to see that. Wait, hold on. There was a little bit of visual glitch, wasn't there? No, it's okay. He has one Peaches filter. He has an artifact in his deck.
All right.
So, it looked like for a second that there were 3 artifacts
Yeah.
in his hand, but I think he already mulliganed one of those away and it just hadn't updated yet. So Sandventer opening with the no unit play. Again, has both artifacts in round 3.
Sandventer also has the Milva here in hand, which is worth noting. Okay, interesting. Mata does pull a card, but it is the Epidemic. It's not one of the Pyrotechs that Miyamon could now essentially boost and steal. So what are the bronzes that we might be seeing? I mean, Squirrel is a likely candidate. It does want to come down to deny that double golden necker, surely.
Yep, that's right. Squirrel will probably be played and then maybe be eventually epidemicked, and then there will be no bronze units.
Exactly. What else would there be here for Sandventer that would be forced to be played here? Really nothing other than that Squirrel. Pretty optimal for Sandventer. Pretty nice also finding that Epidemic there, because it is indeed enables the same self-epidemicable plan.
Yeah, exactly. So Miyamon helping Sandventer out a little bit maybe with that Mata. So Miyamon has to be expecting the possibility of not having any bronzes to steal, just like last game.
Yeah, the point gap, of course, is quite big usually in Miyamon's favor, so I do think that a lot will come down to the Shiru and how much the Shiru can actually burn down the board. Alright, Mata sitting at 22 points. No self-curse or corruption probably for Sandventer this time around.
That is a very tall Mata. Yeah, it was already kind of tall. There were no other shorter units for him to buff with this Boo Herd. And Sandventer's going to get extra value on his tall punish this time.
There it is, stalling. Probably not going to get better than that, so just decides to take away the Mata. Yep, the big plays again are going to be happening a little bit later. Vigo, of course, can create a Master of Puppets, but again, as we said, there might not be a target, so it looks like Miyamon has indeed expected it. Here comes a big swing. Sanriel onto the Siri.
Squirrel was not taken. Squirrel was not taken on Golden Necker, and Miyamon did not immediately put it back either.
Okay, it's interesting to see that Miyamon really does not... It seems overall does not really worry too much about the Squirrel. It seems, because it's definitely not a priority in Miyamon in this series. Now the question is, will it be put back and can it be played again? I mean, Tome can of course tutor it again, but we know it certainly doesn't have the artifact, but it would have the special and the unit if Miyamon would wish to do so. But why not put the Golden Necker back here? Is there anything else you'd rather prefer, like a Sangreal, or
perhaps
that is something we've seen Miyamon put back into the deck sometimes?
Yes, okay. So, Miyamon has another tall unit on his board now with the False Siri. There is the Alyssa. We're going to see if it's going to be Golden Necker or Sangreal. It is actually...
the Diplomacy.
The Imperial Diplomacy.
Interesting. Okay.
Maybe there's a 6-head plan for Miyamon. That's something that you can get from Scoia'tael that could actually be instrumental in this strategy. A bronze that you can create from Scoia'tael. I can't fathom it right now. He's on another level.
Yeah, we're about to see though if this Imperial Diplomacy can do anything, because here it comes. Here is the create. Not sure what Miyamon is looking for here though.
Really not sure. Golden Necker maybe wouldn't have been able to play too many cards because there's no artifact. You're also thinning one with your Palmerin. Maybe that was the thought. He just wanted a little... But this Arcane Tome now gives Sandventer access to the Heat Wave. That feels like a really, really bad trade. And now the Oniromancy can just go and grab the Dennis, and not have to worry about fighting between the Heat Wave and the Dennis.
Exactly. No, that is indeed interesting. I mean, even if you play a suboptimal Golden Necker there, it should still be more than whatever that Imperial Diplomacy just was. Points wise, so it is indeed interesting to see. There had to be some kind of create, and maybe Miamon was hoping to grab maybe something to Zeal.
All right, Sandventer is now playing the Rock Barrage with the leader chart to send Milva back in. Wants the Milva to be protected to help increase flexibility on the Shiru. Miamon is looking like in trouble here. A board with 0 bronzes. He's down 9 points. And there is so much threat with the Shiru and the Simulus and the Dennis going forward.
Yeah, we know that Miamon has the Buhurt left, has the Guillaume, has the Palmerin, all units that go quite tall. And that would like to be boosted, but there is a Pyrotech now with Vilgefortz. But as we know, there is the Epidemic. There can be the Self-Epidemic put into play by Sandventer once again, as Mata did draw it there.
That's right. He can even Sandventer can even like click this Pyrotech too to get a little value off of it before he self-epidemics.
And there it is, and we probably see that Epidemic come down again, saying no, not allowing any of these boosts. Or steal opportunities, rather.
Yep, there it is. Self-epidemic, we see it again. Sandventer with the big brain plays. Miamon looking calm, not too worried yet. He has a 10-point lead. He has an extra card at this point. Still a lot of golds. Sandventer, I believe, no more tall punishes left in the deck other than Shiru, if you can line something up. Shiru, all right.
All right, Master of Puppets just coming out on the board as we know. No target for it to steal, so it's just going to come down here for a 4-point. Can Miamon really stall with this Shiru? Because Sandventer, of course, can keep that to the very last second. It could be really difficult to avoid giving Shiru. There will be some, at least, but the question is, will it be good enough?
Yes. Like, with these 2 artifacts and 2 leader charges, I think you can Shiru anything 6 or higher up to something like 18? Anything between 6 and 18 can be Shiruable, if my math is right.
Okay, and here is a pretty good point swing from the Simless. Double Armorer's Workshop, meaning Dennis is really happy. No tall punish anymore from Miamon as that Vilgefortz was just used.
Right, the Vilgefortz was used in a last-ditch effort to grab a bronze onto the board before spending his buffs, and now won't be able to punish after spending his buffs. Okay, it's a 4-point game. Very, very close. Sandventer still has a couple of bombs in his hand with the Dennis and the Shiru. He's going to take the Shiru now. How does he set this up? He's going to go for 6s?
6s, it seems, yeah. Just decides to say, all right, that's good enough value for me, and the point gap indeed is quite big here. Now can spend the Vial, utilize a little bit of this Vitality as well. Mahawken Pass Order has not been clicked either. Guillaume and Artorias Vigo are left in addition to a Buhurt. These Seals not going to be doing that much. Guillaume, can Guillaume actually steal some of the vitality of the Milva yet?
It can. With the Buhurt, it can.
Yeah.
Okay, it immediately goes to 14. One of the Petrie's filters used to give it Zeal, and he takes the 3-point of Vitality.
That is a big point gap here after that Shiru came down. Dennis has not been played yet. Verification also an option, but the Dennis here, of course, is more value. So this is how Sanventer finishes up the game this time around, and it is a 40-point lead. Miamon Pass is not doable with Vigo.
No, it is not. And Sanventer again showing that he has what it takes to potentially be a world champion. Really, really well piloted, perfectly executed, very just like completely picking apart Miamon's strategy. Miamon's strategy is basically all in on Master of Puppets, and when you deny any of those bronzes, even at a 10-card round 3, was able to have 0 bronzes at the end on his board.
That's right. What a game. That tie has now been resolved. Sanventer came out victorious and has to get one more deck through, which is Pincer Maneuver Priestesses. Ren-free Priestesses.
That's right, that's right. Ren-free Priestesses is the last deck Sanventer needs to win. Now it's match point. This could be the final game upcoming here between Sanventer and Miamon. It's intense. Miamon still has the Master Puppets deck, of course, as well as Off the Book Syndicate, which I don't think we've seen yet this series.
Yeah, we have not seen Off the Book Syndicate yet for Miamon. Has been fighting to get this Tucson Hospitality through now in the previous game. So let's see, it's either Hospitality again or it's Off the Books. Do you have any predictions of what we might be seeing here from
So this being game 4,
Miamon?
Miamon's going to be on Red Coin. Well, Red Coin, I think Red Coin, maybe you want to play the Tucson Hospitality list, right? So that you can play for Reach in round 1 with your Master of Puppets.
Exactly. There is, again, quite limited removal as well from Priestess's Ren-free. It is quite the solitaire deck. Ren-free, would it have to go for some removal maybe? I mean, these Master of Puppets will probably get pretty good value in this matchup when they go through. I would even claim Miamon is slightly favored because of the lack of control there from Sanventer, but hey, who knows, he might have a couple of tricks in his sleeve. We've seen really masterful navigation when it comes to Miamon, but of course you cannot really avoid playing your bronzes in this matchup if you're Sanventer, because we all know that that finisher is so big, but winning round 1 also becomes quite important. Now Miamon though has queued Off the Book Syndicate here, does have the Madame Serenity here in the opening hand, is a really good way of applying pressure, but I would say that winning the round against Priestesses Ren-free is quite essential here, so we're expecting a pretty tough fight into this round 1.
Yeah, both of these decks, they both have a lot of threats and not as many answers. I would say that's the theme here, right? You've got Onagers that can be difficult to answer, of course, Snowdrop and Istrid and Reinforced Ballistas. On the other hand, Miamon has the triple engines from Madame Serenity, Morale, and then of course the Vice engines and the Spenders. It's gonna be a matter of pick and choose and really figure out the priority on what threats that you actually should answer with your limited removal.
Eventide Plunder created this failed experiment, kind of leaving that one-turn poison threat applicable for Miamon's side of the board once he has the coin to pay the fee. So that could be removing something quite fast. A very poison-heavy hand for Miamon here. Double Fistic Trafficker, as well as the Morale. So maybe some slow removals, but they do exist.
He actually has access to every single poison in his deck in round 1, with the Royal Decree being able to get the last Trafficker and created a poison from Eventide Plunder. I think that will help his chances a lot in terms of securing round 1.
All right, let's see how it goes. Sanventer, on the other hand, pulls the Snowdrop here with the Cursed Scroll. Neutral card cannot be tutored with Leader, so that makes sense. Snowdrop is a fantastic card to have in round 1, as she really puts a lot of points on your side of the board, which very vital when you draw, when you want to win the round. Sanventer looking a little bit frustrated there at this Hubert pull that we see. One-turn poison enabled. This Redanian Secret Service is not able to purify any poisons here.
Wow, yeah, that's a really big boon of finding something like Failed Experiment on the Eventide Plunder. But, I mean, the Redanian Secret Service will still be able to purify a poison later if done over 2 turns, but at 1 power, she is also very vulnerable to being killed.
All right, Syndicate not exactly known for having a lot of chip damage. Currently looking at this hand, it is actually quite difficult to kill this one power unit, but another self-poison happening on this failed experiment. If this failed experiment is not removed, we could see another one-turn poison.
That's true. Miyamon really getting best of both worlds, getting the coins and also the threat of the one-turn poison. Redanian Secret Service cannot purify enemy units, can only purify allies. So while that poison is being held there, it's actually kind of safe.
All right, here we go. We do see a damage option
It's
here.
a payday. We could kill Engine, or we could kill the Purify and get a lot of coins. Was not offered the Open Sesame, so makes this decision relatively easier on which crime to take. But Miyamon really taking his time deciding what he actually wants to hit with this.
Considering the failed experiment is still alive and kicking, perhaps the Ballista is the one to go. And it is coming down there because that was the only thing chipping away at the failed experiment, really. So
Yeah.
you can ignore or if you can do the one-turn poison, you kind of can just ignore the Redanian Secret
Exactly,
Service.
and also by killing it, you're also reducing any potential future value of like an onager should there be one in Sandvanter's hand.
That is also a very good point. Now, Sunset Wanderers is one turn away of being to the right from Snowdrop. Perhaps Sandvanter waiting a little bit before that Snowdrop comes down to be able to grow this Sunset Wanderer. Together with these pincer maneuver charges, there are some fun things that could happen as well here. But probably just a nice value play, the Sunset Wanderer, to come down here in round 1 for Sandvanter. Thins the deck a little bit further with playing Renfri's Gang here, and the point gap is getting a little bit bigger, but Miyamon does have some coin in the bank. We also see that Oxenford Guard Spender in hand.
Yeah, we know the power of Oxenford Guard. It can really extend your reach and make it look like you are really behind in points, but actually have a surprising amount of hidden points from the Oxenford Guard's spend to 0 ability. All right, it is Miyamon's turn. He still has the poison. The cooldown of the failed experiment has finished, so anytime he wants to, can spend 4 coins to transfer the poison over to the other side of the board, and with the Fist Tech can easily finish it off, maybe even play the Morale instead, and threaten another poison on the next turn.
That is possible. Now, Flying Redanian does exist here in Miyamon's deck list, something that Miyamon would like to have come out. Perhaps setting up for that. Madame Serenity, not a card that has come out too fast here in round 1. It can usually be nice to play early because you get that thinning, potentially finding Candle earlier as well. But maybe Miyamon is just hoping to push into round 2 and open with something like Madame Serenity. But we're going to have to see, can Miyamon actually get out of the round without having to spend anything too much. But these poisons are definitely working hard. Adrenaline now has been enabled for the Witcher Mentor here. Can put Hubert back into the deck, which is nice cleanup.
And the Vernon Roach, but now now Sandvanter has a Siege Master in his hand with no Siege Engine to to pair it with. There is still the Snowdrop that can help you get that, or maybe like a Griffin Witcher Mentor that can help you get that. But it's a little bit awkward because the Sunset Wanderer is also waiting still to come out onto the board.
All right, another Shady Vendor, perhaps finding an Open Sesame this time around, or would there be something else you'd really want here? There it is. Open Sesame has been found.
Does take the Open Sesame, is going to bring him to 9 coins. With that, the Flying Redanian is finally thinned from the deck, which is very, very good for Miyamon, as he still has a couple of bricks with the King of Beggars and that Sly Seductress for that Madame Serenity.
This poison threat is so constant here. Sandvanter cannot do anything to remove it, so once that Sunset Wanderers comes down, it will take a little bit, especially if you played the Snowdrop before, but that should get poisoned. Miyamon not really wanting to play Azar too early, I think, and seems to be wanting to hold on to this Madame Serenity as well. The hand is definitely getting a little bit less playable for each turn here for Miyamon, but poisons can definitely come out first. And Sandvanter tutoring out this Margarita, perhaps just deciding to lock a spender here. Is it the one-turn poison? It sure is. Now that is not possible anymore. And the Redanian Secret Service order charge is possible.
But honestly, this failed experiment has already gotten so much value in this game. It helped get the one-turn poison at the beginning, and now it's diverted a lock away from Miyamon's only infinite spender in this round. So like it's done its job.
Absolutely. Really nice create there from the Eventide Plunder early on. Morale and Fistic can still complete one poison, even though the Redanian Secret Service would be pressed. Yeah, a lot of spending left for Miyamon to do. A lot of coins in the bank that can be converted into points on the board. And as you said, Shinmuri, this Oxenfurt Guard, really nice spender for Syndicate, currently free to keep going.
The awkward part here, though, is that you have an odd number of coins and you don't have like that street urchins to help you spend that one coin to get onto an even number so that you can keep spending to 0 with this Oxenford Guard. So maybe because of that, Miyamon decides to pass here as the gap was getting pretty big with the Sunset Wanderer coming out, less carryover for Senvanter, and now Senvanter has won round 1, which is typically very good for the
This is
Priestess
quite
deck.
interesting for sure. Miyamon kind of saying that Syndicate is strong enough to deal with the Renfrey Priestesses potentially in a long round, and Sanmantor respecting that because the bleed has been opened up. Sanmantor wants to get some of these good cards out, and now the Madame Serenity is the perfect card to play here to thin your deck and to answer and to put a lot of those engine threats on the board that, again, Sanmantor has a bit of a difficult time to answer. Perhaps a lock could be created from Rune Mage. Renfrey could potentially do damage, but you might want to thin your deck as well. So really limited ways of answering all of these engines now.
All right. Yes, Madame Serenity. It's 4 threats or 3 engines and a spender on the board in one turn. It is really the perfect card for the situation. Maybe that's why Miyamon kept it for so long, wanted to save it for round 2. Senvanter finds an assassination that could get rid of one of these engines that's on the board. So removal tools, gotta be happy to see that. And Senvanter has a pretty playable hand. He's got the Snowdrop, he's got the Griffin Witcher Mentor Shuffle, and the Renfrey to set up the carryover leader as well. So Assassination used to destroy the Madame Serenity. No coin generation from her for the rest of this round for Miyamon. Miyamon's got a pretty good hand himself. He's got the Candle, he's got both Resilient Artifacts in the Novigrad and the Candle. Gonna get those coins going.
Those are, beautiful to have in round 2 because that value, of course, is much increased on the cards. If you're able to play them out in round 2 and in round 3, you don't really want to do that anymore. But here comes the Snowdrop, also a pretty valuable card that Sanmantor was able to save here. Extra tempo with the Hubert popping out of deck as well.
All right, we see a little bit of a problem for Sanvanter is that his priestesses are not zealed. Neither of his priestesses have any buffs on them. There's still one Griffin Witcher Mentor left that could give a buff, but
they're not going anywhere, essentially, because Morale cannot poison them, Fistic cannot poison them. They have the Veil tag. Ixora would potentially be a threat that could see that they don't get their order triggered, but the boost here is maybe not so valuable.
That's true. There's not as many ways for Miyamon Syndicate to actually answer these priestesses, even if they were just played out.
Movement value here from the War Chariot, coming down, putting the melee locked Morale onto the ranged row. But of course, we do see the Fistic in Miyamon's hand that can come out and swipe this Snowdrop down if Miyamon so wishes. Could get the flying Redanian out, but there's also a little bit of bleed happening still, but Peaches is proccing, so gets ahead here without having to spend any coins and gets to thin out the Redanian.
Exactly. Just shows how strong Novigrad is, constantly providing you a coin every single turn. It's well positioned here as well in the front row before the priestess positions, or not the priestess, the Passiflora Peaches position, so that it will gain you that coin before Peaches will check for her Horde 4. Okay, Miyamon managing to stay just barely ahead, keeping card advantage and still huge threats in his hand. Has the Candle to play if Sanvanter decides to keep going in this round, but Sanvanter at a pretty tough spot now. Does he use his last leader charge, which is his protection against Ixora in round 3? in order to get the carryover from the Renfri, or does he just pass now and accept losing the card, accept giving last say to Miamon?
But this rope is happening now. Sanvanter does take the pass, a little bit too late to act on this, as Miamon does indeed take the pass, saves Candle, Acherontia, Azar for round 3, and potentially drawing into Ixora, I think, is something that Miamon does want to do. As you mentioned, it is a big threat.
It is the 5-card versus 6-card round 3. Both players having a pretty optimal setup here, except for the fact that the priestesses don't have Zeal, but they don't really need them, as we were discussing, and Ixora found by Miamon.
All right, double Onager has been drawn here for Sanvanter. Ixora is going to be really a big threat in terms of keeping Sanvanter's combo in check, so to speak, and the Onagers as well. So we're going to have to see if this Ixora alone is enough. Is the coin generation enough? But we do know full bank and open sesame there as well. And not to mention Acherontia. This Ixora is just coming out because she's not really going anywhere. The Renfri creates cannot destroy her either with the help of this candle boost. So that is really important coming down there from Miamon.
Sly Seductress found as a gang bronze from Novigrad Order. And there's a lot of bodies on the board there, and uses the shield to clean up the unit with the Ixora, but it resets Ixora's counter.
And this Ixora wasn't really going anywhere, right? Unless can Renfri somehow create a lock in any way possible? I don't think so. This Ixora at 12 really is not going to disappear from the board. So the question is, maybe considering that Griffin Witcher Mentor was a 5-power unit and Onagers are 4, was that maybe just scared that a priestess would come down, that would be a 5 and have to be a 50-50 then? Or but this Onager would be so nice to remove.
That's what I was thinking too. This Onager would be so much better if you had saved the Ixora from last turn to use on the Onager now. But I mean, I guess with all the coins in your bank, you can still trigger this Ixora. You could play maybe even Acherontia here even before the Defender, so that you're triggering the Vice on both the Ixora and the Acherontia at the same time.
Double Vice action.
And
all right.
you just need to boost these units taller than like an 8, and you're able to dodge that Pride and Wrath removal options from the Renfri. The random pings from the Onagers and the Tridem are probably not going to be able to kill any of these bodies now at this point. And Sanvanter going for the shuffle, having 0 points on his board currently, but of course we know that there is this super strong finisher from Priestesses.
And now the token is exactly like Shinra mentioned earlier. The token coming out from leader here before the Renfri is used makes it so that 2-power card is whatever Ixora's Vice 8 hits, which isn't exactly ideal if you're trying to get to something a little bit bigger, a more threatening card like an Onager. Let's see what is going to be picked here from Sanvanter on the Renfri.
Sanvanter was offered Curse of Sloth, which is what you want to take usually, as it gets you an extra card from your deck. He did take that, and then he ended up taking just a 4-point on pass Blessing, which is not the best, but the important thing is he got the thinning from the Curse of Sloth. All right, Fiztech Trafficker.
A little bit more coins here, self-poison happening, and Novigrad still ticking. Here comes the Onager.
This is the Curse of Sloth being used on the last remaining bronze in his hand. It's going to draw like a Priestess from hand, and then now going to go with the Vernon Roach into a Priestess, 11 charge Priestess, getting triple value here from the Onager pings, from the Tridem pings. It's going to be 33 points worth of clicking here, but
this shield did not get pinged for the longest amount of time. I was watching it like, when is this shield payoff going to happen? But here it is, of course. Big points coming down. And how many charges do we have on this last Priestess in hand, Shinri?
There are 7 charges left.
Lots still happening. Leader charges remaining. Oxenford Guard remaining. Ixora taking on Vice. Acherontia also is still here. It looks like Syndicate, and the Vice keyword really is beautifully showcasing what it is capable of.
This
in
is
this game.
either your dream or your nightmare. Both Acherontia and Ixora in the same round with the Oxenford Guard Infinite Spender, clearing out multiple. This is the third, I think the third unit that Ixora has burned in this turn, and Acherontia is almost close enough to get another card, and Sanventer knows it's over, forfeits early, and we have a 2-2 result so far in the finals of World Masters Season 5.
Things could not get more intense than this. It feels correct. It feels right for a final to have this result where it all depends on the final game. 2 wins for both players. The final game that we are about to see will be the one that matters most.
It's only fitting, right? The last official GWENT esports event, the finals of that going to a best of 5. So it's going the distance, and who knows? I don't want to jinx it, but maybe we'll get another tie and we'll get a game 6.
No, don't say that. Don't jinx it. We'll all blame Shinbury if that is the case. No, I mean, of course it would be entertaining perhaps to watch another tie, but
part of me
I'm eager to find out who will be the winner sooner rather than later, because I can't wait.
Yes, I agree. I want to find out who's going to win, but part of me also wants to just keep getting ties so that we can watch this battle, this epic clash of titans for just a little bit longer.
Yes, Gwentfinity apparently also would then extend to official tournaments. But here we are, waiting to get into the game. What are your thoughts? We're going to see Tusantua Hospitality now into this Pincer Priestess list.
Wow. Yes, you're right. Tucson Hospitality from Blue Coin against Pincer Maneuver Priestesses Renfrey from Red. We were talking a little bit about this matchup potentially happening earlier before the start of this last game.
Yeah.
I think I agree with your analysis of Priestesses having just naturally very many bronzes that it needs to play and very tall bronzes that it tends to play, right? Like if you're buffing your Tridom, that's going to go super tall. Your Priestesses naturally go relatively tall if you're shuffling them repeatedly with the Griffin Witcher Mentors. In the last game, they were kind of short. They didn't get shuffled that many times by the Mentors. So I wonder if Sanventer can pull any tricks like he did with the Guerrilla Tactics matchup, where he actually can avoid giving Miamon that many bronzes to buff up and seize.
Absolutely. I hear some music as we are into the final game. Here we are, Shinbury.
Wow, okay, this most likely will be the last game of World Masters Season 5. Miamon with this really unique Master of Puppets deck that has struggled so far this series to find a win. This is his last chance with it.
This is the last chance for both Sanventer and for Miamon. It all comes down to this. Will these Master of Puppets steals be big enough? Will they even be enabled? Round 1, very important. Miamon is off to a start here with the Defender Fion coming onto the range throw.
Again, though, Sanventer has movement options with this War Chariot in his hand that can move the Defender and then maybe place like a lock on something behind it.
That's right, here comes the reinforced Ballista into the Siege Master, thinning the deck really nicely here. What is being found? Well, it's an Onager, definitely useful here. Wow, it seems like both players really do have access to different things here. Of course, Snowdrop would be nice to find. Easter egg potentially would be nice to find as well here for Sanventer in round 1, as I do think the fight for round 1 will be very much vital here.
That's right. If Miamon doesn't get last say, Sanventer can kind of hold all of his Priestess buffs and hold double Priestess as a finisher for his last turn, and could really avoid giving Miamon a tall bronze unit to seize. So Miamon's going to be really fighting for that last say, but Priestesses are no slouch of a deck to win round 1. They typically have a lot of round 1 winning power.
Exactly, and Sanventer's list definitely does feel that it's able to get those points if it so wants to, but the rope here for Miamon is going down. Really considering what to put on top here with the Fisher King. If you're going to play the Golden Necker out, then the unit will be whatever you put on top potentially as well, or card rather. You can set up what you want to draw with your Golden Necker a little bit with that Fisher King synergy.
Okay, Sanvanter looking for that Nilfgaard Runestone, finds a couple of engines, has the Light Cavalry, the passive engine that does 2 damage a turn to the last unit that was played, as long as it's on flanking position in the melee row.
Yep. Nilfgaard Soldier coming to the rescue here for Sanvanter as well, and the flanking has been enabled. Definitely not bad. This is not something Miamon can really answer too easily.
This one Light Cavalry has defected from the Nilfgaardian side and joined the forces of the Northern Realms.
That sure seems to be the case. Unlikely combination, but here we are. It seems both players here really taking their time to decide. Miamon floating this Master of Puppets. I mean,
that's answerable.
It's answerable because there is a War Chariot can be moved. There is also, or the Defender can eventually be moved. And then
it could be moved right now, and then the Light Cavalry is going to ping it to 2, and you have 2 pings on your reinforced ballista because you've got the 1 Siege Master on the board already.
Yep, there it is, an answer to Master of Puppets. Not sure if Miamon did take that into account, but off it goes.
That is a very nice way of answering one of the biggest threats in this round. Now, Sanvanter, this Light Cavalry really playing a crucial role in this round 1. Okay. Miamon now having to compose himself, refresh, and think, how do I approach this now that my Master of Puppets has been killed? I don't really have one in my hand. I could get one from maybe this Arcane Tome, but... Okay, Ciri Nova was the card that was put on top with the Fisher King earlier.
Okay, and here we see the Master of Puppets would have potentially been able to, or at least wanted to get this Light Cavalry from Sanvanter's melee, as clearly it was planned out by Miamon, but did not end up working out.
So, I'm looking at different ways that Miamon can get a Master of Puppets in this round. He could, of course, directly Arcane Tome into a Royal Decree. Nice thing about using Arcane Tome in this matchup is knowing that your opponent's Renfri is not going to be able to use the Arcane Tome back, so you're kind of just safe to use it. You don't have to worry about your opponent taking advantage of it as well. He could also just go into a Golden Necker and hope to find the Royal Decree, or hope to find a Master of Puppets or an Artorias from the Golden Necker. That would help him get more points, but he might end up missing the crucial card, Master of Puppets.
Let's see if that is a play that Miamon would go for next. It would be pretty important, and nice to have that Master of Puppets also go into Sanvanter's graveyard. It seems like this Arcane Tome is being pressed. The question is, what is being pulled here? Is it the Golden Necker? It indeed is. Can it find a Master of Puppets? It is a guaranteed Master of Puppets. It's a decree too, but Vigo guaranteed find here on the Master of Puppets, meaning...
Okay. This Master of Puppets is going to be 1 power. That will die to the Light Cavalry. He needs to buff this Master of Puppets up with the Petrie's filter, so it ends up being 4 power? I think that could work. Oh, also, the Royal Decree is playing another unit afterwards, so actually it is safe currently at 1 power. He decides not to buff it, trying to get the maximum seize value here and leave it at 1.
And Elisa immediately can put this Golden Necker back, or perhaps even the Royal Decree if you do value finding organically your Master of Puppets, but it was the Golden Necker instead. The setup is there going into a later round, and the Master of Puppets is looking real scary right now. But look at this movement again from the War Chariot. And there the Ballista just wipes it out. The movement, the War Chariot is doing such hard work here. That was really nice as it got its cooldown.
Yeah, I think
completely refreshed. That had to be an overlook by Miamon, able to utilize this battle.
I would be really
Siege
curious.
Master here.
Yeah, I would be really curious to go back and check. Maybe it was on cooldown 2 and Miamon thought it wasn't ready yet, but there was also that Siege Master. The second one might have been clicked to use on that War Chariot to get it to cooldown earlier. So now it's 2 Master Puppets been played and both have been answered.
By a deck that should not have that much answer on paper. Quite fantastic.
This
really,
War
from
Chariot has
Samantha.
been instrumental moving things back and forth, moving the defender back and forth to get access to that Master of Puppets, to both of those.
Not too big of a lead just yet though, and the lock coming down from the Van Morlem Hunter and also Redanian Secret Service, so that can be pressed right again to unlock this light cavalry, which does not seem optimal for Miamon.
War Chariot proving to be such a good card in this situation, not only moving things back and forth, but also getting the 4 bleed every time it's clicked as well. Oh, wow. This card has been underestimated, I guess, by a lot of the community. I've seen in this Renfrey deck a lot of people playing Foltest Pride previously, and now War Chariot being brought by Sam Venter, even cheaper option, but giving such good tech possibilities.
Perhaps Sunmentor has convinced us, but really a good tech choice into this tournament. Really nicely utilized with the crew on these Siege Masters and the cooldown, and now the point gap is just getting bigger and bigger as Sunmentor's engine is still taking their Ballista, also not going anywhere. It's going to be a little bit difficult for Miamon to catch up, and there comes the pass from Miamon. Siri does have carryover into round 2, but losing round control over Priestesses is quite scary for Miamon.
That's right, and not only just losing the round, but also losing on even cards in round 1. Sunventor's not going to be able to dry pass to get double last say, but I think he's very happy about bleeding into round 2 and not having to worry about losing the card advantage and losing the last say.
Here come the remaining mulligans. Nice combo potential here for Miamon though, but the Milton goes right back into the deck, does find a Master of Puppets, which can be important in this round. Oh, and yeah, no Golden Necker that was put back there with Elisa, at least not yet. Opening here with the Ballista is Sadventer, taking it slow for now. Renfrey's Gan can come out, and thin a little bit more. There's still Snowdrop hiding in the deck for now, and Radovid as well.
Okay, Istrid being floated here, being greeted by Sanvanter, not clicked. Miamon does have the Vilgeforce as an answer, but you don't really want to take a Vilgeforce this early when you know that it has a decent shot at being able to pull out a Priestess and denying the charge gain, because Priestess needs deploy in order to gain their charges.
That might be pretty important to keep in mind, actually, this Vilgeforce and sort of the mill potential that it would have here on the Priestess, as yeah, the Renfrey potentially cannot be used to thin for Sunmentor, so has to hold on to that Renfrey for a little while longer to deny this self-mill, essentially, that could be happening if that Vilgeforce goes off. Here is Radovid, on the other hand, getting ready for some leader charges to be bounced back.
So the good news for Miamon is that Sanventor's Priestesses are relatively small right now. They don't have any buffs on them, they're 1 in 3 power, right? But there's still quite a few shuffles coming from Sanventor's side. Miamon is able to play the False Series Sangreal combo, getting both of them over on his side of the board. Huge tall units, but no real tall punish from Sanventor's side. So Miamon's got a very nice lead here. Looks like he's probably not going to be losing his card advantage for round 3, but and he has the Golden Necker, right? He has the Golden Necker, so there's definitely still chances for both sides here to win this match.
Absolutely. It is Gwent, after all. We've seen some really insane series in the past, and anything can happen here. But a really intense moment. Sanvanter does decide to press this Istrid So one priestess getting another charge here as it will be shuffled back. And then that is the turn for Sanventer. Miyamon looking to play something perhaps not so committal here, but actually Master of Puppets.
Master of Puppets comes down,
here, perhaps for the Illusionist to be able to utilize later as well.
I like that. I like that. You need to set up the Master of Puppets. Otherwise, if you don't use the Master of Puppets in this round, your Illusionist isn't going to have anything. Will this Onager actually be able to snipe the Master of Puppets? No, he doesn't go for it. I was thinking maybe Sanventer would even use leader charges here to try to get this Onager to snipe and finish off this Master of Puppets. But Miyamon can click, but will he click now? If he clicks now, Sanventer will have a chance to click the Master of Puppets on his last turn. So Miyamon might want to wait a turn, but if you wait a turn, that Master of Puppets might not be there anymore for you to click.
Exactly, but if you boost it, that is not really nice to swing either. Maybe Miyamon just has to take the risk and say, okay, the Onager is not going to snipe the Master of Puppets because the Ballista can now hit it only once. Of course, Miyamon doesn't exactly know what is in Sanventer's hand. Is there any other chip damage possible? I don't think so, actually.
Not really, other than...
the Onager could perhaps be pressed a couple more times, but this Ballista is being stolen now. Gives Miyamon enough time, or does it? Does not give the Ballista enough time to ping this down.
It doesn't. He only has one turn before this Master of Puppets is clickable again by Sanventer. So he can do 1 damage here. And if you res an Onager, maybe you get super lucky. The Ardvane Light Cavalry isn't going to hit it because it wasn't played by Sanventer. And resing a Siege Master, it doesn't have Zeal. So it can't give the Reinforced Ballista a cooldown right away. So this is a really tricky situation. There is a threat. He actually goes for the Vilgefortz on a 2-point Master of Puppets to make sure that it stays in the graveyard and doesn't come back over to his side. Pulls out a Trident Infantry. Not the best for Miyamon. Not the worst either. Trident Infantry is a combo piece for the round 3 combo. So it is something that's important, but not as good as getting rid of a Priestess. These Priestesses are still small.
And now also the Vilgefortz has been played, making Renfrey a little bit more flexible as well, and not having to worry too much. Sanventer planning it out perhaps for later. Miyamon, we know, still has a Golden Necker into that round 3 potentially.
I mean, Sanventer can't play here, right? He needs 21 points.
No, probably planning out the
last
round, perhaps. Maybe thinking about sequencing options, but the pass definitely is there. Miyamon taking the pass as well, and we are off into round 3. Shinmarie, we are getting very close to the end of the series. We are about to have a winner of World Masters Season 5.
We are about to crown a champion. That is right, Steely. Miyamon survives that bleed. Despite losing round 1 on even cards, he is able to hold that card advantage and doesn't give Sanventer extra card or double last save.
There's the Mata.
There's a Mata.
There's a Mata that
Mata can draw another card. And Sanventer could still get milled. Can he?
Let's see here.
He has 3 cards in his deck.
Renfrey hasn't come out yet. Oh, the Snowdrop also there for now. But Asir just putting back perhaps the Vilgefortz? Let's see what Asir chose to put back. Do we know?
Asir put back the Vilgefortz, that's right. So he can play another Vilgefortz. So between the Mata and the Vilgefortz, that's 2 more potential mills on Sanventer's deck. And then this Vernon Roach will only be able to play 1 card. So Sanventer has to be very scared of this. He has to know that there's the possibility of milling here, and maybe he needs to time it well where he somehow keeps the Priestesses in his hand instead of having them in the deck.
Well, Griffin Witcher Mentor currently pulls the Snowdrop, but what is going to go back? The Priestesses are going to go back now. How many units are there as well for the Golden Necker to pull? All right.
Well, the Mata guarantees
the
Vilgefortz here, as he's more expensive than the Milton. Oh, wow. And there's still a Petrie's filter too, to combo with this 1-power illusionist. This is intense. Anything could happen here. I'm not even sure who's gonna win.
Snowdrop coming down here, pulling 2 cards.
Getting the last 2 cards in the deck. Now, if you're Sandvanter, you don't put back the Priestess. You put back the Vernon Roach because you know it's not going to be good. It's only going to play 1 card, right?
Yep.
And then you leader the Priestess. Is he going to end his hand with 2 Priestesses in his hand? Is he going to end this turn with 2 Priestesses in his hand?
That way you do protect them from getting milled, and it seems to be the case here. Let's see what is being put back into the deck. It sure is. The mill cannot happen anymore. Vilgefortz discovers
the Griffin Witcher Mentor, the only bronze. Sandvanter nodding his head. He's saying this is all as planned. He's able to protect his priestesses by holding them in his hand. Renfrey comes down, gets him quite a few different options. Doesn't want the Sloth anymore because the last card in deck, I think, is Vernon Roach.
Yep.
Right? So you could take something like Gluttony for... I mean, Gluttony's not that many points here. 7 points. None of these are that good. Removal. Removal's not going to be able to actually kill the Master of Puppets because it will have
the Petri
Zeal.
filter.
Maybe... Well, let's see. He took Gluttony.
But last say is Sandvanter's.
And he has the random 6 damage. Golden Necker comes out this turn. Needs to have played the Petrie's filter on the second to last turn in order to activate the Zeal. This is an...
There is a Buhurt as well. Leader has not been enabled, but what about these create on this?
These creates are getting you neutral cards because opponent has used Renfrey already and has a neutral leader.
All right. Seems like the shield was being played here to further boost this Guillaume.
Okay. And it's also going to give a shield to the Illusionist as the Wyvern Scale Shield is going to be in the graveyard, but I don't know if that's going to matter. Maybe for pings.
All right, uses the Sealed Priestess to spread out some of these points. How many charges do we have on our Priestess in hand here?
7, and he's saving... Oh, actually, no. I was like, he's saving 1 charge here to give Zeal to the other Priestess, but Miamon could seize this. But Sandvanter already thinking ahead, the Gluttony can boost the last unzealed Priestess to give it Zeal, because it gains Zeal whenever it gets boosted.
Master of Puppets, here comes the last yoink. The point gap is huge, and this Priestess coming down with 7 charges and Renfrey Leader left.
Renfrey Leader left with the pings. It's not gonna be enough. Miamon is your World Masters Season 5 champion. Congratulations. Well deserved. A hard fought final series between Miamon and Sandvanter. With even a tie, we went 6 games in this series. What a fitting ending to the last official tournament.
Very fitting ending. Both players managed to surprise us, managed to navigate interesting situations and come up with creative solutions. Congratulations to Miamon for making it. And the last deck ever played an official GWENT tournament was Toussaint Trois Hospitality Shenanigans with Master of Puppets. I love it.
Toussaint Trois Hospitality Master of Puppets. If someone told you 2 weeks ago that this would be the deck that wins it all, would you have believed them? Miamon sure did. Miamon believed. And that was such a great last game. Miamon with all the mill possibilities, really, that was key, right? Threatening the mill so that Sandvanter had to keep his priestesses in hand, not be able to combo them with any of his other engines, and not being able to shuffle them as many times as he possibly could have.
Absolutely. I do have to say that Miamon winning, I think we're going to see a lot of, usually Reddit, for example, has a lot of praise for Miamon, really happy about his creative deck building. Miamon, of course, has been contributing a long time with his streaming and deck building. It's usually Miamon popularizes a lot of different decks. I'm sure he might continue to do so as well. I think we have a well-deserved GWENT Masters winner. But Jean-Marie, we of course do want to hear from Miyamon. How is Miyamon feeling? I'm not really sure, but we have an interview with Buja, I believe, that will be happening right now.
And we just crowned a world champion for season 5. Miyamon, congratulations. You did it with unbelievable style, with a crazy deck. And it's been a crazy also last couple games with another draw. We also have Mayuko standing by, our community manager for Japan. How are you feeling, Miyamon? Because that's all we want to know.
宮本さんおめでとうございます。本当にできっとクレイジーな戦いだったと思う。本当にチャンピオンおめでとうございます。ドローもありましたし、すごく激しい戦いでした。今どういったお気持ちですか？
いや、もう嬉しくて涙が出そうです。
嬉しくてもう一度お願いします。
あ、嬉しくて、涙が出そうです。
ありがとうございます。So, I'm so happy and because I'm so happy, I'm about to cry.
Crying is actually something that we'll be doing a lot of today, I feel. But, you know, this is the last tournament for Gwent. I know you've been streaming the game a lot. You're favorite amongst the community. So what does this win mean to you?
そうですね、今まで、今日はたくさんそういった泣きたくなるようなことがいっぱいあったと思いますが、今回がラストのトーナメントということで、この勝利が宮本さん、あなたにとってどういった意味を持つかっていうことをお聞かせいただけますか？
グエントはベータ版の初日から実は始めていて、この日のためにグエントやってきたんだなっていうふうに、はい、今思ってます。
So I'm playing the Gwent since the day one of the beta testing, but today I feel like I'm playing the Gwent because of this day today.
Yeah, that's incredibly well said, and yeah, speaks volumes for sure. Miyamon, I mean, there's nothing more I can say. Huge congratulations to you. Take it all in, and you just made history because I don't believe we ever had a player from Japan become a finalist when it comes to World Masters. So you've achieved a lot today, and yeah, you should be proud of yourself.
本当におめでとうございますね。今日は本当に何て言うんでしょうか、歴史を作った日になりましたね。なぜかというとやっぱり今まで日本からのチャンピオンっていうのはいなかったですから、今日はそういう日になります。もうおめでとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we shall move to Specimen, who will, of course, analyze the shit out of this match because there's a lot to do. So let's take it away.
Yes, thank you so much, Borja. There certainly is a lot to talk about. There was so many games, and there's 6 in total, of course, because of that tie. Let's start off right at the first play, because instantly you see the genius of Miyamon's deck building. Always been a unique deck builder, but the Ildico getting the Zeal, buffing up the Blavikons as well. And now this card is going to be thinning from Miyamon's deck if he has no other 4 provision cards in the deck. And we saw later on, a couple turns later, Miyamon taking this tempo pass, which he's so famous for at this point. And that extra tempo that the Musicians of Blaviken got helped him to achieve this tempo pass. And also the fact that Miyamon has no 4 provision cards in his deck means that the Muta Generator later on was just getting obscene value in this deck because there are so many 5 provision cards. If we fast forward into a later round, you can see this tempo pass here from Miyamon forcing the long round 3 against Saventa, and we can see so many engines being set up by Miyamon. And bear in mind, he is playing against Guerrilla Tactics right now, which is notoriously one of the biggest control decks in the game. But with the Muta Generator popping off and the engine overload, Miyamon was able to continue getting engines down on the board. Now, shortly afterwards, we see all these Arbalists on the board absolutely popping off, but just a minute later, many of them are removed from the board by our old friend Shiru. But despite a humongous Shiru from Saventa, which we're about to see here. Just a couple turns later, Miamon was again able to get more engines down on the board and somehow with an engine deck overcome, like, look at the Shiru! It was absolutely incredible for Saventa, and yet I'm going to fast forward just another 2 minutes and suddenly, Miamon's just got a whole bunch of engines back down on the board. The muta generator continued to pop off. I was just absolutely amazed by this. And it was all down to the genius, utter genius, unique deck building by Miamon, which he's just done completely on his own. Like, it's just incredible to see. So this was honestly one of my favorite games I've watched because it really just... I think it's so clear to see how genius the deck building is on this one, and also utilizing that tempo pass. So Miamon starts off the series 1-0. Moving then on to game number 2, we had Miamon with his Master of Puppets deck up against Savantar's Arrakis Swarm deck. And in round 1 here, we see Savantar doing what this deck usually does, which is trying to develop a bunch of carryover. And we see Miamon with this Master of Puppets at 12 points. And this was a really, really key moment in this game. Savanta ended up taking this game 2 very comfortably, but this was the big moment in round 1. The huge play, knocking down this Master of Puppets all the way down, removing it from the board. And then Savanta was able to get round control very, very comfortably. They had the option of taking an Arrakis Queen for big carryover and going to a long round 3. But instead, the confidence of Savanta was that they take a long time. At this moment, they could go a Neuromancy into Arrakis Queen and then eat the IDR or the Idir and then use the Urn of Shadows. But instead, Savanta, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to not play my Arrakis Queen. I'm not going to use my Urn of Shadows for the carryover, and instead we just saw an absolutely dominant round 2 push and a very, very comfortable win in the end. But the key moment there was answering that Master of Puppets, which was at 12 points. Okay, and this is the one we've been waiting for. Let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen. The most insane game of Gwen I think I have ever seen. It ended in a tie, of course. We're going to go straight to round 3. There was all sorts of ridiculousness happening, but let's start with this epidemic. Have you ever seen anything like it? An epidemic destroying your own 19-point squirrel. That was the first big moment. But then we see perhaps the dirtiest, the filthiest Shiru in the history of Gwen. It was absolutely humongous. We've seen Miamon be a complete master of nullifying these Shiru plays, but at this moment in time, you can't really do much about it. The vials there, the tempering comes down. Of course, the leader charge, suddenly there's a 15-point Shiru. The Milva knocks the Alyssa down, and it's just disgusting how big this Shiru was. But that was not the end of the madness of this game, because there was a huge moment in this one. And Savanta, of course, as viewers, we have the luxury of seeing Savanta only has this one Curse of Corruption card left in hand. Miamon doesn't know exactly what the last card is. However, a key decision was made here by Miamon. Shinmiri, Steely, and also myself as the analyst were all very, very surprised by this decision to take the Vilga Forts at this moment in time. If we just rewind a minute, if you imagine Miamon is going to be taking the Vigo instead, you could play a Master of Puppets, you could take one of the other bronze cards for just a little bit of value, and then the Vilga Forts can come through on the last turn. However, instead Miamon takes the Vilga Forts prematurely, and that allows then Savantar to use this Curse of Corruption. Instead of destroying Shiru, they're able to buff up the Pyrotech on to 16 points, which is then killed by Curse of Corruption, and then suddenly the Master of Puppets is no longer able to play for as many points as it otherwise would. And see, that Curse of Corruption comes through. So this was a misplay by Miamon, there's no doubt about it. Shinmiri and Seely said, I've got a lot to unpack, but I really don't think there's a lot to unpack in that one. I think it's just a misplay. Of course, incredibly high stakes moments. Miamon played this series phenomenally, but I'm sure is going to be squirming watching that one back, because that was not a good moment from Miamon. However, it ended in a tie and we had to rerun that game, of course. And unfortunately for Miamon, it wasn't, and by the way, this Pyrotech could have hit so much armor, right? Actually, it was very lucky for Miamon to even get away with the tie. The odds were that that would have been a loss for Miamon, but we got the tie, and then it wasn't quite as exciting in the replay. Way more value on cards like the Curse of Corruption here. We saw this 22-point Matter, for example, getting hit by the Curse of Corruption. And then we also saw a decent Shira, but not quite as impressive. But if we just fast forward to the end of the game, you can see a much bigger point difference in this one, and Miamon was taken down. And then it was 2-1 to Savanta, with just needing one final deck to get across the line. So Miamon was not able to make up this 40 points, of course, and forfeited. Then we move forward onto the fourth game of the set, although of course, one of those was a replay, but it was the fifth game in total, but the fourth game of the series, if we don't include the replay. Savanta was able to get a bunch of points down with his Traveling Priestesses, with the Vernon Roach, the Tridem on the board, as well as the Onager, but Syndicate just didn't care. We saw the value of these Vice cards absolutely popping off. So despite this huge play, Miamon Syndicate was just in a league of its own in this one, winning by a humongous margin despite that. And then, last but certainly not least, the deciding game. And Miamon, I'm going to start calling him Milmon or something, because Mil played a humongous role in this final game, because the threat of the Mill was massive. It forced Savanta to keep those Traveling Priestesses in hand, put the Vernon Roach back in the deck. However, before we look at that, a key moment. Maybe Savanta, looking back, is going to be regretting their decision at this moment in time. If we look at the state of the board, there's a Master of Puppets on the board here for Miamon, and Savanta has a couple of leader charges available. There is an Onager on the board, the Siege Tower comes down and is clicked. It does dodge the Master of Puppets, so Savanta does have the option here to go for a very high rolling line, which is, at this moment in time, my camera's covering it, but they have 2 leader charges on pincer maneuver available. So there'll be a 1 in 3 chance to hit the Master of Puppets, and then another 1 in 3 chance. So I think that would, Shinmiri is going to do the maths for me on that one, what the odds are, because I'm having a bit of a brain fart, but there was a decent chance that it could have done it. Unlikely, but Savanta did have the option to try and take out this Master of Puppets. Instead, they decided to hold those leader charges a little bit later on. And what we see then is the Master of Puppets being clicked by Miamon, stealing one of Savanta's cards, and then a little bit later on, we actually see the Vilgefortz come down onto the Master of Puppets, putting it in the graveyard for this Illusionist later on, and this is a really big moment as well. We then move on to round 3, and as I say, the threat of Mill by Miamon was absolutely humongous. So Miamon is officially Master Miller of Gwent, because that is how they get the job done. There was also a really interesting moment where the positioning of Miamon was actually suboptimal, because the Imperial Diplomacy was copying neutral cards here. The Milton that was played off of Golden Necker should have gone into the back row here, because the Diplomacy gave the Adrenaline Rush option. I can't even remember the name of the card. It used to be called Adrenaline Rush. Perhaps it is. The Wolf neutral card, which buffs a card by 8 if it's the only card in the row. So Miamon potentially wasted a few points in that moment, but in the end, it didn't matter. Miamon had plenty enough to get there. The Traveling Priestesses weren't quite big enough. The Master of Puppets wins the final Gwent Masters tournament. Miamon, one of the most inspiring deck builders in the community for so many years, has done it and secured their place in Gwent history and Gwent legacy. I had so much fun watching this series, and a huge congratulations to Miamon, commiserations to Savanta, and I'm going to send you back on now over to the casters to look at the final updated bracket of Gwent Masters Season 5 Finals.
Really well put, Specimen. I really enjoyed watching that series back again with you. We have Miamon from Japan as our winner, our champion of World Masters Season 5. Let's take a look at the road that he took to the championship. He had to defeat Joe in the quarterfinals 3-1, and then 3-0 tournament favorite Payable from Poland, and then finally in the hardest fought series in this tournament, 3-2 over Senvanter.
Absolutely beautiful journey from Miamon. It has been a pleasure of watching him since a week ago. He qualified to GWENT World Masters from the group stage. But let's take a look at that final prize pool. Miamon sure has reasons to be happy right now. And here you can see this is the final results.
He has 18,200 reasons to be happy. He's taken home the lion's share of the prize. Senvanter, not too bad himself with that 3-2, getting 2 wins in the finals. Actually boosted his prize pool considerably, as Senvanter is going to go home with 9,000 USD as well for second place.
Definitely not bad. And Magpie there in third place with 3,500 US dollars to take home. Payable following with 3,000 and so on. And we do have nice prizes for these players to walk away from GWENT World Masters Season 5 with.
Well, and I just want to reiterate, like, I'm so happy for Miamon, and like I was really touched and moved by what he was saying during his interview about how he's been playing GWENT since the beginning of beta, since the first day of beta, and it's all been for this moment, the culmination, the final official World Masters, and he actually wins it with his own unique home brews. Like, this is what every GWENT player's dream is, right? Is to win against the best players, playing the meta decks with your off-meta homebrews. Can you believe that? That's actually happened.
Just as Specimen also mentioned in his wonderful analysis, Miamon has been around and is very praised within the GWENT community for coming up with really spicy deck lists, really interesting and creative solutions, and has been for a long time as well. So it does feel well deserved. Has been doing all of that alone. Absolutely beautiful performance by Miamon, and that is just absolutely wonderful to see. Fought really hard, made it, and really the deck building I felt like was key here. It was the decks that really carried Miamon this far, and of course, as you build them yourself, you know exactly how to pilot them. Miamon, fantastic performance.
Yeah, and he's been grinding, he's been playing with these homebrews for many years now, trying to qualify, trying to get to GWENT Opens, Challengers, World Masters. It's been a tough road for him so far, because I think the first official tournament he even got to was only like this year or maybe last year at the earliest, but all his hard work has finally paid off. I'm very, very happy for him. What a great final series, and what a great final tournament for GWENT.
It sure has been a pleasure. We hope that you've had a great time watching at home as well. Remember to tell us on social media what you've been thinking. What were your favorite moments? Any highlights? We would really love to hear about that.
And despite this being the last official GWENT tournament, there is still a lot of GWENT to be had. As long as you guys are having fun playing the game, as long as you're sharing the moments with your friends and loved ones, GWENT will live on forever.
It absolutely will. And with that, it comes time for us to say thank you for this cast. Thank you for this weekend. Thank you for watching. It's been a pleasure casting together with Shinmiri. It's been a pleasure being able to cast in these events. I'm ever so grateful for the opportunity to do so. It really has been an enjoyable journey, a cool experience, and I will never forget that.
Yes, I have to echo those same thoughts. I've been so lucky to be part of the GWENT community, one of the best gaming communities I've ever had the privilege to be a part of. I want to thank everybody out there for watching. I love you guys. Take care of yourselves. Take care of you guys. Take care of yourselves. And I'm getting emotional. I can't speak the words anymore. And thank you to CDPR for making such a great game, for giving us all the opportunity to enjoy the game and be a part of it.
Absolutely something we will treasure forever. And now I believe it is time to throw everything back to our very lovely hosts, Ryan and Borja.
Well, there you have it. Season 5 is officially over, and with it we have the GWENT World Master, Miamon taking the crown and taking the glory and being part of history, because this was, like we said, the last tournament, and we could just hear the casters talking, and Shinmiri made me super emotional. So Ryan, maybe you now take it away somehow.
Gladly. Yeah. No, looking back at this weekend, it was truly an amazing spectacle. We saw so many good games of Gwent. It's always a pleasure watching competitive Gwent, and then all those storylines coming together with really like known players like Fireball, and then other really newcomers like Savanter coming in and, you know, making their way to the finals just to be defeated by the legendary Miyamon. I think it's a wonderful closure for GWENT Masters.
Yeah. A true testament to this game. Like, yes. Anyone can actually, like Shinmiri said, like anyone who plays CCGs, your dream is to you know, play the game and one day come to the big stage and bring something new, something that you've kind of, you know, created yourself, or something that is different off meta, and then win with that deck and with those decks, and just, you know, crown that achievement that you've been working on. Like he said, it's been since meta, so Truly. It's been a long time.
Yeah, I think he put it in his interview very perfectly, that it's just the final piece in his crown, and it really finishes his hero story arc.
True.
So much to say.
So much to say, but it's hard to like, you know, to wrap up. Like, it's been 30 events, so it's very hard to wrap up the whole journey, right?
We don't have to wrap it up if we don't stop talking. So I'm going to ask you now, finally it's time. What is your favorite Gwent moment?
I was thinking a lot about this for the last couple months, and I have this thing that, you know, I was thinking about it, like maybe if I don't do goodbye videos and like if I kind of push it out in time, that, you know, the end will never come. But I feel like it's the journey. It's the journey, it's the people, and a big lifetime opportunity for me to be part of this project and to kind of hone my skills, but also through that to meet one of the best communities. I started as a community manager, working on Gwent, now doing other things also, but I wouldn't be in this position where I am today if it wasn't for Gwent, if it wasn't for the people that I met. So I think I am more of, you know, on the receiving end here than kind of, you know, I wanted to be always part of such a cool community. And it happened because, yeah, I just played card games always and I liked them. So I feel like this is something we all have in common, and it's like this common thing that puts us together. So yeah,
I think it might sound cheesy, but it's truly one of the greatest things in a community like this, is that everybody that contributes to it also receives so much from it. Like you said, you got so much from it. I have so many thanks to give to you as well for, you know, taking me in on the team and giving me the opportunity and the trust to grow and to, you know, stand next to you here. I couldn't have imagined it 4 years ago. And I think everybody in the community can agree that, you know, lots of people come to us, especially this weekend, and thank us for what we do. Yeah. But it is exactly us as well, thanking them.
Thanking them, exactly.
Yeah. And I think everybody feels that way. And maybe some of them don't know it, but you're all really putting a lot of effort into this and really making our lives a lot greater. Before we forget it, there's a couple of things, a couple of people that we want to thank, especially. I think we can kick it off, obviously, with the Gwent team that has developed this game. We're truly grateful for any person that has any input along those 7 years. Is it 7 years?
7 or even 8 if you count the start of 2016. So right now it would be pretty much 8. Damn. But it's, yeah, like you said, it's people who worked on the game in the past and now in the present. I know our teams are kind of now going their separate ways, or going to different projects, or leaving the company. So it's also kind of like a bittersweet moment, because I remember when everything was forming in 2016, and yeah, it's been quite the ride. And of course, Rafael Yaki, Damien Monnier, who came up with the idea for Gwent. Not in a bathtub like they mentioned, but this kind of started the whole thing, made it to The Witcher 3. Then was a standalone, and it was a passion project. And I feel like the word passion is kind of thrown around all the time, but it is true. This is something that, you know, unites us, and we have this one passion for Gwent, the Witcher card game, and it's that's the thing.
For sure. And so that we can also communicate with every community member around the world. We obviously also want to thank all the translators, especially people worked, for example, during this event today, Mayuko as well in the finals, Vlad as well.
Yeah, we had Hesser previously and others who helped us
Island,
out.
So many. So thank you to the community team, especially as well. Also to the production team and events team that worked so much, you know, behind the scenes during these events. They don't really get the spotlight in front of the camera, but they spend hours and hours sitting in a production room, you know, making sure that the assets look great, that the overlay looks great, and you know, everybody feels welcome and
Exactly.
really nice.
Exactly. Production hardly ever gets to see camera time, but if you wait till the end, you might, after the credits, see a little sneak peek of what our production team looks like. Yeah, leaking. It's the last leak I can do for Gwent, so I got to do it because, you know, it's something that I'm known for. Apart from that, what else? I just wanted to thank, this might sound weird, I wanted to thank people on Reddit. I wanted to thank people on Twitter. People on all social platforms that DM'd me, that I got to meet through that medium and then meet them in person, because we have a tremendous community throughout the world, and most, I think, best moments were where we went to events and people would bring me like vegetable leeks and give them to me, and then I did not know what to do with them. So that was amazing, that was incredible, and very gratifying.
Yeah. Also, people that really contributed to making the GWENT Masters series come alive, and especially during the last couple of years, helped us out with hosting the online qualifiers. So definitely shout out to Snake and Claymore, Jordanico, ESC. You helped us so much to, you know, continue this esports stream that we have. Very grateful for that. Obviously also people online, making sure that our Twitch chat stays clean and safe.
All our moderators, also on Discord, also people who are on Twitch. When we used to be on YouTube, the people that moderated that. So I know it takes also a lot of work, and it's also something that comes out of passion. And many of these people are now friends with us, so it's even better when we got to meet them through all that.
Hashtag exclamation mark English in the chat.
English always very important. Keep the chat in English.
And lastly, our community, obviously. I think we thanked them at the start, but thank you once again so much for, you know, celebrating this wonderful game with us together.
Yeah, and of course all the casters, because we couldn't be here and kind of do our stuff if it wasn't for their professionalism, their preparedness always, and bringing their A game. It's been incredible. It's been incredible because I learned a lot from them, and it's always been a great discussion when we talked about decks and strategies and stuff like that. Maybe a little less now because I'm not playing as much as I used to, but back in the day it was very insightful and brought, you know, a lot of, made me a better player in a way in any card game. As Gwent, I think, hopefully did for a lot of you, because I think it made us all better as card game players.
Yeah. Also shout out to the host, to the analyst. I mean, not the host, to the analyst who spends, you know, watching all of the games, making sure that you always get the best analysis out there. Actually, I realized today we had in total three analysis here. CD was analyst once, Shimiri as well, and now Spessy. So yeah. Thank you so much.
I'm happy that the talent pool is going everywhere. So I hopefully this is not a final goodbye for everything. Gwent, the Witcher card game, Gwentfinity is in full swing. Hopefully we know that Lionheart and Arya, for example, plan to have their own tournaments coming in next year. And I also know other communities will be doing that, so stay tuned for that. And if we can be part of it somehow, like me and Ryan, we for sure will, because we don't plan on forgetting about Gwent, because like we said in the beginning, Gwent has really given us a lot.
Perfectly said.
Perfect. So before we do the final bye, I think we should do it all together
as a crew,
and have the whole broadcast team with us here. Hopefully we fit, but if we go a little bit to the back, I feel like we will.
Come join the other side. Oh, we move through. We move through.
We'll fit. Even especially will fit.
There we go.
All right.
So 3, 2, 1.
Bye.
Keep waiting.